In the late Cretaceous period, when the Earth was ruled by fierce and violent forces, all living creatures seemed to follow a remarkably similar philosophy of survival: to grow taller at all costs, to look upward with all their might, striving to hold their heads high to touch the most dazzling sunlight and the most regal forest canopy. Yet, in this brutal race for height and majesty, there appeared a deeply peculiar and misplaced misfit. Its neck lacked any elegant curve, tilting forward heavily and strangely instead. Its limbs were uncommonly short and stocky, making its appearance look comical and clumsy among its peers. Tonight, by the gentle flicker of the hearth, let us immerse ourselves in this story, one you need not effort to remember, and step into the true lifetime of this ancient creature. The friend we are about to meet is named Isis, an ancient soul burdened for a long time by the prejudices of time and appearance-related anxieties. Under the blazing midday sun, it felt incredibly despondent. Every attempt to lift its head brought nothing but the ruthless ache of its bones and the prideful, downward stares of its kind. But the wonder of destiny often lies right here. When those towering giants exhaust their energy in daytime rivalries and sink into deep sleep at midnight, the miracle belonging to Isis truly begins. As the clamor recedes and darkness drapes a tender veil over the primeval forest, Isis slowly opens its eyes. It suddenly discovers that this body, once deemed flawed and destined never to look up at the sky, actually conceals a secret blessing it had never realized. Now, the world's noise has nothing to do with you. Please try, like the Isis in the night, to let down all defenses, let your heavy thoughts slowly settle, and begin this ancient meditation on acceptance and serenity. Under the blazing sun of the late Cretaceous on the Deccan Plateau, the air hung heavy with the characteristic parching heat and pungent scent of volcanic ash. It was the golden age of giants, a brutal jungle that deified strength and height. The immense bulk of the Isis seemed extraordinarily conspicuous and awkward among a herd of elegantly built, high-necked titanosaurs. Its forelimbs were stouter and longer than its hind limbs, causing its entire back to slope down awkwardly like a bizarre ramp from its shoulders to its hips. What brought it the deepest self-consciousness was its completely unerectable neck. Rather than curving upward like a swan's, it jutted straight forward mechanically, as if born carrying a heavy, unremovable yoke. Whenever the first rays of dawn touched the forest, its peers would effortlessly stretch their long necks to gracefully pluck the tenderest leaves growing 100 meters high, their calls echoing through the misty clouds, filled with a conqueror's pride. Meanwhile, Isis could only stand at the margins of the shadows, unable to raise its gaze even to the middle section of the trees due to its anatomical limitations. The sun beat down on its rough, bumpy skin, causing waves of scorching pain, and the concrete-like dust kicked up by the towering dinosaurs as they passed isolated it completely within the darkness. During countless moments ruled by the daytime, Isis habitually hid itself deep within the thickest brush, its heart overflowing with a sense of powerlessness and resentment toward its own misshapen body. It could not understand why nature had granted it such a massive skeleton, yet stripped away its right to gaze at the sky and enjoy the sunlight, forcing it to live like a cramped shadow in an era belonging to giants. The blazing sun of the day eventually sinks in the west, and as that giant red sun which brings endless heat vanishes below the horizon, the Cretaceous forest welcomes its tenderest salvation. Darkness spreads like a tide, cleanly wiping away the towering canopies, the menacing volcanic cones, and the violent footprints of the behemoths. Those invincible predators and proud herbivores of the day, exhausted from their immense expenditure of energy, now have no choice but to lie submissively on the ground, releasing heavy, slow snores. In this very moment, the forest truly belongs to the night, belongs to silence. Isis slowly awakens from its slumber. Without those critical and scrutinizing daytime eyes, it experiences an unprecedented sense of ease and freedom. The night breeze brushes past, washing away the residual volcanic ash from its skin, bringing the moisture of distant rivers and the crisp scent of soil. It tries taking a step forward. Its uncommonly short limbs, which seemed so clumsy during the day, exhibit an astonishing stability in the deep night, free from haste and comparison. Each footstep onto the soft fallen leaves and moss feels like a pair of heavy palms engaging in a profound dialogue with the earth's chest, entirely steady, offering a powerful sense of psychological security. It no longer attempts to lift that neck which caused it so much pain, instead yielding to its body's instinct, letting its heavy head drape naturally to hover just a few decimeters above the ground. At this height, it suddenly catches a scent it had never noticed during the day, the sweet nectar quietly secreted by ferns at night, and the rich, earthy fragrance of humus, belonging to the very source of life. Its massive body moves slowly through the darkness, like an ancient submarine silently cruising the depths of a dark ocean, restrained, slow, and making no noise to disturb the world. When Isosaurus completely abandons its obsession with height and fully lowers its head, a whole new world of microscopic details and profound tranquility unfolds before it. This is a mysterious realm that its high-reaching peers, who spend their entire lives gazing upward, could never possibly access. Closest to the soil, the transmission of sound becomes extraordinarily clear and textured. Isosaurus closes its eyes, and its uniquely forward-leaning neck now serves as a perfect acoustic receptor, infinitely magnifying every minute pulse of the earth. In the ultimate stillness, it hears the sound of flora growing, the faint rustling of fern roots as they stretch and slowly expand outward within the warm soil. It hears the moisture inside the earth whispering as it climbs upward against gravity along the plant's veins, nourishing each leaf. Even the delicate rhythm of ancient fungi weaving their underground networks, their mycelia touching, breaking, and fusing back together, clearly reaches its ears. This sound is not a chaotic noise, but an exceptionally soothing, rhythmically alive primeval lullaby flowing gently through its mind. Isosaurus experiences an unprecedented awe. It turns out that beneath the feet ignored by everyone, there beats such a tender and immense symphony of life. All the physical defects that caused it agony during the day have transformed in this moment into the most precise instruments for exploring this mysterious world. Precisely because its neck leans forward so strangely, it can press its ears close to the ground without any effort. Precisely because its bones are robust and short, its center of gravity is low enough to integrate into the Earth's embrace in the most perfect posture. It begins to understand that the creations of the universe are never absolutely flawed. Its body was shaped this way not to conquer the sky, but to soothe and listen to this silent earth. When Isosaurus completely abandons its obsession with height and fully lowers its head, a whole new world of microscopic details and profound tranquility unfolds before it. This is a mysterious realm that its high-reaching peers, who spend their entire lives gazing upward, could never possibly access. Closest to the soil, the transmission of sound becomes extraordinarily clear and textured. Isosaurus closes its eyes, and its uniquely forward-leaning neck now serves as a perfect acoustic receptor, infinitely magnifying every minute pulse of the earth. In the ultimate stillness, it hears the sound of flora growing, the faint rustling of fern roots as they stretch and slowly expand outward within the warm soil. It hears the moisture inside the earth whispering as it climbs upward against gravity along the plant's veins, nourishing each leaf. Even the delicate rhythm of ancient fungi weaving their underground networks, their mycelia touching, breaking, and fusing back together, clearly reaches its ears. This sound is not a chaotic noise, but an exceptionally soothing, rhythmically alive primeval lullaby flowing gently through its mind. Isosaurus experiences an unprecedented awe. It turns out that beneath the feet ignored by everyone, there beats such a tender and immense symphony of life. All the physical defects that caused it agony during the day have transformed in this moment into the most precise instruments for exploring this mysterious world. Precisely because its neck leans forward so strangely, it can press its ears close to the ground without any effort. Precisely because its bones are robust and short, its center of gravity is low enough to integrate into the Earth's embrace in the most perfect posture. It begins to understand that the creations of the universe are never absolutely flawed. Its body was shaped this way not to conquer the sky, but to soothe and listen to this silent earth. Throughout the long history of the Cretaceous period, Isosaurus silently repeated its nightly journeys, using a posture of humility to withstand the ferocity of its era. As the stars begin to fade gently in the western sky, the deepest and coldest hour before dawn silently arrives. This is the quietest moment of the entire night. Even the most industrious insects have ceased their chirping, and all of creation is settling down for the final time in preparation for the approaching dawn. Isosaurus slowly opens its eyes. Its gaze no longer carries the panic of the previous morning, but is filled instead with a tender, stoic understanding of its destiny. It slowly stands up, presses its head close to the patch of moss that accompanied it all night one last time, and gently exhales a breath of vapor, like a profound gesture of gratitude to this land. It knows that before long, that piercing sun will rise again, the daytime clamor, the exclusion by its peers, and the pressures of survival will arrive exactly as scheduled. But this time, there is no fear or despondency left in its heart, because the strength granted by the night has already been deeply etched into its stocky bones and forward-slanted vertebrae. No matter how frantic or obsessed with height and majesty the daytime world becomes, it knows that beneath its feet, a gentle world will always be waiting. It will carry this secret treasure, obtainable only by lowering one's head, to calmly face all the daytime storms, walking through its own unique and magnificent life like a dedicated practitioner. Its silhouette appears so blurred in the morning mist, yet so resolutely firm, as if it is an extension of the earth itself, eternal and at peace. When tens of millions of years slip away like sand through an hourglass, the clamor of the Cretaceous has long since transformed into cold rock deep within the strata. Those titanosaurs, once invincible and towering into the clouds, ultimately surrendered their bones, whether proud or clumsy, back to this earth, just as the Isis did. When modern scientists stand before the fossilized, strangely forward-slanted cervical vertebrae and stocky limbs of the Isis, releasing sighs of bewilderment in tedious laboratories, they will perhaps never know what a perfect night this body once possessed. It answers that ancient riddle regarding physical appearance and worth. When destiny does not grant you wings to gaze at the stars, perhaps it hopes you can caress and listen to this world well on its behalf. Now, the story of Isis has gently drawn to a close, but the serenity and reconciliation it left behind remain in this deep night, remaining right by your side. All your daytime anxieties, those comparisons and uneasiness regarding appearance, ability, or survival, can now be safely cast aside just like the Isis did, leaving them in the care of this dark night. There is no need to desperately prove anything, nor any need to force yourself to fit in. On this comfortable bed, you only need to yield to your body's instincts, lower your weary head, and feel the soft embrace of your blanket. The surrounding air seems to carry the primeval fragrance of forest soil and flora, a tender invitation to sleep sent directly from the earth. The hearth fires flicker gently, the final ember quietly guarding your peace, just as the moonlight once guarded that clumsy yet content dinosaur. Please slowly and securely close your eyes, letting your consciousness sink along with the rustling sounds of growing flora into the depths of this ancient dreamscape, a place free of anxiety, holding nothing but boundless embrace. Good night, and within the arms of this earth, may you have the most soothing, most tranquil dream. In the late Mesozoic era, an age that deified the immense, the fierce, and the proud, nearly all titanosaurs strove with every ounce of their might to make their bodies heavier and their necks longer. Yet, on that ancient land of South America surrounded by warm ocean currents, there evolved an exceptionally unique, almost nonconformist miniature giant. It possessed no towering stature, but beneath its skin was a densely embedded layer of stone-hard, bumpy osteoderm nodes. Tonight, by the gentle flicker of the hearth, let us immerse ourselves in this story, one you need not effort to remember, and step into the true lifetime of this ancient creature. Please try to let your shoulders sink slowly, relaxing your cervical spine and back which have been pulled taut all day, just as if we are stepping stride by stride onto that noise-free prehistoric beach. The friend we are about to speak of is named Nukensaurus, a small titanosaur that wrapped the gentlest soul in the world within the hardest exterior. During countless days filled with survival competition and territorial clashes, these hard bony nodes upon its body were often viewed as cold armor to fend off predators. Yet whenever night falls low and the clamorous world returns completely to silence, these misunderstood hard nodules, under the solace of warm tides, transform into nature's most wondrous, natural massage stones. It lies perfectly flat upon the fine white sand which has been baked by the fierce sun all day and still retains a deep, thick residual warmth, closing its eyes and allowing the waves to wash over its back gently and rhythmically. Now, the pace of the world has slowed down entirely. Please follow the steady, slow breathing of the Nukensaurus, casting off all tightness within your body piece by piece, and begin this ancient meditation on touch and healing. The Patagonia of the late Cretaceous was a land overflowing with extreme contrasts of power, its earth interwoven with the roaring of volcanoes and the trampling of violent behemoths. Within this jungle dominated by giants, the existence of Nukensaurus was itself a baffling riddle, for its body length was a mere few meters, looking like an ungrown child within a family where members easily reached tens of meters. However, it was precisely this small size that granted it a flexibility and extremely low cost of survival unattainable by its gargantuan peers when confronting brutal environmental crises such as droughts and volcanic eruptions. But as a price, it had to endure more direct and frequent fatal threats from terrestrial carnivorous dinosaurs, forcing it to maintain an exceptionally high state of mental alertness every single second of the daytime. To survive without the advantage of absolute height, its skin underwent a long and arduous evolution, swelling up into shields and nodules composed of hard calcium within the dermal layer. These bony cluster densely across its neck, back, and tail, making its body surface look like a rough bed of bumpy, ancient cobblestones. Baked by the harsh sun of the day, Nukensaurus always carried this heavy defense, searching painstakingly through the dry inland brush for low shrubs and ferns. The fierce sun baked the nodules on its back until they were hot and brittle, and its back muscles, kept in a state of prolonged defensive tension, accumulated dense knots of ache and stiffness under this weight. Whenever the footsteps of a large carnivorous dinosaur echoed from afar, it had to press its body flat against the ground, letting those hard bone clusters absorb every violent tremor traveling through the earth. That crushing weight of the era and the heaviness of its body left it profoundly exhausted during the day. Its muscles resisted and tightened, and its soul yearned for a touch of coolness and complete surrender. The long, scorching day finally drew down its curtain within that low-saturation shimmer of dark gold dusk on the horizon. The night spread soundlessly like a gentle tide, cleanly wiping away the parching heat and terror across the Patagonian wilderness, draping a secure nocturnal skin over all creation. Those violent predators of the day had also exhausted their energy by now, releasing heavy, slow snores within distant valleys, and the world finally recovered its rightful serenity in this very moment. Nukensaurus slowly opens its eyes. It chooses not to remain within that inland jungle where it was tightly strung all day. Instead, it walks with steady, slow strides toward the coastline. Its uncommonly stocky limb bones emit a rhythmic, exceptionally soft rustling sound as they step onto the loose sand, a physical touch carrying a distinct warmth. The cool night breeze blows head-on, washing away the residual volcanic ash from its skin, bringing the moisture and slight saltiness characteristic of the deep ocean core, granting its parched nostrils a boundless refreshment. As it draws closer to the shore, the texture of the sand becomes increasingly fine and loose, even carrying that thick, internal warmth left behind deep within the sand layers after being baked by the sun. Nukensaurus stops its steps slowly upon a pristine white beach as smooth as satin and far removed from the clamor. Those eyes, usually so guarded during the day, are now brimmed with the tenderness of the moonlight. It takes a deep breath, the cool air filling its lungs, before exhaling it drawn out and light, transforming into a faint wisp of white mist in the air. Within this late-night theater belonging entirely to itself, free from the chase of survival, it begins to try unlinking that yoke named hardness which it carried all day long. Yielding to the deepest instincts of its body, Nukensaurus begins to perform an exceptionally relaxing action upon this warm beach. It slowly curves its stocky forelimbs, pressing its abdomen snugly against the soft white sand, and immediately following, it fully flattens its hind limbs, letting its entire heavy bulk lie completely flat. The exact instant its back contacts the sand, those densely packed, bumpy osteoderm nodes sink deeply into the warm, elastic layers of sand. This body, pulled tight for years and nearly petrified by the pressures of its era and environment, is perfectly cradled in this moment by countless rounded sand grains holding the residual warmth of the volcano. The temperature of the sand is so flawlessly appropriate, it holds none of the stinging pain of the daytime sun, offering instead a steady, ceaseless sensation of a hot compress, much like a thick, heavy blanket. The warmth travels through the rough skin, beginning to seep inch by inch into the spaces between the Nukensaurus's osteoderms, starting to soothe those back muscles aching intensely from the prolonged tension of the day. Those hard nodules on its back, originally meant for defense, turn instead under the compression and support of the sand into precise pressure points, translating the gravity of the earth into an exceptionally relaxing, broad-area physical massage. Each bony node sinks down toward the depths of the sand, and every tight fiber of muscle dissolves strand by strand under the penetration of the heat. Nukensaurus slightly closes its eyes, releasing an incredibly faint sigh of contentment that instantly dissolves into the boundless night and empty coastline all around. You can try to do the exact same as it, imagining a wisp of warm, fine sand gently wrapping around your back, carrying away all the burdens and tightness accumulated across your shoulders and waist. While Nukensaurus is immersed within the warm cradle of the beach, the deep ocean afar begins to slowly pull open the night's tide under the summons of gravity. That is the oldest and gentlest physical therapy of nature, holding not a trace of haste, holding only a ceaseless cycle of relief. The first warm, low-contrast shallow wave, like an exceptionally soft wisp of azure gauze, slides unhurriedly across the beach, eventually washing over the stocky tail and the margins of the Nuconsaurus's back. The temperature of the sea water blends flawlessly with the residual heat of the beach. As it flows over those uneven osteoderms, the liquid stream produces countless exceptionally tender physical eddies between the bone clusters. These eddies act like pairs of invisible, supple hands, tracing the grain of the skin to caress and knead those long stiffened nodules upon its back over and over. When the wave swells up, it brings a heavy yet intensely liberating physical thrust, pressing the nodes across its entire back into the depths of the sand with a gentler force. When the wave recedes, it carries away all the lingering heat and volcanic ash from the skin's surface. Washing up, retreating, washing up again, retreating again. This action repeats unceasingly over the Nuconsaurus's back with an almost eternal, hypnotic rhythm. It can clearly perceive that each brushing of the tide carries away a strand of stubborn ache from the core of its muscles, and that fine, warm water touch grants its nerves the most absolute cleansing. The bowstring-named defense within its body has completely softened by now. It is no longer an eccentric dinosaur hiding and dodging across the Cretaceous wilderness, overflowing with anxieties over appearance and survival. It has merged into one with this warm beach and this soothing tide, becoming an incredibly blissful life savoring the highest grace of nature in the deep night. As the tide continues to rise, the warm sea water eventually bathes the greater half of the Nuconsaurus's bulk with immense tenderness, leaving only its undulating, massage stone-like spine glistening with a moist sheen under the moonlight. By now, it has entered an intensely deep state of meditation, the sound of the wind across the world and the faint vibrations of the volcanoes turning into meaningless, ancient background sound by its ears. Inside its mind, the only thing existing with clarity is that ceaseless, fine friction of the water traveling from its skin, and that steady temperature deep within the earth resembling a mother's heartbeat. It begins to regulate its breathing, forcing that heavy respiration belonging to a giant beast to yield entirely to the rhythm of the waves lapping the shore. As the wave surges up to bathe the bone clusters, it inhales soothingly, letting the warm energy fill its chest. As the wave recedes to carry away the sand grains, it exhales serenely, releasing the final trace of fatigue from its core completely. Around its limbs, some tiny prehistoric fish and shrimps swimming in the night, perceiving the unaggressive kindness radiated by this living mountain pillar, actually gather close. They weave through its short toes and blow bubbles within the bumpy bone crevices of its skin surface, using minute sensations of touch to add the final strand of fluid poetry to this late-night physical massage. Nuconsaurus endures all of this silently, its inner heart overflowing with a deeply rich certainty. It no longer resents why it failed to grow into the grand proportions a titanosaur ought to have. For though height can touch the starry sky, it can never lie flat like this to embrace the warmth of the earth with its entire bulk, yielding its whole heart to receive the cleansing of a tide. The moonlight completely breaks its shadow within the warm ripples, like a prehistoric dream spanning 100 million years, quietly welcoming its ultimate fulfillment along this serene coast. 100 million years later, when modern expedition teams unearth the fossilized osteoderms bristling with hard nodules from the rock layers of Patagonia, long since weathered into dry red soil, the world often marvels only at the hardness of its armor. Yet, those cold stones and those uneven textures are actually a physical instruction manual on how to grant the body absolute relaxation, perfectly sealed away by time. That small giant dragon lying flat and loose upon the warm beach, allowing the tide to wash over its back muscles, used its unique skeletal build to answer that eternal riddle of life's hardness and gentleness. Some armor is born not to stab at the world, but merely to better bear the deep affection of the earth in the vacant deep night. Now, the story of Nuconsaurus has also slowly walked to its curtain call, and the white sand it once lay upon, along with the warm tide it once felt, have all transformed into the safest, most comfortable sleep sanctuary around you. You no longer need to keep your shoulders and back tense over the rush of the day, nor do you need to keep your nerves hyperexcited over problems that cannot be solved. On this warm bed, please try, just like it did, to fully flatten your limbs. Your bed is that ancient beach baked hot by the fierce sun, still retaining a dense warmth, and your blanket is that exceptionally gentle, warm, and inclusive nocturnal tide, washing over your body over and over to carry away all the load within your muscles. The hearth fires flicker gently, the final trace of mild ember flowing silently in the corner of the room like a whisper of a soft carrying the earth's warmth. Please slowly and securely close your eyes, letting your consciousness sink along with those echoes of the prehistoric tide, surging and retreating, loosening and tightening, down into the depths of this sleep extremity free of noise, holding nothing but boundless embrace. Under the watch of the Nookensaurus's natural massage stones, may you shed all defenses of your body and sink into the deepest, sweetest dreamland. Good night, and may you have a beautiful dream of warm white sand, of soft tides, and of a body completely set free. In that dinosaur era ruled by sharp teeth, savage claws, and deafening roars, all the laws of survival seemed to pursue ultimate ferocity and madness. Yet, in the early Cretaceous period, upon that ancient land of Liaoning covered by temperate forests, there evolved an exceptionally unique, almost comical form of life. Its body was merely the size of a goose, covered in soft feathers, and what made it completely unforgettable was that within its tiny mouth grew a pair of forward-jutting, large, flat incisors, looking exactly like those of a modern rabbit. Tonight, by the gentle flicker of the hearth, let us immerse ourselves in this story, one you need not effort to remember, and step into the true lifetime of this ancient creature. Please try to slow your breathing, shedding all the tightly strung thoughts and external judgments of the day onto the earth like fallen leaves. The prehistoric traveler we are about to meet is named Incisivosaurus, a refined soul troubled deeply by its peculiar appearance and cast aside during the day. In a world under the blazing midday sun, its comical, giant incisors made it an anomaly in the eyes of its peers, leaving it looking profoundly helpless and uneasy when facing predators. Yet within the script of destiny, all defects and oddities conceal a tender blessing of the night, waiting to unfold only at a specific hour. When the ferocity of the day completely exits the stage and a boundless night drapes a protective veil over the forest, Incisivosaurus silently approaches its most familiar tree hollow. No longer in a frantic rush to gnaw on coarse shrubs, it uses its large front teeth to rhythmically and softly scrape the hard shell of a nut, weaving an exceptionally relaxing lullaby of white noise within this noise-free primeval midnight. The jungle of the early Cretaceous was a brutal world that deified raw strength and majesty, its air constantly thick with the icy breath of predators. Moving beneath the feet of those immense theropod dinosaurs, the silhouette of Incisivosaurus appeared entirely minuscule, almost completely out of place. Its forelimbs were short, its hind limbs long and slender. Though it ran with sufficient agility, it usually had no choice but to shelter within low fern thickets under the scorching daytime sun. What brought it the deepest unease and self-consciousness was that pair of giant incisors that could never be fully tucked behind its lips. Whenever it tried to look majestic before its peers, these teeth always turned its expression into something comical. During the day, this was a power-driven society that worshipped efficiency and plunder, where massive dinosaurs slashed and tore at one another for food, churning up clouds of dust and the scent of blood. Due to its unique dental structure, Incisivosaurus could only subsist on tender plant shoots, tough roots, and nuts scattered across the ground, an endeavor that drained a massive amount of its time and energy. Its nerves were forever tightly strung by the terror of survival. Every time it searched for nuts beneath giant trees, it had to constantly watch for pterosaurs that might dive from overhead at any second, or greedy eyes lighting up behind tree trunks. The ruthless sun beat down upon it, baking its dense feathers hot and dry, while its jaw muscles, kept in prolonged defensive tension, accumulated a dense ache and petrification over long hours of chewing. Whenever the grass rustled, it had to instantly abort its feeding, fleeing frantically with a weary, tight body. That intense compression from the era left it profoundly despondent and solitary during the day. It could not understand why it had not been granted sharp canines to make enemies recoil, instead bearing such a comical frame, consuming its fragile, anxious life within endless defense and chasing. The long, scorching day would eventually sink toward the west. As that red sun which brought endless clamor to the land finally vanished into the undulating ridges, the primeval jungle welcomed its gentlest liberation. The darkness swirled slowly through the air like calm ink, smoothly painting over all the ferocity, conflict, and boundaries of strength with an equalizing protective color. Those flesh-eating tyrants who were all-powerful during the day, having exhausted immense physical energy, now had no choice but to submissively lay their massive bulks upon the earth, releasing slow, deep snores. In this very moment, the entire ancient Liaoning forest recovered the ultimate serenity belonging to the night. Incisivosaurus walked slowly out from the Cyathea fern thickets where it had hidden for an entire day, taking exceptionally light, slow steps. Free from those critical and scrutinizing eyes, it felt an unprecedented sense of liberty. The cool night breeze blew head-on, tenderly brushing its slightly ruffled feathers, carrying away all the lingering restlessness and parching heat of the day. It strolled along the soft ground carpeted with moss and fallen leaves, each step accompanied by a minute, rustling physical sensation, a feeling of safety born from yielding its center of gravity completely to the earth. The moonlight filtered through the canopy of ancient trees, scattering dappled silver over its dark, finely textured feathers, making its diminutive outline look extraordinarily mild and serene in the dark. Within this late night devoid of competition and danger, those eyes, usually wide with terror, finally squinted slightly, filled with trust for this world. Walking unhurriedly, like a solitary late-night practitioner, it began to cast off all its appearance-related anxieties upon this stage belonging to itself. Incisivosaurus finally paused beside the hollow base of a massive, ancient ginkgo tree, the safest midnight harbor it had meticulously chosen for itself. The interior of the hollow radiated a faint scent of pine resin characteristic of dry wood, and stacked all around were prehistoric ginkgo nuts it had carefully collected piece by piece at dusk. These nuts possessed exceptionally hard, rounded shells dusted with cool night dew, shimmering with a soft, warm amber glow under the moon. Using its short forelimbs, it gently cradled a heavy nut, leaning submissively against the inner wall of the hollow, which had been weathered as smooth as satin. It slowly pressed its large front teeth, deemed a comical defect during the day, lightly against the hard grain of the nutshell, but this time, its jaw held none of its daytime haste or force. Within the ultimate serenity, it began to slide its incisors gently and tenderly across the surface of the shell with an almost mechanical, exceptionally slow, and highly regular rhythm. She 11, soa soa. She 11, soa soa. An exceptionally unique, profoundly pure scraping sound began to echo softly inside the quiet tree hollow. The sound was so small, so light, perfectly resonated and filtered by the inner wooden walls until it transformed into a low-frequency, unadulterated primeval white noise. The little dinosaur seemed to enter a wondrous state of self-forgetting. The pressure of each stroke and the duration of each pause seemed meticulously calculated, perfectly identical from one to the next. In this moment, those large front teeth were no longer tools for basic survival chewing, they had transformed into the most refined instrument capable of synchronizing with the night, echoing an unceasing peace through the air. This soft, rustling sound produced by the incisors of the Incisivosaurus displayed an unbelievable power to soothe tight nerves within this noise-free primeval night. It acted like an exceptionally tender thread, weaving the sighs of the night wind, the settling of the soil, and the flow of distant streams into a single, regular rhythm. Around the tree hollow, many small reptiles and mammals that had spent the day running frantically with taut nerves began to gather one after another, drawn by this sound possessed of an intense hypnotic instinct. They released no uneasy cries, instead curling down submissively within the leaf litter outside the hollow, folding their bodies into the most comfortable postures, closing their eyes within the embrace of the sound. She 11, soa soa. The sound resembled the gentlest autumn drizzle, dense yet incredibly light, washing over every leaf and over the tightly strung minds of all creation after a long day. Incisivosaurus could clearly perceive the nesting close and trust of the lives around it. This wonderful tension of relationship filled its heart with a deeply rich sense of contentment. It no longer envied its grand, regal peers, for though those behemoths possessed the power to strike awe into the day, they could never use such minute, exquisite sounds to soothe the anxiety of the entire forest at midnight. Its giant incisors, which had once caused it absolute agony, had transformed in this hour into the grandest, unknown healing grace upon this prehistoric wilderness. Its heart rate began to slow down beautifully along with the regular grinding of the shell, and with each passing breath, the air became thick with a faint plant sweetness released as the nutshell split. This pure, perfect intertwining of physical touch and sound allowed every nerve fiber to loosen completely under the penetration of warmth, drawing it to the margins of dreamland. The curtain of night had now pulled to the deepest, most sheltered hours of the late night, and the Star River sky gleamed like a flowing ribbon of pure silver silk. After thousands, tens of thousands of regular and tender strokes, the hard nutshell in the hands of the Incisivosaurus finally cracked open a refined split with an exceptionally faint click. A rich fragrance, blending ancient oily aromas with the coolness of the moonlight, instantly escaped from the crevice, drifting and diffusing through the dry air of the tree hollow. That scent felt like the ultimate reward for hours of acoustic meditation, causing the Incisivosaurus's eyelids, already intensely heavy, to lose all power to resist. Its movements grew slower and slower, and between the regular rustling sounds appeared longer, comforting pauses full of solace. She 11, Soa Soa. Each pause synchronized perfectly with its mountain steady, exceptionally slow and light respiratory rhythm. Its large rabbit incisors ultimately came to a quiet rest against the margin of the shell, and that little head, which had carried all the fatigue and loneliness of the day, leaned tenderly against the nut-filled bottom of the hollow due to the absolute release of its muscles. All around it, the creatures of the forest had fallen into the deepest, sweetest slumber, stripped of daytime exclusion, terror, and strife. Using its eccentric, clumsy body upon this ancient land, Incisivosaurus completed its grandest protection of this night in the most restrained manner. The moonlight shone quietly upon the entrance of the tree hollow, merging its shadow completely with the outlines of the nuts, like a beautiful prehistoric dream spanning 100 million years, welcoming its final settling amidst ultimate serenity. 100 million years later, when modern fossil enthusiasts excavate the small, peculiar skull fossil of the Incisivosaurus from the thick, light gray shale of the G-hole biota, the world usually only releases a curious gasp at those rabbit-like front teeth. Yet, those uneven dental facets and exquisite wear marks, perfectly sealed away by the rock, are actually an unadulterated, ancient sound manuscript of nature's ASMR. That small dinosaur that sat alone by a tree hollow at midnight, using the regular grinding of a shell to soothe an entire forest, used its misunderstood body to answer that eternal riddle of defect and existence. Some anomalies are born not to cater to the aesthetics of the day, but merely to leave a stroke of the purest peace for the world in the unknown deep night. Now, the story of Incisivosaurus has slowly walked to its closing end, and that regular, soothing rustling sound it once produced has now transformed into the safest, most comfortable sleep sanctuary around you. You no longer need to feel anxious over the imperfections of the day, nor do you need to force yourself to grow sharp canines just to fit in. Upon this warm bed, please confidently lower your weary head. Your bed is that ancient tree hollow radiating the scent of pine resin, exceptionally secure, and your blanket is that gentle moonbeam full of inclusion, wrapping you snugly and taking away all mental burdens. The hearth fires flicker gently, the final mild ember flowing silently in the corner of the room like a whisper of a soft carrying a plant-like sweetness. Please slowly and securely close your eyes, letting your consciousness sink along with those echoes of the prehistoric shell grinding, loosening and tightening, flowing regularly, down into the depths of this sleep extremity free of noise, holding nothing but boundless embrace. Under the tender watch of the Incisivosaurus's rabbit teeth, may you shed all tightness of your body and sink into the deepest, sweetest dreamland. Good night, and may you have a beautiful dream of ancient tree hollows, of regular white noise, and of a complete reconciliation of the soul. In that distant era, long before the earth was disturbed by the clamor of humanity, there lived a creature that interpreted the weight of existence in the most extreme way. It was not a pterosaur drifting lightly through the sky, nor a predator darting nimbly through the jungle, but a titan that rooted its feet deep into the soil. Science has left it with a somewhat clumsy name, Barapasaurus. Tonight, let us sit by the flickering hearth and, with this story you need not strive to remember, wander into its true life. Its existence was, in itself, an ancient paradox of gravity and relaxation. Possessing the thickest, heaviest feet in the entire dinosaur kingdom, it was nonetheless gentle by nature, spending its life avoiding any unnecessary conflict or vibration. The world always assumes that immensity means oppression and danger, little knowing that within that 30-ton body was wrapped the deepest tenderness for this world. Every step it took was like a deep breath from the earth, steady, slow, carrying a sense of stability that invited unconditional trust. As night fell and starlight scattered like gold dust over the swamps and forests of the early Jurassic, this giant beast began its most soothing ritual of the day. Without needing to fight gravity or escape it, it simply yielded to nature's design, preparing to rest this heavy life in the softest of sanctuaries. The story begins with the first glimmer of dawn, the starting point where the Barapasaurus sought balance amidst the day's pressures. In that age known as the early Jurassic, upon the ancient lands of the Indian subcontinent, the vegetation was dense enough to stifle. Emerging from a long semi-slumber, the Barapasaurus raised its small head, its long cervical vertebrae tracing an agonizingly slow arc through the air. What it felt first was not hunger, nor the scent of surrounding predators, but the gravitational pull of the earth beneath its feet. Those 4 limbs, as thick as the stone pillars of an ancient temple, supported its incomparable weight, each joint bearing the heaviness of life. It had no razor-sharp teeth like a Tyrannosaurus, nor a majestic frill like a Triceratops. All it had was the most unreserved contact between its soles and the earth. It began to step forward, a slow motion that might even seem comical to an onlooker. First, it slowly lifted its front left limb, the muscles tightening and relaxing rhythmically beneath the coarse skin, followed by a long suspension in the air, before finally settling onto the fallen leaves and soil. There was no earth-shattering boom, only the crackle of leaves crushing under immense pressure, a rustling whisper like a perfectly rhythmic white noise. This gait was a wisdom forged over millions of years of evolution. By walking slowly enough, the body's center of mass could find its safest alignment within the heavy bulk. The midday sun pierced through the impenetrable coniferous forest, bringing scorching temperatures that made every step of the Barapasaurus even more deliberate. It was one of the world's most absolute herbivores. Those towering cycads and giant ferns were its sole reliance. To sustain the operations of its massive frame, it needed to feed constantly, yet this process of consumption held not a shred of haste. With teeth that were far from sharp, it gently stripped tree bark and tore away thick leaves, its massive throat making a dull, gurgling sound as it swallowed. The surrounding jungle was not always peaceful. Occasionally, swift, small predators would scurry past its massive feet, stirring a breeze of panic. Yet the Barapasaurus merely stood still, like a brown hill overgrown with moss, coolly observing all the anxiety of the world around it. Those creatures that bustled, bit, and screamed for survival were, in the vast dimension of its long life, nothing more than fleeting ripples. Its small brain seemed incapable of holding too much fear or calculation, only a pure perception of fullness and tranquility in the present moment. The blazing sun baked the thick skin of its back as it began to journey toward a water source, for only within a warm marsh could its body weight find a temporary physical salvation. It was so tired, a fatigue born not from running, but from confronting the Earth's gravity, day after day, year after year, in the quietest defiance. As the setting sun painted the ancient horizon in a rich orange-red, the Barapasaurus finally arrived at the serene river of its dreams. Under the fading glow, the river rippled with a gentle light, resembling a vast, primordial mirror that had not yet solidified. Slowly, it immersed its thick legs into the warm water, and in that instant, the buoyancy of the current began to lift its heavy abdomen and limbs. You could hear the water lapping gently against its immense body, a soft reward from nature as gravity was partially surrendered. It closed its eyes, letting the current wash away the dried mud and parasitic insects from its soles, as every cell in its body began to broadcast signals of release. In that dog-eat-dog era, water sources often meant danger and ambush, but at this moment, no living soul dared disturb a Barapasaurus enjoying its peace. Its sheer mass became its most impenetrable shield, granting it the right to maintain absolute elegance and composure even as darkness approached. It stood motionless in the water for a very long time, until the last streak of twilight was swallowed by the ink-blue night sky, and the first star quietly lit up overhead. It knew that the day's journey was over, and the time belonged to it. The moment to completely return all its weight to the earth had finally arrived. The Barapasaurus slowly stepped ashore, water droplets cascading from its rough skin, stamping small, damp prints upon the dry grass. The night wind began to cool, dispelling the heat of the day, leaving the air rich with the fragrance of earth, pine resin, and damp ferns. It began to search for its sanctuary for the night, a space that had to be open enough and soft enough to embrace the entirety of its weight. Its gaze fell upon a carpet of ferns, woven from countless fallen ancient trees and thick moss, shimmering with a faint green luster under the moonlight. It did not lie down immediately. Instead, with agonizingly slow steps, it circled the spot a few times, using its massive feet to gently test the ground's softness. With each step, the earth gave way into a deep depression, before bouncing back slowly against the plant's elasticity, producing a comforting, muffled thud. This immensely patient search and trial was its indispensable pre-sleep ritual, its unique way of soothing its nerves. The surrounding forest fell completely silent. Save for the occasional cry of an unknown insect in the distance, there was only its own breath, steady and long, like a bellows. Now, the preparations were complete. It halted, standing firmly in the center of this perfect mattress, as all its muscles began their final adjustments. This was the fragment closest to eternity in the entire long dark night. The Barapasaurus was preparing to let go of all its gravity. First, it slowly bent the joints of its forelimbs. Those legs that seemed to prop up the heavens began lowering their height inch by inch, sending its center of gravity into a steep tilt. You could hear the dull friction of bones and joints within its body, not a groan of pain, but the unbuckling of bones after a long day of labor. As the forelimbs knelt, its massive chest was the first to touch that thick, cool, and soft layer of ferns. Next came the hind limbs. Those two pillars, the heaviest in the entire dinosaur kingdom, completely lost their tension at this moment, sliding submissively to either side of its body. With a low rumble, that 30-ton colossal frame, in an attitude almost like prayer, flattened itself completely into the embrace of the earth. It was not a fall, but an internal, unreserved surrender, as if it had always been a part of this earth and was now simply returning home. The earth trembled slightly, followed by an endless silence, as all the vegetation wrapped tightly around its underbelly and limbs under the great pressure. The sensation of being fully enveloped by soil and plants insulated it from all the cold and unease of the outside world, bringing an unparalleled sense of safety. Its long neck finally went limp, slumping onto the grass like an exhausted serpent, quietly enjoying the cradling support of Mother Earth. Now, the Barapasaurus had fully dissolved into the night. It was no longer a traveler defying gravity, but had become a hill upon the landscape. The moonlight poured unreservedly across its immense gray back, which rose and fell rhythmically with its breathing, like a silver blanket. Tonight, we witnessed how it used the heaviest of feet to walk out the lightest rhythm of life, and we saw how 30 tons of weight could dissolve into nothingness in an instant. Its story held no grand wars, no heart-stopping escapes, only an acquiescence to gravity and an honest acceptance of fatigue. If you are lying in a warm bed right now, you might try to do as it did, surrender all your body's weight to the mattress beneath you. Imagine your limbs becoming as heavy and solid as the feet of the Barapasaurus, and then, in a single moment, let that heaviness go completely. Allow the mattress to cradle you deeply, let the silence of the night submerge you like a rising tide, and feel that ultimate weightlessness and emptiness after gravity vanishes. The ancient wind has blown across millions of years, carrying away all the noise, leaving only this dreamscape filled with peace. The Barapasaurus closed its massive eyelids, its breathing growing slower and deeper. Sleep now, in this night guarded by an ancient titan, peacefully, deeply, sleep. At the end of the Cretaceous period, an era dominated by hard scales and cold-blooded killing, nature left behind an almost absurdly tender miracle in the wilderness of South America. It possessed the agile skeleton and sharp claws of a raptor, yet from head to toe, it was covered in layers of fluffy long feathers, as delicate as velvet and as rich as a high-end silk duvet. This mysterious creature, later known as Ununlagia, used its unique half-bird, half-body to write the most incredible destiny of contrast in the cold history of evolution. Tonight, by the gently flickering firelight, and with this story that requires no effort to remember, let us enter her true life. Scientific fossil specimens always discuss her running speed and skeletal structure, but they often overlook the physical temperature radiated by those feathers in the dark of night. In that deep autumn epoch, when the climate was gradually turning colder and all predators were using fangs and claws to fight for survival space, she possessed the most relaxed and healing sleep ritual in the entire dinosaur kingdom. Her life was never about flying in the sky, but about building an absolute barrier on the cold ground with warmth, uninvaded by the outside world. Whenever night fell and the cold wind swept through the wasteland carrying withered fern leaves, this peculiar creature would return to her nest and begin a hypnotic magic trick of touch. That was not weakness, but a kind of profound peace granted to herself and the surrounding world through ultimate delicacy and encompassment in an extremely brutal era. There is no need to fight the sharp edges of this world. Now, please let your thoughts drift along with her slowly closing wings, sinking together into that constant temperature ancient dreamland. Destiny's fissure often appears in that first deep autumn frost during the changing of seasons. That year, the Patagonia Plateau of the Cretaceous period welcomed an unprecedented cold snap, and the originally warm air was replaced overnight by a killing chill. The Ununlagia stood at the edge of a yellowing Araucaria forest, the early morning frost condensing on her long snout, turning into wisps of white breath. She looked down at her slender forelimbs, where the feathers were long and draping, swaying gently with the ice-laden breeze, making fine rustling sounds like friction on silk. In the surrounding jungle, those hard-skinned dinosaurs, usually accustomed to rampaging through, were now fleeing in all directions due to the sudden drop in temperature, their scales clashing with sharp sounds against the frozen thickets. In this highly tense ecological reorganization, the Ununlagia did not participate in any useless territorial disputes. Her gaze remained fixed on those weak lives shivering in the cold wind. She saw primitive mammals frozen, unable to move at the roots of giant trees, and ancient birds whose wings were glued by frost, unable to take flight. The large predators covered in scales disdained these insignificant morsels of food, or only thought of crushing them beneath heavy footprints. But a natural instinct awoke within the Ununlagia's body, an instinct not of hunger, but of sensitivity to temperature, a tenderness looking for kind in the cold. She slightly crouched her signature half-bird body, extremely gently sweeping away the frost on the ground with the long feathers of her forelimbs, and began to build a haven capable of containing this winter. The process of building the nest was a long cultivation for the Ununlagia, transforming nature's roughness into ultimate delicacy. She wandered untiringly across the wasteland, using that long bill with fine serrations to carefully select the softest building materials in the entire forest. Not hard branches, nor flower stalks with stinging sensations, but layers upon layers of dry moss blown down by the autumn wind, and soft needles fallen from coniferous trees bearing a faint scent of pine resin. She stamped these materials solid with her foot claws and pressed them repeatedly with her body into the most perfect curve, until the nest presented a giant, deeply concave bowl shape. However, the true core of this nest was not those external plants, but the fluffy feathers on her own body obtained over millions of years of evolution. The midday sun shone into the forest with a trace of paleness. The Ununlagia sat quietly in the center of the nest and began to preen the long feathers on her chest and wings with her beak. That was a ritualistic process with a distinct rhythm, the tip of the beak sliding down the feather shaft, straightening the downy feathers clumped together by the cold one by one, allowing them to fill with air again. Following her preening, those feathers began to puff up like blown-up cotton candy, layer upon layer, forming a natural insulating layer in the air. The wind scraped past the treetops, making a sharp howl, but once close to the Ununlagia's nest, all sounds seemed to be absorbed by this layer of fluffy feathers, leaving only low, muffled thuds. In this prehistoric world full of power and strength maneuvering, she used such an extremely time-consuming, extremely restrained method to weave a silk duvet sufficient to resist the cold current of the era for herself. When the twilight, mixed with a deeper chill, completely swallowed the wasteland, the Ununlagia's nest began to radiate a unique life tension. She rested quietly in the nest, submissively curling her long tail by her side, her body stretched into a posture that was most relaxing. Right at this moment, those small creatures in the surrounding area facing desperation in the cold night, following the faint life temperature, began to gather toward this corner. An ancient bird with a damaged wing, completely lost in the dark night, bearing full body shivering, humbly moved to the edge of the nest. In the brutal logic of the daytime, such cross-species approach usually meant death, meant becoming a delicious meal in the other's mouth. But the Ununlagia only slightly opened those eyes that appeared incredibly gentle in the night gloom, calmly gazing at this uninvited guest, showing not a shred of hostility. On the contrary, she extremely slowly raised one of her forelimbs, that huge wing covered in silk-like long feathers resembling a slowly descending curtain. She did not use language, nor forceful movements, but simply responded to the flow of temperature in the air, taking this shivering small bird under her own wing. When that cold, stiff small body touched the 39°C constant temperature down feathers on the Ununlagia's skin surface, the small bird's originally rapid, terrified heartbeat miraculously slowed down within a few seconds. That was a tactile solace crossing species. In this unknown deep night, two distinctly different lives reached the quietest reconciliation under a bed of natural silk duvet. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the ancient wasteland struck up a freezing Cretaceous white noise. That was the soughing sound, resembling ocean waves, made by the wind blowing through tens of thousands of pine waves. The Ununlagia's nest had by now become a tiny micro-world constructed from temperature and trust. Besides the very first ancient bird, several small primitive mammals, struggling to survive beneath the feet of scaled dinosaurs, also squeezed in along the gaps in the feathers. They curled up on both sides of the Ununlagia's broad abdomen, burying their cold small noses into that thick, warm underbelly down feather that was like a high-end silk duvet. The Ununlagia slightly adjusted her posture. In order not to crush these fragile tenants, she precisely distributed her body's center of gravity across several thick bone support points. She began to breathe with her own specific rhythm. With every inhalation, her chest cavity slowly rose, those fluffy long feathers expanding accordingly, bringing up a very faint, warm flow of air. With every exhalation, her chest cavity sank gently, the long feathers folding layer upon layer, completely blocking the cold. Outside, radiating the animal's unique, reassuring faint body scent. In this rhythmic tactile rise and fall, all the small animals snuggled beside her completely abandoned their vigilance, their breathing gradually merging into one with the Ununlagia's breathing frequency. You could hear extremely delicate rustling sounds of long feathers rubbing together. That was a sound without any aggression, purer than any instrument invented by humans. This sound was amplified in the silent dark night, becoming an invisible hypnotic magnetic field, guiding every tightened nerve toward irreversible relaxation. This was the fragment closest to eternity in the entire long dark night. The Ununlagia used all her feathers to completely strip gravity and cold from this space. Her long and narrow head slowly drooped, gently resting upon the pile of fluffy long feathers of her forelimb, her eyelids presenting a warm and smooth texture under the illumination of the moonlight. Now, she no longer needed to maintain the vigilance of the daytime, nor did she need to think about where this epoch was heading. She was merely the guardian of this patch of warm land. Moonlight pierced through the sparse tree canopy, sprinkling on the edges of her layered feathers, halos of faint light resembling silver threads crowning those tiny barbules. Those small lives huddled in her embrace had already entered deep sleep completely, their small claws relaxed and open, their bodies rising and falling slightly with the Ununlagia's rise and fall. This ultimate sense of encompassment and lifting, through every contact between skin and feather, continuously diffused outward, as if the cold of the entire wasteland was being healed at this moment. The magic of touch lies precisely here. It does not require complex logic, does not require grand narratives, it only requires the purest physical contact to allow one to feel unconditional acceptance. The Ununlagia's body was stationary in the moonlight into a giant, constant temperature cloud, letting the outside world change as it may. Within this cloud there was forever only 39 degrees of attachment. Her destiny was sandwiched between the end of the dinosaurs and the rise of the birds, but on this ordinary deep autumn night, she transcended all evolutionary labels, leaving behind only pure tenderness. The sound of pine waves in the surroundings gradually lowered, the wind also seemed afraid of startling this prehistoric sound sleep, becoming lighter and lighter, softer and softer. When the eastern land began to faintly show the very first extremely restrained inner whiteness, this peculiar creature that was half bird, half beast finally completed her vigil over the dark night. Those small lives that spent the severe cold under her wing would depart quietly when dawn arrived, rethrowing themselves into their respective bustling yet brutal life trajectories. But they would forever remember that on that coldest deep autumn night of the Cretaceous period, there was once a huge, layered ancient silk duvet that blocked all frost for them. The Ununlagia's life left no earth-shattering fossil legends. The warmth she wove with feathers had already turned into nutrients for the soil in the millions of years of time. However, that physical memory regarding temperature, regarding encompassment, regarding complete relaxation, seemed to have been handed down to this very night through tiny evolutionary tentacles. If you are lying in your own bed right now, you might gently pull up your quilt, feeling that softness and thick comfort covering your skin. Imagine you are lying within the extremely fluffy, constant temperature comfortable long feathers of the Ununlagia, all anxiety, unease, and daytime fatigue completely insulated by this layer of feathers. Your body is becoming lighter and lighter, like a piece of fallen down feather, in the early morning breeze of ancient times, slowly, without any pressure, descending. The dark night has already passed, and that dreamland written with tenderness and encompassment has only just begun. The Ununlagia closed her eyes, and in the final silence before dawn, deeply, fell asleep. In the Mesozoic era, when the earth was trampled by fierce behemoths and the skies screeched with pterosaurs, there existed a peculiar form of life. It turned its back on the sun-drenched shallow seas and resolutely descended into the deep abyss, thousands of meters down, where even sound is swallowed whole. Its life was destined to be spent in ultimate darkness and eternal solitude. Yet, nature bestowed upon it a pair of tennis ball-sized eyes, a rarity in the entire history of life. making it the lone sentinel of the shadowy world. Tonight, by the gentle flicker of the hearth, let us immerse ourselves in this story, one you need not effort to remember, and step into the true lifetime of the Ophthalmosaurus. Try to slow your breathing, letting it match the cold, gentle tide as it creeps over your ankles, washing away all the anxieties and restlessness of the day. The tale we are about to tell is not a brutal story of predation and survival, but an ancient dream of seeking tranquility and gazing tenderly through the deepest dark. To paleontology's cold records, the name Ophthalmosaurus might just be a symbol filled with skeletal measurements. But within that dark blue deep sea of the Mesozoic, it was a solitary prowler, recording the silent history of the abyss with its beautiful, massive eyes. Now, the clamor of the world has receded, all things on land have fallen still, and our consciousness will slowly descend into the mysterious deep ocean alongside this gentle creature. To comprehend the solitude of the Ophthalmosaurus, we must first depart from the surface world where sunlight can pierce, and turn our gaze toward the extreme depths 500, 1,000, or even more meters beneath the waves. In that distant epoch known as the Jurassic, the surface ocean was a savage battlefield of survival, where countless massive marine reptiles clashed in the waves, churning up blood-red foam. Yet, the Ophthalmosaurus seemed weary of this ceaseless strife. Its anatomy underwent a long, resolute evolution, driven solely by the desire to flee the sunlight and dive deeper. Its body was streamlined like a flawless, hydrodynamic droplet, its limbs reduced to supple flippers that could sway in the water without creating a single ripple. Most astonishing of all were its eyes, which occupied nearly the entire skull, an extraordinary organ forced to evolve for survival in twilight or complete darkness. Encased around each eyeball was a sclerotic ring made of several delicate bones, acting like a refined suit of armor to protect the fragile organs from the crushing pressure of the deep sea. As the Ophthalmosaurus began its descent into the depths at dusk, the water shifted from bright azure to heavy indigo, eventually dissolving into a boundless pitch black. The din of the shallow waters and the competition of its peers faded away. When the last sliver of sunlight was severed by miles of water, the world finally became silent. In this realm devoid of wind and wave noise, the Ophthalmosaurus gently opened its tender, giant eyes, and began to weave its own destiny in the dark. At the threshold of the abyssal zone, the darkness is not a dead silence, but a fluid poetry tinged with faint bioluminescence. The Ophthalmosaurus's tennis ball-sized eyes possessed a light-gathering power beyond human imagination, capable of capturing the faintest quantum transitions in the dark. In its sight, the deep-sea's specialized glowing jellyfish and ancient squids shimmering with ghostly green light became like stars scattered across the night sky, painting the quiet abyss into a dreamlike cosmos. It navigated through these drifting lights, its massive body weightless in the absence of gravitational pull, floating slowly with every movement as if drifting through outer space. Sometimes, it would hover suspended at a certain depth, cradled by the cold, gentle currents, its large eyes, devoid of a focused pupils yet radiating a soft tenderness, gazing blankly at the distant glimmers. Here, time seemed to lose all meaning. There was no cycle of sunrise and sunset, only the endless brushing of currents and the steady, slow thumping of its own heart. It had no need to remain hypervigilant like the dinosaurs on land, nor did it need to roar in anger over territory. The deep ocean embraced this lonely creature with its infinite tolerance. With every passing breath, the water pressure kissed its smooth skin, offering a heavy yet comforting sense of security, much like a thick blanket on a winter night. The Ophthalmosaurus was like a solitary traveler taking a late-night stroll, unhurried and unbothered, savoring the ultimate serenity of a world without noise. However, every choice carries a price. The Ophthalmosaurus's infatuation with silence and darkness meant it had to endure the ultimate loneliness of life. As a reptile that returned to the ocean from the land, its biology still retained the ancient traits of live birth, yet it chose the coldest, most desolate edge of the abyss as its nursery and sanctuary. In the vast, featureless deep sea, the meeting of two Ophthalmosauruses often required hundreds of days of waiting and the serendipitous alignment of ocean currents. They possessed no complex language to broadcast notes of longing through the dark. Their only reliance was a familiar, massive shadow occasionally flickering at the edge of their vision. When two Ophthalmosauruses crossed paths in the faint blue glow, they did not entwine fiercely like shallow water creatures. Instead, they would swim side by side for a long distance, their massive eyes reflecting each other's form. That companionship was intensely restrained, no sound, no touch, only the quiet understanding and warmth of confronting the boundless darkness together in the icy water. When this fleeting bond reached its end, as one turned upward to chase plankton and the other dove into a deeper canyon, they would slowly part ways. There were no sorrowful goodbyes, no frantic glances backward. They merely flicked their tail fins, slipped back into their respective black worlds, and wrapped themselves in solitude once more. This sense of destiny repeated throughout the Ophthalmosaurus's lifetime, causing its gaze to grow gentler and more profound over the long years. As the pendulum of life swung toward its end, the Ophthalmosaurus would welcome its curtain call in the most ritualistic manner. The giant eyes that had spent a lifetime watching the deep-sea glimmers began to dim, and the sensitive photoreceptor cells upon its retina went out one by one, like dying stars in the night sky. It knew it could no longer precisely track the paths of glowing squids, nor maintain its perfect equilibrium against the surging currents, but it felt no fear. In its final moments, the Ophthalmosaurus made a final choice. It stopped fighting to flap its flippers toward the surface for air, and completely relaxed its body. Its immense, warm form, which had carved countless elegant arcs in the deep ocean, began to sink under the pull of gravity at an incredibly slow pace, drifting toward the absolute bottom of the abyss where not even a glimmer exists. It was a long and peaceful descent that could take days or even weeks. As it sank, it seemed to be whispering a final farewell to the ocean that had nurtured it for a lifetime. Water currents passed through its hollow yet still gentle eye sockets, carrying away the last traces of life's warmth, while its soul seemed to have long dissolved into the surrounding blue void. The world above was still experiencing the destruction and rebirth of the dinosaur era. Comets might be ripping through the sky, volcanoes might be spewing fire, but none of this mattered to the descending soul anymore. With an almost eternal grace, the Ophthalmosaurus settled into the soft silt of the seafloor, becoming the most ancient and tender whale fall of the deep, sustaining smaller lives in the darkness. 100 million years later, when we excavate the massive fossilized sclerotic ring of the Ophthalmosaurus from the cold rock layers, we can still feel that tranquil power piercing through time. Those tennis ball-sized eyes, though long transformed into cold, lifeless stone, have left the deep sea they once beheld and the solitude they once embraced embedded in the deepest memory of the earth. It answers the riddle of why some life forms walk into the dark. Some creatures come into this world not to conquer, nor to shine, but merely to exist tenderly in a place unknown to anyone. Now, the story of the Ophthalmosaurus has come to a close, and that dark blue ocean from 100 million years ago has transformed into the safest, most comfortable sleep sanctuary around you. Free from the clamor of the day and the clutter of work, you are just like that Ophthalmosaurus gliding through the abyssal depths, possessing a pair of gentle eyes that can ignore the darkness and see only beauty. The air around you grows lighter, your blanket feels like a gentle current, wrapping you snugly yet softly, bringing you ultimate peace. The sparks in the hearth have burned out, leaving only a faint, residual warmth guarding this night, like the most distant, healing bioluminescence in the deep sea. Please close your eyes with peace of mind, and let your consciousness drift into the depths of this ancient dreamscape, where there is no noise, only boundless serenity. May you shed all your weariness under the watch of the Ophthalmosaurus's gentle gaze, and fall into the deepest, sweetest sleep. Good night, and may you have a beautiful dream of the deep sea, of silence, and of tenderness. In that distant era, long before the earth was disturbed by the clamor of humanity, there lived a creature that interpreted the weight of existence in the most extreme way. It was not a pterosaur drifting lightly through the sky, nor a predator darting nimbly through the jungle, but a titan that rooted its feet deep into the soil. Science has left it with a somewhat clumsy name, Barapasaurus. Tonight, let us sit by the flickering hearth and, with this story you need not strive to remember, wander into its true life. Its existence was, in itself, an ancient paradox of gravity and relaxation. Possessing the thickest, heaviest feet in the entire dinosaur kingdom, it was nonetheless gentle by nature, spending its life avoiding any unnecessary conflict or vibration. The world always assumes that immensity means oppression and danger, little knowing that within that 30-ton body was wrapped the deepest tenderness for this world. Every step it took was like a deep breath from the earth, steady, slow, carrying a sense of stability that invited unconditional trust. As night fell and starlight scattered like gold dust over the swamps and forests of the early Jurassic, this giant beast began its most soothing ritual of the day. Without needing to fight gravity or escape it, it simply yielded to nature's design, preparing to rest this heavy life in the softest of sanctuaries. The story begins with the first glimmer of dawn, the starting point where the Barapasaurus sought balance amidst the day's pressures. In that age known as the early Jurassic, upon the ancient lands of the Indian subcontinent, the vegetation was dense enough to stifle. Emerging from a long semi-slumber, the Barapasaurus raised its small head, its long cervical vertebrae tracing an agonizingly slow arc through the air. What it felt first was not hunger, nor the scent of surrounding predators, but the gravitational pull of the earth beneath its feet. Those four limbs, as thick as the stone pillars of an ancient temple, supported its incomparable weight, each joint bearing the heaviness of life. It had no razor-sharp teeth like a Tyrannosaurus, nor a majestic frill like a Triceratops. All it had was the most unreserved contact between its soles and the earth. It began to step forward, a slow motion that might even seem comical to an onlooker. First, it slowly lifted its front left limb, the muscles tightening and relaxing rhythmically beneath the coarse skin, followed by a long suspension in the air, before finally settling onto the fallen leaves and soil. There was no earth-shattering boom, only the crackle of leaves crushing under immense pressure, a rustling whisper like a perfectly rhythmic white noise. This gait was a wisdom forged over millions of years of evolution. By walking slowly enough, the body's center of mass could find its safest alignment within the heavy bulk. The midday sun pierced through the impenetrable coniferous forest, bringing scorching temperatures that made every step of the Barapasaurus even more deliberate. It was one of the world's most absolute herbivores. Those towering cycads and giant ferns were its sole reliance. To sustain the operations of its massive frame, it needed to feed constantly, yet this process of consumption held not a shred of haste. With teeth that were far from sharp, it gently stripped tree bark and tore away thick leaves, its massive throat making a dull, gurgling sound as it swallowed. The surrounding jungle was not always peaceful. Occasionally, swift, small predators would scurry past its massive feet, stirring a breeze of panic. Yet the Barapasaurus merely stood still, like a brown hill overgrown with moss, coolly observing all the anxiety of the world around it. Those creatures that bustled, bit, and screamed for survival were, in the vast dimension of its long life, nothing more than fleeting ripples. Its small brain seemed incapable of holding too much fear or calculation, only a pure perception of fullness and tranquility in the present moment. The blazing sun baked the thick skin of its back as it began to journey toward a water source, for only within a warm marsh could its body weight find a temporary physical salvation. It was so tired, a fatigue born not from running, but from confronting the Earth's gravity, day after day, year after year, in the quietest defiance. As the setting sun painted the ancient horizon in a rich orange red, the Barapasaurus finally arrived at the serene river of its dreams. Under the fading glow, the river rippled with a gentle light, resembling a vast, primordial mirror that had not yet solidified. Slowly, it immersed its thick legs into the warm water, and in that instant, the buoyancy of the current began to lift its heavy abdomen and limbs. You could hear the water lapping gently against its immense body, a soft reward from nature as gravity was partially surrendered. It closed its eyes, letting the current wash away the dried mud and parasitic insects from its soles, as every cell in its body began to broadcast signals of release. In that dog-eat-dog era, water sources often meant danger and ambush, but at this moment, no living soul dared disturb a Barapasaurus enjoying its peace. Its sheer mass became its most impenetrable shield, granting it the right to maintain absolute elegance and composure even as darkness approached. It stood motionless in the water for a very long time, until the last streak of twilight was swallowed by the ink-blue night sky, and the first star quietly lit up overhead. It knew that the day's journey was over, and the time belonged to it. The moment to completely return all its weight to the earth had finally arrived. The Barapasaurus slowly stepped ashore, water droplets cascading from its rough skin, stamping small, damp prints upon the dry grass. The night wind began to cool, dispelling the heat of the day, leaving the air rich with the fragrance of earth, pine resin, and damp ferns. It began to search for its sanctuary for the night, a space that had to be open enough and soft enough to embrace the entirety of its weight. Its gaze fell upon a carpet of ferns, woven from countless fallen ancient trees and thick moss, shimmering with a faint green luster under the moonlight. It did not lie down immediately. Instead, with agonizingly slow steps, it circled the spot a few times, using its massive feet to gently test the ground's softness. With each step, the earth gave way into a deep depression, before bouncing back slowly against the plant's elasticity, producing a comforting, muffled thud. This immensely patient search and trial was its indispensable pre-sleep ritual, its unique way of soothing its nerves. The surrounding forest fell completely silent, save for the occasional cry of an unknown insect in the distance. There was only its own breath, steady and long, like a bellows. Now, the preparations were complete. It halted, standing firmly in the center of this perfect mattress, as all its muscles began their final adjustments. This was the most breathtaking yet tender moment of the entire Jurassic night. The Barapasaurus was preparing to let go of all its gravity. First, it slowly bent the joints of its forelimbs. Those legs that seemed to prop up the heavens began lowering their height inch by inch, sending its center of gravity into a steep tilt. You could hear the dull friction of bones and joints within its body, not a groan of pain, but the unbuckling of bones after a long day of labor. As the forelimbs knelt, its massive chest was the first to touch that thick, cool, and soft layer of ferns. Next came the hind limbs. Those two pillars, the heaviest in the entire dinosaur kingdom, completely lost their tension at this moment, sliding submissively to either side of its body. With a low rumble, that 30-ton colossal frame, in an attitude almost like prayer, flattened itself completely into the embrace of the earth. It was not a fall, but an internal, unreserved surrender, as if it had always been a part of this earth and was now simply returning home. The earth trembled slightly, followed by an endless silence, as all the vegetation wrapped tightly around its underbelly and limbs under the great pressure. The sensation of being fully enveloped by soil and plants insulated it from all the cold and unease of the outside world, bringing an unparalleled sense of safety. Its long neck finally went limp, slumping onto the grass like an exhausted serpent, quietly enjoying the cradling support of Mother Earth. Now, the Barapasaurus had fully dissolved into the night. It was no longer a traveler defying gravity, but had become a hill upon the landscape. The moonlight poured unreservedly across its immense gray back, which rose and fell rhythmically with its breathing, like a silver blanket. Tonight, we witnessed how it used the heaviest of feet to walk out the lightest rhythm of life, and we saw how 30 tons of weight could dissolve into nothingness in an instant. Its story held no grand wars, no heart-stopping escapes, only an acquiescence to gravity and an honest acceptance of fatigue. If you are lying in a warm bed right now, you might try to do as it did, surrender all your body's weight to the mattress beneath you. Imagine your limbs becoming as heavy and solid as the feet of the Barapasaurus, and then, in a single moment, let that heaviness go completely. Allow the mattress to cradle you deeply, let the silence of the night submerge you like a rising tide, and feel that ultimate weightlessness and emptiness after gravity vanishes. The ancient wind has blown across millions of years, carrying away all the noise, leaving only this dreamscape filled with peace. The Barapasaurus closed its massive eyelids, its breathing growing slower and deeper. Sleep now, in this night guarded by an ancient titan, peacefully, deeply, sleep. In the history of paleontology spanning several centuries, some creatures are destined to remain eternal enigmas. They once walked upon the earth with absolute reality, leaving heavy footprints and solid bones, yet in the most violent catastrophe of human civilization, their final remains vanished into ash. This is not merely a scientific regret, it feels more like a secret belonging to the night, deliberately hidden by destiny. Tonight, by the gentle flicker of the hearth, let us immerse ourselves in this story, one you need not effort to remember, and step into the true lifetime of this ancient creature. Please try to let your body stretch and loosen, as if sinking into the warm and soft grass of a prehistoric world. The protagonist we are about to speak of is named Bahariosaurus, a mysterious, giant behemoth with barely a complete record in the academic archives. During countless days filled with the clamor and strife of war, the world argued relentlessly and filled itself with anxiety trying to unearth its clues. But when the curtain of night pulls open and all disputes fall silent, it steps soundlessly out from the tattered pages of history, walking with thick, gentle strides toward every soul yearning for tranquility. It is not the cold tyrant of a documentary, but the most tender, most restrained guardian of dreams in this long night. Now, please completely cast aside the weariness of the day, follow this soothing evening breeze, and enter the unknown, eternal world of this dinosaur. The starting point of the story is not a vibrant, prehistoric continent from 100 million years ago, but an extremely cold night of destruction in human history. It was the spring of 1944. Swarms of bombers ripped through the night skies of European cities, and a rain of bombs exploded directly over a museum housing countless ancient treasures. Amidst the roaring flames and tumbling ruins, a priceless fossil of a massive theropod dinosaur discovered in Egypt's Bahariya oasis fractured soundlessly in the intense heat, ultimately dissolving into drifting gray ash. The paleontologist who had personally excavated it from the desert could only watch through the smoke of war in absolute despair as this grand life perished completely from human records. From that moment on, Bahariosaurus became a bodiless phantom in the real world, and people could only guess at its past majesty and size through a few yellowed, fading sketch plates. The sting of this destruction echoed through academia for nearly a century, draping a heavy, sorrowful shroud over the dinosaur's destiny. Yet perhaps, this was the exact resting place Bahariosaurus chose for itself. Through that fire, it severed all ties with cold human study, measurements, and exhibition. It returned its bones to the fire and its name to legend, while its massive, warm soul gained liberation, fading back into the eternal silence that belonged to it. In this deep night, as we bring it to mind once more, we no longer need to carry the weight of facing a relic. Instead, we should welcome it like an old friend, thanking it for choosing the most unadulterated form of vanishing amidst the noise. If we journey upstream along the river of time, piercing the long mists of centuries, we arrive at the mid-Cretaceous period 100 million years ago, the true home of the Bahariosaurus. It was a land known as the Sahara, but back then it held none of today's barren fury. Instead, it was a warm paradise swathed in dense mangrove forests and crisscrossing rivers. Bahariosaurus lived within this world thick with water vapor. Its form was long and elegant, its skeletal lines carrying a rare lightness within its massive frame. Under the blazing midday sun, this land was a battleground of raw power, where countless fierce peers unleashed deafening roars along the riverbanks for territory. Yet, Bahariosaurus seemed possessed of an innate restraint. It rarely participated in those meaningless struggles, habitually sheltering in the deepest shadows of the dense forest during the day. It watched the sunlight filter through the gaps in the leaves, scattering dappled patterns across its dark, rough, yet supple skin, and listened to the distant river water beating unhurriedly against the muddy shores. Its era labeled it a megapredator, but its inner heart was like this harbor embraced by mangroves, perfectly calm without a single ripple. Its limbs were long and powerful, but with every step it took, it deliberately used its thick footpads to dissolve any inner haste, letting its body weight merge softly into the earth. In this uncompeting stillness, its body felt the most primitive nurturing of nature, its bones flowing with the steadiness and tolerance of that ancient time. It gathered inner quiet during the day, for its senses were growing sharper, waiting for the stage that truly belonged to it, that ancient night of unadulterated, deep indigo stillness. As the final glimmer of sunset burns out on the distant horizon, the entire Cretaceous swamp forest submissively sinks into the embrace of the night. With the arrival of nightfall, the air that had been tightly strung by daytime heat and competition begins to turn cool and moist, filled with the fragrance of earth and plant roots. Bahariosaurus slowly stands up from the deep shade where it rested, its long tail tracing an exceptionally elegant and stable arc in the air to maintain its body's perfect equilibrium. At this moment, it restrains all its aggression as a massive beast. Its deep, gentle eyes shimmer with a soft glow in the darkness, like two lanterns capable of seeing through all mists. It begins its stroll through the midnight forest. Its movements are so slow, each lift and placement of its feet seeming to pass through the deep deliberation of time. The night wind brushes over its massive frame, carrying away the lingering heat of the day, leaving behind only a cool, comfortable sensation like soft silk in the deep night. The surrounding prehistoric plants, bathed in moonlight, quietly unfurl their leaves, releasing an incredibly faint rustling that can only be heard in ultimate stillness. As Bahariosaurus passes through these tender greens, it deliberately lowers its stance, carefully avoiding small, soundly sleeping mammals and newly hatched chicks. In this world entirely devoid of noise, it senses a boundless freedom. It no longer needs to play the part of the savage prehistoric monster in human eyes, it is merely the quietest traveler of this night. Using its massive and broad frame, it steps upon the night to make it steadier, gathering the surrounding space into the safest, most sheltered harbor of peace. In the long course of paleontological research, people always try to reconstruct the brutality of dinosaurs using cold skeletal data, often ignoring the tenderness that living beings possess for one another. Though Bahariosaurus was a massive beast exceeding 10 meters in length, the gentleness it displayed in the deep night was enough to soothe the restlessness of the entire forest. Sometimes, when the storm ceased and the moonlight fell like silver across the rippling river surface, it would quietly squat down beside a massive, ancient macrozamia tree. It would fully fold its stout hind limbs, pressing its heavy, grounding belly tightly against the warm earth, letting the kindness of the soil seep through its skin into its weary bones. Beside it, many small animals that had fled frantically during the day, overflowing with terror, would slowly crawl toward it upon sensing the absolute security radiated by this living mountain. They nested beside its toes, which were broad as the earth, curled up to sleep within its shadow that acted like a windbreak wall, and some brave prehistoric insects would even rest quietly upon its long snout. Bahariosaurus simply watched these tiny lives, its breathing becoming exceptionally steady and slow, each inhalation and exhalation drawn out long and light. It dared not breathe with force, terrified that its heavy respirations might awaken these defenseless dreamers. It merely used its body heat to weave an invisible cradle in the cold night air. This wonderful tension across species and vast differences in strength appeared so harmonious in the Cretaceous night, revealing a fate and mercy that could bring tears to one's eyes. In this moment, Bahariosaurus truly completed its metamorphosis. It was no longer a dinosaur waiting to be defined by humans, but the firmest yet gentlest sentinel of the dark upon this suffering earth. Yet, the wheels of time turn ruthlessly forward, and even a guardianship this tender must eventually face its final chapter in the prehistoric era. After experiencing countless tranquil nights, the mangroves of the Sahara began to recede due to tectonic shifts. The once moist rivers slowly dried up, and the prosperity of the mid-Cretaceous was drawing its curtain closed piece by piece. But Bahariosaurus showed no panic. When confronting the compression of its environment and the turning points of destiny, it maintained that exact composure and calm cultivated in the deep night. During the final period of its life, it became more attached to the darkness than ever before, for it knew that its allotted time was draining away slowly like sand in an hourglass. It walked for the last time through the remnants of the already withering mangroves, its immense footprints carving deeply into the soil that was bound to become desert, like a final letter left to this land. On a midnight filled with a canopy of stars, it came to the old channel of its favorite river, calmly lying down upon a patch of grass that had already turned yellow. It released no sorrowful cry, nor did it engage in any painful struggle. It merely rested that massive, heavy head gently upon the solid earth, listening for the last time to the murmurs of plant roots traveling from deep underground. It slowly closed its eyes. The moonlight fell across its body, which was gradually losing its warmth, like a vast blanket woven of pure silver, wrapping its entire life snugly and completely. Over the subsequent tens of millions of years, its flesh vanished, its bones turned to stone, and then turned to ash in the fires of human war, yet this will of guardianship was perfectly captured and retained within the dimension of the night. It never truly left. The moment it was erased from reality, it moved into the deepest, purest dreams of humanity, becoming an unquenchable, warm light. The warm swamp from 100 million years ago and that destructive fire from 1944 have both become fading glimmers of the past, unable to stir ripples in the long river of history. Tonight, the massive frame of the Bahariosaurus, which can never be measured by humans, has transformed into the safest, most comfortable sleep sanctuary around you. It answers the riddle of vanishing and eternity. Some lives cannot be frozen in reality because they belong to a higher dimension, and their name is guardianship. Now, the world's clamor has completely exited the stage. All anxieties, resentments, and pressures can be safely laid down within this night guarded by the life of the Bahariosaurus. You no longer need to ponder tomorrow's problems, nor do you need to stress over answers you cannot get. You are just like those tiny lives that curled up to sleep by the giant's feet in the prehistoric midnight 100 million years ago, possessing the most absolute safety and serenity. Your bed is that warm prehistoric grass, your blanket is that gentle moonlight, and your breathing is slowly merging into the rhythm of this gentle hermit. The sparks in the hearth are dancing weaker and weaker, the final trace of residual warmth flowing silently through the room like a whisper of a soft goodnight kiss. Please completely relax every nerve, letting your consciousness sink into the depths of this ancient dreamscape, where there is no noise, only boundless embrace. Under the unknown, tender watch of the Bahariosaurus, may you shed all heavy burdens and sink into the deepest, sweetest sleep. Good night, and may you have a beautiful dream of prehistoric times, of silence, and of eternal guardianship. When the fossil in the soil first revealed its true form in the rock strata of western Liaoning, it sent a shudder through the entire paleontological world that remains unsolved to this day. Sharp fangs, a peculiar maxillary sinus structure, and that deep, eerie groove on the surface of its teeth, everything seemed to point to a terrifying conclusion. It was named Sinornithosaurus, a feathered dinosaur hunter suspected by the scientific community of possessing lethal venom glands. In countless scientific deductions and documentaries, it always hides in the shadows of tropical rainforests, using venom to bring a cold and painful death to its prey. However, when we strip away millions of years of prejudice and brush away the heavy dust on the rock layers, the truth that occurred on those distant Cretaceous nights has an extreme tenderness that is quite the opposite. Tonight, let us, with the gently flickering hearth and this story you need not try hard to remember, walk into its true life. In that ancient world undisturbed by humans and where starlight was as pure as water, the secret of Sinornithosaurus was never associated with killing. On the contrary, when night completely shrouded that ancient volcanic forest, its true talent would quietly awaken in the deepest darkness. That so-called toxin that terrified all living creatures was actually a sleeping potion mixed personally by the Creator to comfort the entire forest. Whenever the first star rose in the night sky, Sinornithosaurus would unfold its wings with delicate feathers and begin to weave one beautiful dream after another among the treetops. Cretaceous western Liaoning was a land full of upheaval and vitality, where the roar of volcanoes often broke the tranquility of the day. Searing magma and widespread volcanic ash meant the air was always suffused with a faint smell of sulfur, and the competition for survival here was particularly brutal. During the day, Sinornithosaurus always hid carefully among dense ginkgo and cycad thickets. Its body was not massive, even somewhat slender. Its mottled feathers appeared a nearly dull grayish-brown in the sunlight, allowing it to blend perfectly with the dry bark and dead leaves around it. Other predators chased and roared frantically through the forest, biting and tearing until they bled just for a tiny space to survive. But Sinornithosaurus always seemed detached from this frenzy. There was no fury in its eyes, only an innate, overly calm restraint. Due to the distinctiveness of its body structure, its movements during the day even seemed somewhat sluggish, and it was often ostracized and misunderstood by its own kind. In the eyes of other dinosaurs, this fellow with useless fangs who did not like to fight was simply a complete anomaly. It would often lie quietly on conifer branches more than 10 meters high, its long tail hanging down along the tree trunk, letting the day's commotion surge past below like a tide. It was waiting for the moment when sunlight would retreat completely below the horizon, because only darkness was the stage where its soul truly awakened. When the last sliver of twilight was swallowed by the night sky, the Cretaceous forest began to fall into a slightly uneasy silence. Darkness did not bring absolute safety. Instead, it made many diurnal dinosaurs more anxious, and they made uneasy low calls in the undergrowth. Just at this time, Sinornithosaurus, lying on an ancient broadleaf tree, slowly opened its eyes, its pupils quietly dilating in the darkness. A marvelous change began to occur to it. This was ancient magic that no one had ever seen during the day. Its naturally dull feathers actually began to light up from the roots, inch by inch, with an extremely faint, extremely gentle purple fluorescence. It was not a piercing bright light, but a shadowy aura like violets blooming in the night, with a jade-like texture. As the fluorescence spread, the tissue in its upper jaw, called venom glands by later generations, began to secrete faster. It was a transparent liquid capable of emitting a strange and clear fragrance. This fragrance was not overwhelming, it mixed in the cool night wind, like the quiet scent of soil after rain combined with ancient wood. Sinornithosaurus straightened up slightly, it lightly preened the feathers on its chest and wings with its sharp claws, its movements as gentle as caressing porcelain. As it preened, those tiny scales attached to the feathers began to fall off, stained with fluorescence and fragrance, turning into fine powder visible to the naked eye. The wind in the forest became exceptionally gentle at this time, as if also cooperating with the ritual Sinornithosaurus was about to begin. It stood on a thick branch extending horizontally into mid-air, its body leaning forward slightly, its long tail maintaining perfect balance. It slowly, and at an extremely slow frequency, began to flap its feathered wings, without making any flapping noises. With every rising and falling of its wings, millions of faint purple incandescent powders drifted down from the treetops in a sweeping manner. These powders drew elegant arcs in the night sky, like silent purple snowflakes that would only descend in the deep night. They passed through dense pine needles, through giant cycad leaves, and softly fell on those creatures that were anxious in their nests. A Psittacosaurus that was naturally shivering with fear of predators suddenly relaxed its tense body the moment it touched this purple powder. It took a deep breath of the quiet fragrance suffusing the air, its eyelids became incredibly heavy, and it finally submissively buried its head into its warm wings. Sinornithosaurus gazed at all this condescendingly from the treetop. There was no predatory greed in its layers of eyes, only an elder-like kindness and concern. Its magic was spreading across the entire western Liaoning forest, completely erasing the day's anxiety, fear, and fatigue from this land. Inch by inch, the power of the hypnotic fluorescent toxin reached its peak in the deep night. The entire forest, usually unbearably noisy, was now so quiet that only the breath of the breeze could be heard. Those predators that were savage on ordinary days also could not resist this gentle call from on high at this time, and one after another fell into a deep sleep behind huge rocks. Their bodies rose and fell evenly with their breathing, and all vigilance and hostility were gently dissolved at this moment by Sinornithosaurus's powder. Sinornithosaurus stopped flapping its wings, it lay back on its own branch, the purple light around its body still quietly flashing. It was not in a hurry to sleep, as a dream weaver, it had to wait in solitude for this long beautiful dream created entirely by it. The volcano in the distance was still spitting red tongues of fire, but against the purple glimmer, even that blazing magma seemed to become quiet and tame. Sinornithosaurus closed one eye and continued to gaze at the infinite night sky with its other large eye, where the Milky Way was pouring down like a waterfall. What was it thinking about? Perhaps it thought of nothing, it was just immersed in this absolute tranquility that transcended species and transcended life and death. Time and space seemed to lose their concepts in this forest. A minute and 10,000 years had no essential difference here. Its heartbeat frequency also began to become extremely slow, every beat steady and strong, maintaining a perfect synchronization with the ancient pulse of this young planet. This deep night vigil was not without cost. Whenever the first ray of dawn appeared on the horizon, the magic would begin to fade. As the temperature rose, the purple fluorescence on Sinornithosaurus's feathers began to grow fainter and fainter, finally changing back again into that unremarkable grayish-brown. That strange and clear fragrance that brought peace to the mind also gradually dissipated in the morning mist, replaced by the dampness and vitality of a new day. The creatures in the forest began to open their eyes one after another. They felt unprecedentedly refreshed, but no one knew what happened last night. They would only think it was another ordinary night where they slept particularly sweetly, and then continue to throw themselves into a new round of the cruel competition for survival. Sinornithosaurus buried its head deeply within its own wings. It felt a wave of deep fatigue belonging to after the night. During the day, it would once again become that small dinosaur misunderstood by its own kind, spied on by natural enemies, and appearing somewhat clumsy and lonely. It had to endure the glare of sunlight, endure the clamor of the day, and all kinds of infamy bestowed upon it by later scientists. But it did not feel aggrieved by this, because in its dull memory, as long as there were nights, it possessed the power to protect the entire forest. Those lives that had been comforted by its purple light, although they never thanked it during the day, their safe survival was the best echo for it. Millions of years of time were like a long storm, turning the Cretaceous forest, volcanoes, and Sinornithosaurus's body all into cold stone. When human experts study those grooves on its teeth under a microscope, they will never be able to detect those gentle fluorescent powders that once existed. Science can only record its skeletal length, record its sharp fangs and claws, and classify it as a dangerous, venomous primitive dinosaur. But this not matter? Real history never just written in cold academic papers, it remains more in every quiet night. That purple fluorescence that once spread across the western Liaoning forest has actually never truly disappeared, it has passed through a tunnel of tens of millions of years of time and space and come to your side. Now, please turn your head and look out the window. Is not that deep night sky the same vault that Sinornithosaurus gazed at back then? Tonight's breeze, there seems also to be a whiff of faint ancient fragrance, that is it crossing time and space, softly flapping its soft wings. Those purple hypnotic powders are currently turning into this low and slow voiceover, quietly falling by your pillow, smoothing all your fatigue. You no longer need to feel anxious for tomorrow, nor do you need to deal with the day's commotion. In this room, you are absolutely safe. Close your eyes, and with that gentle Sinornithosaurus, loosen all your defenses and sink into this sweetest dreamland woven by ancient starlight. Good night. In that Jurassic world dominated by sky-blocking behemoths, all the laws of survival seem to celebrate the immense and the heavy. Yet, right beneath the feet of giants weighing tens of tons, lived a tiny dinosaur the size of a chicken, as exquisitely crafted as a piece of nature's fine art. Its life under the blazing day sun was like an endless, high-speed race, its movements as agile as a flash of lightning. Tonight, by the gentle flicker of the hearth, let us immerse ourselves in this story, one you need not effort to remember, and step into the true lifetime of this ancient creature. The tiny friend we are about to meet is named Compsognathus, an ancient sprite that was always on the move, its nerves forever in a state of high excitement. During countless days driven by the instinct to survive, it had to rely on ceaseless, agile leaps and rapid weaving to exist within the narrow spaces between giants. That long-term neural tension, kept tight to avoid being trampled and to capture insects, made it a little dinosaur that barely knew the meaning of relaxation. Yet the story, in a quiet midnight drenched in moonlight, does the exact opposite, arranging the most unbelievable and exceptionally tender solace of its life. When the world's clamor completely recedes, a wisp of ancient nectar carrying a strange fragrance will quietly melt all its defenses, leading it into an unimaginable realm of peace. Now, the pace of the world has slowed down. Please try, alongside the Compsognathus, to cast off the anxieties born from the endless chase of the day, and begin this ancient journey toward the deepest sleep. In the late Jurassic Solnhofen archipelago of Europe, the daytime sun was fierce and generous, making the pristine sand of the lagoon beaches glisten softly. The air here was forever thick with the saltiness of seawater and the characteristic dry scent of volcanic ash, a refined world composed of countless tiny islands. Compsognathus was standing within the shadow of a massive tree fern leaf. Its chicken-sized body, honed by years of high-speed running, possessed muscle lines that were exceptionally compact and elastic. Its hind limbs were long and slender, its elongated tail slightly adjusting its balance in the air, and within its large, bright eyes flickered an unceasing alertness and tension. As one of the most diminutive predators on this ocean island, its life was a brutal race against time, leaving no room for a single moment of distraction. It had to weave through the rock-strewn intertidal zones when the sun was at its most intense, using incredibly agile movements to capture fleeing prehistoric dragonflies and lizards. Its nerves were pulled tight during the day like a fully drawn bowstring, each heartbeat accompanied by rapidly flowing blood, so much so that even the slightest rustle of grass would make it spring away instantly. The shadows cast by pterosaurs soaring high in the sky and the rolling tremors of the earth as a distant brachiosaurus walked squeezed the tiny soul of this little life at every single moment. During countless days, the word tranquility never crossed the mind of the Compsognathus. The pressure of survival forced it to become an untiring, unstoppable piece of fine machinery. It ran, leaped, and guarded unceasingly under the island's harsh sun, consuming its fragile energy in extreme haste and excitement, until the night began to use its broad palms to smooth away the scorched anxiety of this beach piece by piece. When that sun which brought endless clamor to the land finally sank beneath the deep western ocean horizon, the Jurassic lagoon coast welcomed its tenderest transformation. The evening breeze swept across the beach, bringing the coolness and moisture of the sea, slowly cooling the white sand that had been baked hot during the day. Those violent behemoths and noisy birds of the day submissively lay down under the solace of the night, letting their breath become heavy and slow. In this very moment, the entire coastline truly returned to silence, save for the highly regular sighs of the tide lapping against the rocks. Compsognathus slowly walked out from a thicket of bushes. Stripped of those fatal daytime threats and the piercing glare, its nerves, which had been tightly strung for an entire day, felt an unprecedented loosening. It no longer needed to sprint like lightning. Instead, it stepped upon the fine, cool sand, shifting its steps unhurriedly forward. The moonlight, like a thin veil of silver, tenderly draped over its dark, smooth skin, drawing its long shadow into an exceptionally soothing line across the beach. In this midnight devoid of any excess heat, its eyes, which usually stared wide in terror, now began to reveal a touch of the night's gentleness. It strolled along the shore, each step accompanied by the faint rustling of shifting sand, and that grounding sensation against its soles felt like a silent reward from nature. Its massive, complicated daytime world was condensed by the darkness into this refined beach belonging only to itself, no competition, no clamor, only boundless, tender companionship. Just as the Compsognathus puddled aimlessly along the coastline, an exceptionally peculiar fragrance, never smelled during the day, quietly drifted into its nostrils along the cool evening breeze. It was a sweet blend of ancient gymnosperm resin combined with the crisp, cool aroma characteristic of prehistoric flowers blooming at night. Drawn by this scent, Compsognathus slowly entered a silent, moonlit woodland. It saw that at the center of an immense, primeval flower that looked as if it were overflowing with moonlight, a few crystal-clear drops of nocturnal nectar rested quietly. Within this deeply tranquil atmosphere, driven by curiosity and instinct, the little dinosaur slowly leaned forward, using its pointed snout to gently lap a single drop of that richly fragrant ancient nectar. It possessed an unimaginably rich texture, carrying the warmth of the soil and the silence of the night, melting slowly across its tongue and traveling down its throat into its stomach. Almost the exact instant the nectar entered its belly, an unspeakable warmth and relief, like a hot spring, immediately spread from its abdomen out to its limbs and bones. It was a wondrous sensation never before experienced in its life. The bowstring pulled over tight by daytime survival pressures began to loosen and soften, strand by strand, under the saturation of this fragrance. Its heart rate began to slow down unbelievably, shifting from hundreds of beats per minute during the day to a steady, deep rhythm resembling waves lapping the shore. The aches and tightness accumulated over years within its skeletal joints melted away without a trace under the comfort of this nectar, like ice and snow beneath a hot sun. Compsognathus felt its body growing lighter, yet simultaneously heavier, a pure fatigue transforming, once accepted, into an exceptionally powerful and comfortable drowsiness. With that warm nectar continuing to spread through its body, the eyelids of the Compsognathus began to grow immensely heavy, and those eyes, usually the most alert, could now only manage to squint open a tiny crack. Its limbs turned soft as cotton, each lift requiring immense effort, and it knew it needed to find a place to sleep soundly, completely devoid of defenses. Just as it wobbled back to the edge of the beach, the moonlight, following the retreat of the cool tide, illuminated a giant, hollow seashell resting quietly on the sand. It was an ancient sea conch that had weathered 100 million years of tidal washing. Its shell displayed a warm, low-saturation pale amber hue, its exquisite spiral texture looking exceptionally restrained and primitive under the moon. The entrance of the conch shell was wide and smooth, its interior forming a deep, windproof, naturally hollow chamber polished as smooth as satin, radiating the crisp coolness and safety of the ocean's deepest core. For the chicken-sized Compsognathus desperately craving security at this moment, this giant shell was a perfect midnight harbor bestowed by the heavens. Yielding to its body's deepest instinct, it took clumsy steps that had completely slowed down, gliding with immense gentleness through the conch's entrance to curl piece by piece into that hard, warm exterior armor. The inner chamber of the shell was just large enough to cradle its diminutive, soft form. It tucked its long hind limbs close and submissively wrapped that tail, which was always used for balance during the day, tightly around its frame. It rested that tiny head, which carried the weariness of the entire day, tenderly against the polished inner wall of the shell. Within this small, windproof, completely isolated world, it felt an unprecedented, absolute safety. Absent the shadows in the sky and the tremors of the earth, this solid conch shell became a perfect armor, shutting out all danger and clamor from the external world. When Compsognathus fully settled down deep within the shell and closed those immensely heavy eyelids, a deeply luxurious miracle of auditory hypnosis slowly pulled open its curtain by its ears. The shell's refined, hollow structure acted like a natural acoustic filter, collecting all the sounds of the outside world and reflecting them in an endless echo inside the chamber. Within this square space belonging entirely to darkness and embrace, the sound of the outside tide and the rustling of the evening wind brushing the beach were infinitely magnified and drawn out, transforming into a deeply low, resonant hum. That sound bumped gently against the polished walls of the conch, producing a low, woo-woo melody like an ancient mother humming a cradle song in the deep night, devoid of a single scratch of noise, holding only pure, deep blue vibrations. Compsognathus kept its eyes closed, its sharp hearing no longer needed to guard against danger, completely immersed instead within this regular, soothing echo. Each rise and fall of the resonance inside the shell perfectly synchronized with its current slow, steady breathing. As it inhaled, the echo grew drawn out and profound, and as it exhaled, the echo turned faint and settled. Wrapped tenderly within this blanket of sound, this little dinosaur, usually the most unstoppable, completely let go of the final strand of Jurassic defense within its soul. It listened to the primeval whispers flowing inside the shell, letting its consciousness be carried by those looping spiral echoes down into a deeper, darker, and safer dream depth. The moonlight shone quietly upon the pale amber exterior of the shell, the sea water gently receded in the distance, and the little life inside the conch had already welcomed the deepest, sweetest slumber of its lifetime amidst ultimate serenity. 100 million years later, when we occasionally excavate the refined and complete skeletal fossil of the Compsognathus from the cold Jurassic strata, we can still feel that tranquil power piercing through time from its perfectly curled posture. That little dinosaur that once raced across the beach and fell into a peaceful dream within a conch shell has long since surrendered its refinement and gentleness back to the boundless river of time. In a posture that did the exact opposite of its world, it answered that ancient riddle of how life finds peace. No matter how fast your daytime pace or how tightly strung your nerves, within the dimension of the night, there will always be a perfect harbor belonging to you, waiting. Now, the story of Compsognathus has slowly drawn down its curtain, and that giant shell it once inhabited, along with the echoes from 100 million years ago flowing inside it, have all transformed into the safest, most comfortable sleep sanctuary around you. You no longer need to chase desperately like you did during the day, nor do you need to stress over unfinished tasks. On this comfortable bed, you are that exact Compsognathus that drank the nectar and cast off all defenses. Your bed is that cool, grounding sand beach, your blanket is that solid, warm conch shell, wrapping you snugly yet softly, bringing you ultimate peace. The sparks in the hearth have burned out, leaving only a faint, residual warmth guarding this night, like the most distant, healing echo deep within the shell. Please close your eyes securely and with peace of mind, letting your consciousness drift along with the tide flowing inside the conch into the depths of this ancient dreamscape, where there is no noise, only boundless embrace. Under the watch of the Compsognathus's serene dream, may you shed all heavy burdens and tightness, sinking into the deepest, sweetest sleep. Good night, and may you have a beautiful dream of ancient shores, of hollow conch shells, and of tender echoes. In the ancient epochs, long before the earth was ever defined by mankind, there lived a creature that enveloped the ultimate gentleness within the hardest of shells. Upon its back stood 2 rows of neat, lofty bony plates, resembling a line of ancient swords and shields that would never fall, radiating a cold yet unyielding aura. Yet, this anatomical structure, almost completely defensive and brimming with aggressive implications, dissolved into the most incredible paradox at midnight. Tonight, beside the gently flickering hearth, let us journey into its true life through this story that requires no effort to remember. Its name was Huayangosaurus. In the starry compendium of the Jurassic dawn, it was never a ferocious protagonist that dominated through speed or fangs. As the curtain of night fully drapes the world, it stands silently beneath a tall, flourishing Alsophila tree, surrounded by an endless, silent, and deep primordial forest. The gentle moonlight pierces through the dense pinnate leaves, spilling dappled silver over its hard plates, plating those cold horn-like layers with a coat of fuzzy light. Just at this moment, a night breeze blows softly, a few withered Alsophila leaves trace a gentle arc in the air, landing softly between its broad bony plates. Devoid of any predator's roar or companion's panic, there is only the exceptionally faint, crisp rustling of fallen leaves brushing against the plates, echoing in the stillness of the night. Accompanied by the moist, deep fragrance wafting from the soil, this behemoth, which carried a whole day of defense, casually closes its enormous eyes amidst this subtle sound. This sound is so ancient, so low, that it seems to merge with the very pulse of the earth, compelling anyone who hears it to relax their nerves that have been strained all day. On this long and quiet night, nothing needs to be rushed, much like this ancient sage sleeping among the fallen leaves. In the very beginning, fate did not arrange any easy path of survival for the Huayangosaurus. Instead, it assigned a lifelong thesis named defense. It was born in the mid-Jurassic badlands of Bashu, a savage era when Datasaurus and Gasosaurus were just rising, and the ecosystem was filled with tentative testing and bloodshed. As the most ancient and primitive pioneer of the Stegosaur family, the body structure of the Huayangosaurus appeared exceptionally incompatible in that era, making it look almost like an anomaly. It lacked a tall, mighty frame to look down from above, nor did it possess limbs as light as feathers to flee at full speed. Each of its movements was heavy and sluggish. To survive beneath countless lethal teeth, its back began to ossify irreversibly, raising rows of double bony plates as hard as rock. These plates were its strongest shield against destiny, yet from the moment of its birth, they also became an eternal shackle of unbearable weight in its life. To support this heavy line of defense on its back, its spine had to remain tense all day long, with every rib and muscle fiber enduring an overloaded tension. This meant that its entire life had to be spent in an extremely tense, constantly guarded posture. Every rustle of grass on the surface would trigger a reflex in its body. As the first ray of morning sunshine pierced through the tall vegetation, the young Huayangosaurus had to sway its body exceptionally slowly, adjusting its angle to let the sun warm its icy plates. This process demanded ultimate patience. Blood flowed very slowly through the hard bone structures, and it had to endure hours of stiffness before starting the day's activities. The weight and inconvenience brought by the environment became the first fracture propelling its destiny to shift, causing it to withdraw prematurely from the frenzied race of competing with the wind in its youth. While its peers exhausted themselves migrating across the limited barrens, it learned to halt in place, using its long tail spikes and hard back to withstand the wind and rain of the era. Its life rarely knew the thrill of a full sprint. It channeled all its strength and ambition into those silent, neatly arranged bony swords and shields. Recognizing the limits of its own destiny, it displayed an exceptionally noble tolerance and patience, silently enduring the dull sounds of friction between its plates and joints. Under the compression of this day-long survival tension, the Huayangosaurus gradually mapped out a strategy of power evasion filled with restraint and wisdom. It knew all too well that it was unsuited for life on the wide, unobstructed plains, the slaughtering paradise of speed overlords, where any sluggishness would be infinitely magnified. Thus, it actively walked toward the marginal zones forgotten by giant dinosaurs, the depths of the tall, damp, and perpetually sunless Alsophala and Cycad jungles. The soil in the woods was soft and moist, wafting the distinctive mellow fragrance of humus, which brought an exceptionally comfortable cushion to its heavy limbs, alleviating the pressure on its joints. Here, it did not need to face the direct provocations of those invincible predators. It only needed to keep company with those ancient plants that had stood silently for tens of millions of years. Its 2 rows of neatly arranged plates, beneath the dim forest shade, became the perfect mimetic camouflage, making it look like a fallen log resting on the muddy ground. Whenever a Gasosaurus or another dangerous predator trod with heart-stopping steps past the outer fringes of the jungle, the Huayangosaurus would freeze completely in the deepest shadow of the trees. It bent its forelimbs slightly, keeping its short head close to the damp moss, its 2 massive eyes maintaining absolute calm and restraint in the dark. It remained motionless, its internal heartbeat intentionally slowed to a fraction of its usual rate, even the temperature of its bony plates dropping inch by inch along with the cooling environment. The hunters, accustomed to chasing running objects, possessed retinas incapable of capturing this ultimate stillness, or rather, a life moving at a micrometer scale velocity. The predators swept past with ferocious auras, bringing gusts of scorching wind, yet they never truly cast their gaze upon this ancient stone. This aesthetic of stillness displayed amidst extreme danger was the gentlest retaliation of the Huayangosaurus against that violent era, and its most reliable invisible armor. While the outside barrens ran red with blood due to territorial wars and countless powerful groups perished in mutual slaughter, it lived sublimely detached in the shadows. It unhurriedly chewed those succulent low ferns, grinding the coarse leaves between its short teeth into nutrients for survival at an exceptionally slow pace. Each chew was accompanied by a faint rustling sound echoing within its wide mouth, a sound that became its most habitual and healing companion during the long afternoons. As the seasons of the continent quietly shifted into the mid-Jurassic dry season, the coldest and most food-depleted time, all life on the surface felt an unprecedented weight. The drying of rivers caused the mud to crack into countless massive fissures, and the once flourishing cycad forests withered in large numbers, as panic and anxiety spread like a plague through the dinosaur herds. Many herbivores, starved of moisture and nourishment for a long time, grew emaciated, exhausting their remaining strength in blind, chaotic rushes. Within this epical bottleneck filled with despair and upheaval, the low metabolic habit that the Huayangosaurus had long developed in the dark jungle became its life-saving straw once again. It did not compete with others for those scarce, open water sources exposed to the scorching sun, it simply returned to the core depths of the Alsophila grove it knew best. The colossal pinnate leaves of the Alsophila trees, like natural umbrellas layered one over another, blocked out the cruel sun that hung in the high sky like a poisonous hand, retaining the last moisture of the earth. The Huayangosaurus lay quietly in the thick piles of fallen leaves, those withered leaves collapsing layer upon layer beneath its frame, wafting a scent of earth that carried a trace of bitterness yet felt extraordinarily grounding. It surrendered the entire weight of its body to this gentle earth, minimizing internal moisture evaporation through exceptionally long, deep, low-frequency respirations. Its bony plates began to play a reverse regulatory role at this time. No longer tense shields, they became mediums for radiating internal residual heat and absorbing the nocturnal dew. Whenever deep night arrived and the extremely cold air condensed into droplets of crystal dew, they trickled down the horn-like textures of its plates at an exceptionally slow pace. The Huayangosaurus nudged its neck slightly, its tongue gently licking a droplet of cool nectar sliding down the edge of its mouth, a taste that, though meager, was enough to fuel its resilient fire of life. It was like an ancient hermit forgotten by time. No matter how the outside world overturned seas and rivers, it simply counted the rhythm of falling leaves within its own shade. Those speed overlords that were once invincible under the sun, mocking its sluggishness and clumsy frame, eventually collapsed in despair amidst thirst and hunger, turning into cold landscapes upon the barrens. Yet, the Huayangosaurus, in the deep of every chilly dry season night, maintained its noble silence and restraint, quietly listening to the faint sound of the wind blowing through the leaves in the dark. Amidst this slow-paced practice of non-contention, the Huayangosaurus finally welcomed the most secretive and destiny-healing midnight of its life. It was a specific night when the dry season was drawing to a close, and the scent of distant thundershowers could already be faintly caught in the air. The entire jungle was devoid of a single stray noise. The high sky was completely free of clouds, and the brilliant Milky Way hung suspended like a wide river paved with crushed gold across the black velvet curtain. Treading upon the soft, moist humus soil, the Huayangosaurus moved its steps exceptionally slowly, returning to the largest, oldest Alsophila tree that had accompanied it for most of its life. The trunk of this old tree was as thick as several men's embrace, its root system digging deep into the lowest parts of the earth, bringing a sense of unparalleled grounding to the Huayangosaurus. It slowly lowered its body into a hollow beside the roots, padded exceptionally thick and soft with fallen leaves, its four massive legs tucked securely against the sides of its belly. As its frame sank, those withered leaves accumulated over countless seasons emitted a succession of faint, crisp, and highly rhythmic rustling sounds beneath it. This sound was exceptionally clear in the stillness of the midnight, like an old friend whispering ancient ballads in its ear with the gentlest tone. The gentle moonlight pierced through the gaps in the massive Alsophila leaves, transforming into silver-white threads that projected precisely upon the neatly arranged plates on its back. The plates, which appeared hard, cold, and defensive during the day, actually radiated a warm, soft microglow akin to jade under the light touch of the moon. Just at this moment, a thoroughly dried Alsophila leaf with slightly curled edges drifted down from the high canopy under the gentle push of the night breeze. It spun a few times in the air, before landing with a soft patter, exceptionally light and gentle, precisely between the two largest plates at the center of its back. The weight of this leaf was negligible, but the moment it touched the bone, that crisp vibration traveled directly through the hard structure into the heart of the Huayangosaurus. It was an absolute signal, telling it that the day's defenses could be completely surrendered. This realm, at this single second, belonged to it alone, absolutely safe. The Huayangosaurus released one final, long, and deep sigh, a plume of warm white mist puffed from its nostrils, and it casually, slowly closed its enormous eyes. From the exact moment the Huayangosaurus closed its eyes completely, the string of destiny that had been taut within its body for countless days and nights finally attained a thorough relaxation. Its 2 rows of neatly arranged plates were no longer swords and shields for resisting enemies at this second. Instead, they became a cradle for nature's fallen leaves, bearing the tranquility belonging to this night. The night wind began to grow increasingly tender, like a pair of invisible hands caressing every wrinkle left by eons upon its coarse skin, whisking away the final traces of tension. Following the flow of the breeze, more and more Alsophila leaves and old cycad leaves drifted from on high, tumbling gently one after another to cover its broad back. 1 leaf, 2 leaves, 10 leaves, in no time, its entire spine and plates were blanketed by a thick mattress of foliage carrying a trace of plant bitterness and earth fragrance. Those leaves rubbed against one another, continuously emitting an exceptionally faint, exceptionally delicate rustling sound in the night breeze, acting like white noise composed specifically for it by nature. Within this ultimate sense of envelopment and certainty, the heart rate of the Huayangosaurus began to drop inch by inch, shifting from its daytime heavy thuds to become lighter and slower. Its breathing grew exceptionally prolonged, each inhalation felt like drawing the stillness of the entire forest into its abdomen, and each exhalation returned all the internal exhaustion to the earth. In the depths of its consciousness, the slaughter upon the barrens had thoroughly receded, and the pressures of the era dissolved into nothingness. It saw only an endless, warm oasis. It slept serenely within this dreamscape woven of fallen leaves and earth fragrance, its body completely merging with the mud of the ground and the old tree behind it. This choice of life, spanning hardness and gentleness, allowed it to live out the most poetic and dignified conclusion in that primordial dawn filled with destructive powers. When eons of time transformed this forest into deep coalfields and strata, its fossils still maintained this posture of bearing bony plates, casually closing its eyes among the fallen leaves. That was not the skeleton of a creature that died struggling in fear and pain, but an ancient traveler who had quietly slept for hundreds of millions of years wrapped in ultimate security. Today, that Jurassic Badland which once drove countless primordial behemoths into frenzy and destruction has long since turned into silent rock strata through the vicissitudes of time. Those predatory overlords that once sprinted at full speed under the sun, invincible in their power, have ultimately become cold, cracked, shattered frames inside museums. Yet, when we reopen the memory of the Huayangosaurus on this quiet night, we can still feel that peaceful power traveling across hundreds of millions of years of time and space. That ancient pioneer, who bore heavy plates and silently endured in the torrent of its era, ultimately wrote the most healing life epic through its restraint and gentleness. It uses the story of its life to gently tell us that in this volatile world, always hurrying you to run at full speed, always forcing you to build defenses, learning to shed your hard shell on a quiet night and closing your eyes amidst the fragrance of soil and the rustling of leaves is a deeper life wisdom. The night wind has completely subsided now, all the clamor, all the disputes, and all the rushing of the outside world have been thickly filtered through the slow flow of this story. Within this warm blanket belonging exclusively to you, there is no longer anything that requires you to grit your teeth and defend, nor is there any unknown tomorrow demanding you to sprint at full speed. Just like that clever Huayangosaurus, draw your breath exceptionally long and slow, letting every exhausted joint relax completely within the soft bedding. The ancient moonlight has pierced through the dust of eons, spilling a sheet of the gentlest silver white at the edge of your dreams, quietly guarding the peace deep within your heart. Listening to the low narration by your ear, and feeling that sleepiness deep within your brain growing heavier and more intense, let your consciousness gently sink alongside the lake-like silence. Sleep now, confidently surrender all the burdens of the day to this all-embracing night, and peacefully drift into the deepest dreamscape under the slow-motion lens of time. Good night, distant and gentle ancient woods, good night, to every kind living being reclaiming its soul in the slow cadence of life. In the late Cretaceous epoch, dominated by colossal shadows and ferocious powers, the surface of the earth was enduring its most turbulent unrest in history. Unknown, piercing glimmers of light frequently streaked across the sky, while continental plates deep underground emitted a dull, spine-chilling sound of tearing. Yet, just as all the invincible, primordial overlords fell into an inescapable panic of destiny, a certain creature found the most transcendent way to live. Tonight, beside the gently flickering hearth, let us journey into its true life through this story that requires no effort to remember. Its name was Thescelosaurus. In the starry compendium of the primordial dawn, it was never the dazzling protagonist standing at the vanguard of the era. It did not possess the terrifying fangs of a Tyrannosaurus rex capable of tearing the night apart, nor the heavy, solid shield of a Triceratops that could overturn fate. Its body was petite and lightweight, its skin a dull brownish tan that blended seamlessly with fallen leaves and soil. By nature, it was introspective, gentle, and solitary. As heavy, burning crimson clouds massed once more in the sky above the continent, the beasts on the ground fled in all directions out of heat and terror, letting out violent roars. The Thescelosaurus, however, deep within the woods, used its short but extraordinarily powerful front claws to unhurriedly burrow into the soft humus at an exceptionally slow pace. It was sinking itself, inch by inch, into the deepest parts of the earth, searching for a bedroom exclusively its own, a sanctuary of absolute safety and profound envelopment. In a deep subterranean burrow closer to the earth's core, all the clamor of the surface would be filtered completely clean by the thick layers of soil, leaving only the ultimate stillness. Tonight, we too shall follow the tips of its claws, peeling away the day's anxieties layer by layer, and sink into this ancient dreamscape filled with the fragrance of the earth. In the very beginning, fate did not arrange any broad, smooth path leading to the summit of the earth for the Thescelosaurus. It was born in the latest stage of the Cretaceous period on the North American continent, a ruthless era when the ecosystem was strained to its absolute limit, ready to snap at any moment. Every morning, while the dawn mist still drifted through the tall redwood forests, brutal predators were already patrolling the muddy ground with heavy steps. For a Thescelosaurus, measuring only a few meters in length and devoid of any offensive weaponry, every breath taken on the surface was accompanied by a chilling dread. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly hopeless vulnerability that became the first fracture propelling its destiny to shift, guiding it toward an entirely different path. It realized early on that if it competed with those behemoths for pastures under the sun or dignity beneath the sky, it would stand absolutely no chance. When its peers were locked in violent struggles over the last succulent fern leaf, even inviting fatal disasters, it quietly stepped back. It wandered alone to the deepest, most forgotten corner of the jungle, coming to a halt beside the roots of a giant redwood tree that had withered centuries ago. It lowered its head, gazing at the thick, enveloping black soil beneath its feet, which wafted a damp scent, as a wondrous resonance swelled within its heart. The world on the surface was too crowded and clamorous, but the embrace of the earth was eternally vast. Moreover, every step taken downward meant one less conflict to endure. Thus, it began to bend its forelimbs, digging its claws firmly into the soil for the first time, instantly wrapped by the earth's unique dryness and weight. This single step of change allowed it to completely withdraw from the endless power dynamics of the surface, carving out a kingdom of its own in the dark underground. Each excavation was its gentle farewell to that violent era. It left all its ambitions in the place furthest from the sky, digging a perfect underground bedroom was not an impatient chore that could be accomplished overnight. It demanded ultimate patience and a long wait. In this solitary project, the Thescelosaurus displayed a serenity and restraint that far surpassed other dinosaurs, each of its movements as slow as time itself. It would first utilize its strong hind limbs and tail for support, and then use its front claws with great rhythm to scratch away the dead twigs, fallen leaves, and sand from the surface. It would not dig too deep all at once, for the newly excavated soil needed time to settle and adapt to the intricate pressure structures underground. It advanced only a few inches downward each day. For the remainder of its time, it would stroll unhurriedly through the forest, gathering various all-natural materials capable of bringing it warmth. It would gently pick up those ancient pine needles dried thoroughly by the sun with its mouth, transporting them bundle by bundle, neatly into the newly shaped channel. There were also those exceptionally soft mosses scattered beneath the great trees, along with the withered leaves of various ferns carrying the crisp fragrance of nature. It mixed these materials with the moist soil, repeatedly rubbing and pressing its abdomen and back against the four walls of the channel. Through years of friction, the originally rough, cracked mud walls gradually became as firm as rock, yet as smooth and delicate as leather. This was not merely a passage, but a work of art sculpted out of its life's time, every contour perfectly fitting the lines of its body. During this process, the jungle experienced the baptism of torrential rains several times, and countless animals living on the surface shivered and wailed miserably in the mud and cold. Yet, the Thescelosaurus could hide at the entrance of its burgeoning underground bedroom, watching the rain slide off the dense foliage without a single ripple of unrest in its heart. The thick soil was the world's most perfect acoustic barrier and thermal insulation layer. It completely severed the coldness and cruelty outside, leaving only the cozy warmth within the nest. It began to grow accustomed to adjusting its breathing within the hay pile, allowing its heart rate to slowly synchronize with the rhythm of a certain low-frequency vibration deep within the earth. When the situation across the entire Cretaceous continent became increasingly compressed and the living spaces were shattered into ruins, the burrow of the Thescelosaurus was finally completed. It was an ultimate sanctuary hidden several meters beneath the earth, its entrance masterfully concealed by the intertwined, sprawling roots of a giant redwood tree, making it exceptionally inconspicuous. The passage presented a gentle, downward slope, capable of perfectly blocking the intrusion of any fierce surface winds while allowing the air to circulate at an extremely slow pace. The bedroom at the deepest end was a spacious, rounded, arched space, filled with dry hay and pine needles over a foot thick. As these plants naturally decayed, they generated a mild, continuous warmth, ensuring the temperature inside the cave always remained at the most comfortable state. Night fell, and the temperature on the surface plummeted. The icy night wind howled through the tall trees like a whale, and the darkness was filled with the anxious footsteps of predators. The Thescelosaurus slowly trod down the soft mud passage toward its bedroom. With every step it descended, the clamor and chill behind it faded rapidly. When it finally stepped into that bedroom blanketed with hay, a scent blending the mellow fragrance of soil, the crisp dryness of pine needles, and the aroma of ancient vegetation greeted it. This scent was profoundly reassuring. It was the primordial odor exclusive to Mother Earth, unchanged for hundreds of millions of years, representing absolute safety. It slowly curled its body up, its long tail looping circle by circle along its contour, perfectly protecting its vulnerable abdomen at the very core. The dry hay made a faint, crisp rustling sound beneath it, like a gentle lullaby composed specifically for it on this night. It gently rested its head on its warm front claws, its entire body tightly enveloped by the thick mud walls around it, leaving no gaps whatsoever. Within this ultimate sense of envelopment and certainty, all dangers on the surface dissolved into nothingness, and every single one of its cells began to shift from tension to complete relaxation. In this bedroom located so close to the Earth's core, time seemed to lose its original meaning of passage, transforming into a motionless, gently flowing river. The Thescelosaurus closed its eyes, quietly listening in the dark to those echoes of nature that had been filtered by the soil, becoming extremely faint and muffled. It could hear, deep underground, the ancient tree roots absorbing moisture from the depths of the earth at an exceptionally slow pace, emitting a nearly imperceptible rhythm full of vitality. It could also hear, in the uppermost layer of soil, those hibernating little insects occasionally turning over in the soft crevices, making subtle and rhythmic scratching sounds. These sounds possessed not an ounce of aggression, they intertwined with the long, deep respiration of the Thescelosaurus, constituting the most perfect white noise on the primeval land. Occasionally, deafening thunder would strike the surface, or violent earthquakes lasting for several hours would erupt on the eve of a giant celestial impact. Those destructive forces, capable of shattering the courage of all dinosaur overlords on the surface, were reduced to a gentle, slight swaying by the time they traveled here through meters of thick, heavy soil. That sensation felt just like a mother rocking a sleeping infant. Instead of bringing the slightest terror, it made the sleepiness of the Thescelosaurus even more intense. In a state of semi-sleep and semi-waking, it even adjusted its posture slightly, burying itself deeper into the hay pile, leaving only a tiny nostril exposed. It no longer needed to pay attention to where the global landscape would head, nor did it need to worry about whether it could find enough vegetation tomorrow to fill its stomach. In this tiny realm it had dug for itself, it was the absolute sovereign, and its sole method of ruling over this kingdom was to fall into a deep, heavy slumber. This choice, which transcended the pressures of the era, allowed it to live as the happiest, most serene creature on the entire continent on the eve of that most brutal extinction. By surrendering height, it exchanged for the deepest continuation of life. In the fragrance of the soil, it was stepping toward eternal tranquility, when that ultimate catastrophe that would rewrite the destiny of the earth crashed upon the surface, shaking the entire world in a sea of fire and raging winds. The dream of the Thescelosaurus remained sweet. The scorching shockwave instantly swept away all the prosperity on the surface. Those once invincible Tyrannosaurus rexes and Triceratops vanished into the dust of time amidst desperate wails. However, owing to the visionary downward descent of the Thescelosaurus, the thick layers of soil and the deep burrow turned into the strongest, gentlest shield in the world. The raging fires on the surface could not scorch the warm mud meters deep, nor could the toxic gases in the sky pierce that tiny passage sealed by redwood roots and layers of wet mud. While the outside world plunged into endless destruction and a prolonged volcanic winter, this subterranean bedroom carpeted with ancient hay became the most peaceful amber preserved by nature. The Thescelosaurus remained inside this amber, maintaining its original, most comfortable curled posture, its heartbeat slowed to the absolute minimum, beating only a mere few times per minute. Each heartbeat was like an ancient pendulum deep within the earth, swaying gently, precise and full of patience, quietly awaiting the complete subsiding of the surface storm. Its breathing was so soft that even the hay debris beside it was not disturbed in the slightest. It had completely merged into the respiration rhythm of the soil. Time entirely lost its edge in this tiny burrow. A day, a year, or a century made no difference to the Thescelosaurus at this moment. It was having an unimaginably long and gentle dream, a dream devoid of cold and hunger, filled only with endless warm sunshine and inexhaustible fresh fern leaves. By utilizing its unique weakness and withdrawal, which were misunderstood by its era, it won the most dignified and tranquil conclusion for itself and its entire lineage beneath the scythe of death. When scholars hundreds of millions of years later rediscovered its fossil deep within the rock strata, everyone marveled at its posture, perfectly preserved as it was, even with its skin textures vividly visible. That was not the skeleton of a creature that died struggling in agony, but an ancient traveler who had quietly slept for eons wrapped in ultimate envelopment and security. Today, that Cretaceous surface which once drove countless behemoths into frenzy and destruction has long since completely transformed through the vicissitudes of time. The overlords that once filled the world with clamor have become cold skeletons in museums, leaving later generations to merely imagine their past invincibility out of thin air. Yet, when we reopen the memory of the Thescelosaurus on this quiet night, our ears still seem to catch that scent of soil wafting from the ancient subterranean bedroom. That deep burrow filled with dry pine needles, brimming with ultimate envelopment and certainty, eventually became the ultimate symbol for transcending time and space to heal the soul. It uses the story of its life to gently tell us that when the outside world becomes too crowded, loud, and leaves us feeling powerless, stepping back and learning to dig deep down, to carve out an undisturbed, quiet bedroom in the depths of one's own heart, is not cowardice, but a supreme survival wisdom. The sound of the wind has gradually quieted down now. All the clamor, disputes, and anxieties of the day have been completely isolated by the thick soil and the slow flow of this story. In this long night belonging exclusively to you, there is no longer anything that requires you to sprint at full speed, nor is there any giant beast you need to fear or confront. Just like that clever Thescelosaurus, your entire body is already tightly enveloped by the warmest, softest blanket, and every single joint has completely relaxed. The ancient starlight has pierced through the mists of time, lighting a faint but never extinguishing night lamp at the edge of your dreams, guarding your most private, suspended peace. Listening to the low narration by your ear, and feeling that sleepiness deep within your brain growing heavier and more intense, let your consciousness gently sink alongside the lake-like silence. Sleep now, surrender all your exhaustion to this all-embracing night, and peacefully drift into the deepest dreamscape amidst the fragrance of soil and hay. Good night, distant and gentle ancient world, good night, to every kind soul reclaiming peace in the deep of the night. In the ancient epochs, long before the earth was ever defined by mankind, there lived a creature that carried the ultimate gentleness of the entire Cretaceous period within the most petite of bodies. It possessed a pair of vast wings capable of gliding across the primordial skies, along with two iconic, elegant long-tail feathers that transcended the limits of gender and time. Yet, this anatomical structure, which almost claimed all the splendor upon the clamorous earth and overflowed with poetic implications, dissolved into the most reassuring paradox of destiny at midnight. Tonight, beside the gently flickering hearth, let us journey into her true life through this story that requires no effort to remember. Her name was Confuciusornis. In the starry compendium of ancient life, she was never a ruthless protagonist that dominated through crushing rocks or bloody slaughter. As the curtain of night fully drapes the world, she rests silently atop the branch of a colossal, flourishing ancient ginkgo tree, surrounded by an endless, silent, and deep primordial forest. The gentle moonlight pierces through the dense fan-shaped leaves, spilling dappled silver over her splendid yet soft primitive feathers, plating each quill with a coat of fuzzy light. Just at this moment, a gentle breeze rustles through the woods. The ginkgo branch, carrying her petite frame, begins to sway with an exceptionally light and rhythmic cadence in the night wind. Submissively, she retracts all her daytime splendor, slowly tucking her tiny head with its ancient horny beak into her thick wings, beginning to breathe rhythmically to the tempo of the swaying branch. Devoid of any land behemoth's predatory roar or companion's panic in the dark, there is only her long, deep respiration, sending silent ripples through the quiet foliage. This sound is so tender, so low, that it seems to merge seamlessly with the very pulse of the entire forest, compelling anyone who hears it to slow their own breath. On this quiet night, nothing needs to be rushed, much like this ancient long-feathered creature transformed into a silent midnight landscape upon the ginkgo tree canopy. What we are about to unfold is not a scientific chronicle of brutal survival, but the gentlest subterranean poem written by a solitary wing in the age of dinosaurs. Please close your eyes, listen to the soft rustling of the ginkgo leaves nudged by the breeze, and let us walk into the hidden, eternal night guarded by the Confuciusornis for hundreds of millions of years. In the very beginning, fate did not arrange any broad, worry-free path of evolution for the Confuciusornis. Instead, it forced her to face a dual dilemma from the moment of birth. She was born on the East Asian continent during the early Cretaceous, a savage era full of unknown variables when the dinosaur lineage began to head toward extreme gigantism and extreme ferocity. As one of the most ancient and primitive pioneers among the first ancient birds in all of life's history, the body structure of the Confuciusornis appeared exceptionally idiosyncratic in a surface world ruled by speed and fangs. Although vast flight feathers had evolved upon her shoulders, her sternum remained underdeveloped, which meant she could never perform the high-frequency, powerful flapping flight of later avian species. For most of her life, she could only rely on climbing tall trees and then, utilizing the power of the wind, undertaking exceptionally slow, exceptionally restrained gliding between the forest canopies. Consequently, the approach of every rainstorm or each tumble from a branch was a fatal crack propelling her destiny to shift, given her complete lack of defensive capabilities on the ground. While the tyrannosaurs and iguanodons on the ground fought violently over the last oasis pastures, exhausting the splendor of their lives under the scorching sun, the Confuciusornis raised her head. She made a crucial choice belonging exclusively to her. She surrendered the power to contest for dignity and strength on the earth, channeling all her patience instead into honing the climbing tips of her claws. Piercing her hard foreclaws into the ancient bark, she climbed upward inch by inch, unhurriedly, until she finally reached the absolute height that those land behemoths could never touch. Standing atop a 100-meter-high redwood canopy, she looked down upon those massive frames locked in frantic slaughter for survival. Those desires and killings were nothing more than smoke scattering with the wind in her eyes. She learned to maintain restraint before the wind arrived, opening her wings only during the twilight hours when the air currents were most stable, gliding gracefully across that quiet, ethereal sky of her own. This retreat from the earth and adherence to height did not turn her into a casualty of the era, rather, it endowed her with the purest survival divinity, insulated from the chaotic world. She bore the psychological cost of gliding, yet she enjoyed the infinite horizon behind that cost, recognizing the boundaries of her own strength. Her inner soul lived as a silent, deep ocean. In the long years to come, she would carry these two tail feathers, seemingly cumbersome, yet representing the romantic evergreen of life, silently writing her own chapters at the highest peak of the forest. Within this slow-paced forest life of non-contention, the Confuciusornis gradually mapped out a strategy of power evasion and a mastery of mimicry filled with restrained wisdom. The primordial jungle of the early Cretaceous was a colossal labyrinth tightly woven of countless predatory chains. Any petite frame exposed in a clearing could invite devastating aerial claws. Thus, the Confuciusornis strictly confined her core range of activity to the interiors of those ancient ginkgo and cycad forests, packed with dense fan-shaped leaves and wafting a faint aroma year-round. Whenever the first ray of morning sunshine pierced through the water fur canopy, the beasts on the ground began to assemble with roaring echoes, trampling the mud and kicking up gusts of dust and survival anxiety. The Confuciusornis, however, never disdained to join such frenzied daytime gatherings. She simply perched solitarily upon a branch deep within the tree shadows, unhurriedly preening each of her feathers. Her primitive feathers presented a mottled, dark texture identical to the surrounding withered bark and leaf layers. In the dim shade, she was merely a protrusion growing from the trunk. Whenever a coelurosaur with terrifying wings or another aerial predator swept over the jungle canopy with heart-stopping air currents, the Confuciusornis would freeze into absolute stillness in an instant. She pressed her long, elegant tail feathers flat along the growth direction of the branch, tucked her foreclaws, her two jet-black gemstone eyes maintaining absolute composure and restraint in the shadow. She even intentionally slowed her internal heartbeat to a mere fraction of its usual rate, her wing temperature dropping inch by inch along with the cooling environment, leaving not an ounce of vital ripple. Those ferocious hunters, accustomed to capturing running and roaring dynamics, possessed retinas that never generated the slightest suspicion when sweeping across this motionless ancient ginkgo branch, ultimately departing. This aesthetic of stillness displayed amidst extreme danger was the noblest refusal of the Confuciusornis against that frantic era. She did not contest the chaotic world, yet she lived sublimely detached in the shadows. She unhurriedly pecked at those succulent ancient ginkgo fruits hanging from the branches, channeling her surplus energy into a long lifespan capable of defying time, leaving not a single shred of haste behind. Each grinding of fruit was accompanied by a faint, rhythmic swallowing sound echoing within the silent woods, a sound that became her most habitual companion during the long afternoons. As the seasons of the continent quietly shifted into the mid-Cretaceous volcanic winter, the coldest and most food-depleted time, the extreme compression of living space pushed all life to the brink of collapse. Blizzards ravaged the entire northeastern continent without warning, the freezing snowfall completely freezing the once abundant rivers, and vast stretches of fern forests carbonized in large numbers under the cover of frost. Panic and anxiety spread through the dinosaur herds. Many herbivores accustomed to traveling in herds fell into large-scale stampedes because they could find no shelter from the wind, ultimately perishing in their own chaos. Within this brutal bottleneck of an era, the habit of keeping to her simplicity, and the physical traits that the Confuciusornis had long maintained once again revealed an unparalleled structural survival advantage. She never contested with the creatures on the ground for those scarce caves exposed to the wind and snow, she simply returned to the core depths of the ginkgo forest she knew best. The trunks of the colossal ginkgo trees were as thick as several men's embrace, their root systems digging deep into the lowest parts of the earth, still radiating a faint, hidden warmth belonging to the earth amidst the severe cold. The Confuciusornis slowly lowered her body into the thickest, most sheltered bend of the old tree's main trunk, her 4 toe claws clamping firmly onto the coarse bark, binding herself to the old tree. As her frame sank, she completely opened her vast gliding wings, and then, like a thick blanket of black fur, tightly wrapped her entire body in reverse. This warm quilt made of feathers was the world's most perfect thermal insulation layer. It not only locked in every single faint vital spark of body temperature but also completely blocked out the external ice and snow. Her heartbeat was as slow as counting the hourglass of centuries, each dull thud acting like a tender caress injected into this frozen, anxious land. It was during those most severe snowy midnights, when the beasts on the ground shivered in the freezing wind, emitting desperate wails, that she truly transformed into the warmest cradle of this arena. The weakest, most easily overlooked primitive mammals and insects of the forest instinctively began to gather around the trunk of this old ginkgo tree wafting a gentle heat. They nestled quietly beneath her heavy wings and within the shadow of her vast long-tail feathers, sharing body warmth and feeling that peace belonging to the long-feathered sage. Amidst this cross-species, silently protective embrace filled with spiritual tension, the Confuciusornis finally welcomed the gentlest and most fated night of her life. It was a specific night when the cold winter was drawing to a close, and the scent of the soil reclaiming distant spring rains could already be faintly caught in the air. The entire Cretaceous sky was as clear as if it had been washed. The brilliant Milky Way resembled a wide ribbon of stars poured across the black velvet curtain, with countless fragments of golden starlight shimmering silently in the void, illuminating the ancient primordial barrens. The Confuciusornis, entering the twilight of her life, trod upon the coarse bark with steps even slower and more solemn than ever before, returning to her most cherished ginkgo tree branch. Her toe claws, weathered by the eons, had shed their former sharp edges, emitting an exceptionally dull, rhythmic microclick as they gripped the branch, yet her gaze was as clear as lake water. She slowly lowered her body into the center of a circular fork closely enveloped by countless fan-shaped leaves, her 2 tail feathers spanning dozens of centimeters tracing the gentlest arc in the night breeze. As her frame sank, those soft ginkgo leaves accumulated beneath her collapsed layer upon layer, releasing a continuous succession of faint, crisp, and deeply healing rustling sounds. This sound was exceptionally clear and gentle in the stillness of the midnight, like an old friend whispering a lullaby that spanned hundreds of millions of years of time and space in her ear. The gentle moonlight poured without reservation upon her splendid yet soft flight feathers. Those feathers, which were a fluid display of color during the day, actually reflected a jade-like microglow at this second. The night breeze blew silently, weaving through the branches of the ginkgo tree, bearing waves of dense, deep pine resin fragrance that thoroughly wrapped the encampment. 2 thoroughly dried ginkgo leaves with slightly curled edges drifted down from the higher branches under the gentle push of the night breeze, landing with a soft patter. They fell exceptionally light and gentle precisely between the root junction of her 2 long tail feathers, that crisp vibration traveling directly through the feather shafts into her heart. At that single second, all the defense, heaviness, and epical survival pressures accumulated over a lifetime were completely released and reconciled within the rustling of the fallen leaves. She knew she had flown upon this world for long enough. Through her own vulnerability and elegance, she had propped up secure nights for the lives in this canopy. Now, it was time to surrender all exhaustion to the boundless night. She adjusted the angle of her tiny head slightly, casually snuggling into her wings, and closed her eyes. From the exact moment the Confuciusornis closed her eyes completely, the string of destiny that had been taut within her body for countless eras finally welcomed its slowest, warmest landing. Her massive, rock-solid will thoroughly merged into this silent soil at this second, becoming an eternal part of this ancient forest. The night breeze began to grow increasingly light and tender, like a pair of magical hands gently caressing every feather texture upon her skin, whisking away the final traces of tension. As time drifted silently, more and more tiny forest creatures arrived at her side. They were no longer afraid, simply falling into sweet slumbers beneath her vast frill. Note, text content switches here. Under her protection, this tiny circular clearing became the ultimate dream cradle of the latest Cretaceous period, the safest and most conflict-free sanctuary, insulated from all external cruelty. The respiration of the Chasmosaurus, note, text content switches here, became exceptionally prolonged and faint, each inhalation like listening to the whispers of the earth, and each exhalation passing its inner tranquility to its surroundings. Its heart rate decelerated inch by inch in the dark, from once every few seconds, to once every 10 seconds, until it finally merged seamlessly into the deep pulse of the earth, silent and trackless. In the depths of its consciousness, the slaughter upon the barrens dissolved into nothingness, and those unsettling, burning clouds in the sky cleared away completely, leaving only an endless canopy of serene stars. This choice of life, utilizing massiveness to carry gentleness, and stillness to guard the vulnerable, allowed it to live out the noblest posture in that primordial dawn filled with destructive powers. When hundreds of millions of years of environmental shifts transformed this ancient forest into deep rock walls and fossils, its bones still maintained this stable posture of resting silently upon the mossy ground. That was not the shattered skeleton of a creature that died struggling in despair, but an ancient traveler who had quietly slept for hundreds of millions of years wrapped in ultimate safety and envelopment. It uses its life to tell us that the ultimate meaning of power is never to destroy or conquer anything, but to be able to become the most reliable harbor for others when the storm arrives. Today, that Cretaceous continent which once drove countless primordial behemoths into frenzy and destruction has long since turned into silent rock strata through the vicissitudes of time. Those predatory overlords that once sprinted at full speed under the sun, invincible in their power, have ultimately become cold, cracked, shattered frames inside museums, leaving people to imagine them out of thin air. Yet, when we reopen the memory of the Confuciusornis on this quiet night, we can still feel that deepest power of serenity traveling across hundreds of millions of years of time and space. Those two long tail feathers, once misconstrued as a flight burden, eventually turned into the ultimate symbol of gentleness, restraint, and absolute security through the filter of time. It uses the epic of its life to gently tell us that in this volatile world always hurrying you to run at full speed, always leaving you anxious and terrified, learning to bring yourself to a standstill on a quiet night and transforming into a stable rock to accept the caress of the breeze is a deeper life wisdom. The night wind has completely subsided now, all the clamor, all the disputes, and all the rushing of the outside world have been thickly filtered through the slow flow of this story. Within this warm blanket belonging exclusively to you, there is no longer anything that requires you to grit your teeth and defend, nor is there any unknown tomorrow demanding you to sprint at full speed. Just like that clever Confuciusornis, draw your breath exceptionally long and slow, letting every exhausted joint relax completely within the soft bedding. The ancient moonlight has pierced through the dust of eons, spilling a sheet of the gentlest silver white at the edge of your dreams, quietly guarding the peace deep within your heart. Listening to the low narration by your ear, and feeling that sleepiness deep within your brain growing heavier and more intense, let your consciousness gently sink alongside the lake-like silence. Sleep now, confidently surrender all the burdens of the day to this all-embracing night, and peacefully drift into the deepest dreamscape under the slow-motion lens of time. Good night, distant and gentle ancient woods, good night, to every kind living being reclaiming its soul in the slow cadence of life. On the African plains hundreds of millions of years ago, there once existed a colossus measuring over 12 meters in length. It possessed the power to tear through storms, yet in the final chapters of its life, it stepped into an eternal stillness. This immense life belonged to the Bahariosaurus, a creature that remains shrouded in mystery to this day within the scientific community. Tonight, beside the gently flickering hearth, let us journey together into its true life through this story that requires no effort to remember. As the last ray of the setting sun is swallowed by the ancient horizon of the Sahara, the clamor of the world begins to slowly recede. Most predators choose to conceal their forms within the brush, peering through the darkness with greedy eyes. However, this aging Bahariosaurus slowly raises its massive frame, turning its back on the blood-soaked and competitive oasis. It does not go in search of prey, nor does it release a roar to shake the wilderness, it simply walks solitarily toward the stretch of sand blanketed by starlight. Its colossal frame moves beneath the night sky like a slowly shifting mountain, its footsteps leaving a trail of faint rustling among the gravel. That sound is exceptionally gentle, as if an ancient breeze were caressing the earth, wafting an empty yet healing tranquility that soothes the soul. The daytime Sahara was a brutal battlefield ruled by scorching heat and hunger, where behemoths unleashed raw violence without reservation just to survive. As one of the absolute apex predators of this land, the first half of the Bahariosaurus's life was similarly intertwined with thunder and blood. It had once trampled dried riverbeds with its long hind limbs and shattered the twilight of eras with its razor-sharp teeth. However, as the hourglass of time drifted to a specific evening, something quietly awakened within its body. It was a weariness born of ceaseless slaughter, paired with the deepest perception of this boundless world. It began to notice that, beyond survival and predation, the night sky above this continent was adorned with countless stars that shimmered untiringly. Thus, during a twilight hunt, it slowly lowered the colossal claw it had already raised, allowing its panicked prey to vanish into the deep of the night. It turned its head, gazing out at the barrens where there was no conflict, only pure starlight, a world where it had never truly halted before. From that exact second, the monarch of the day underwent a metamorphosis in the dark. It chose to shed all its defenses and become the sole traveler beneath the night sky. Its coarse skin still held the residual warmth of the sun, yet under the baptism of the moon, it gradually radiated a gentle and restrained silver glow. The nocturnal barrens were exceptionally vast enough to harbor all the solitude and exhaustion of this giant beast. The Bahariosaurus walked slowly across the soft sand, each step taken as if measured with absolute precision, unhurried and steady. The wind blew from the distant ocean, weaving through the gaps in its massive ribs, emitting a low hum reminiscent of an ancient pan flute. It raised its slightly elongated head, inhaling the chilly, moist air of the night sky, feeling the respiration of the earth. The surrounding air was thick with the crisp aroma of withered ferns and the heavy scent of settling river silt. Here, there were no provocations from competitors, nor any shackles of territorial boundaries. The entire canopy of stars served as its silent curtain. Its gaze was serene and deep, mirroring constellations that had not yet been named by mankind eons ago, lights that had traveled across countless light years just to meet it. Occasionally, it would halt its steps, quietly watching a tiny insect scurry past its colossal toes. That extreme contrast between the immense and the minuscule, far from clashing under the flowing moonlight, dissolved into an ultimate harmony. It did not press its foot down. Instead, it waited patiently for that small spark of life to vanish into the night before resuming its heavy yet gentle pace. As the darkness deepened, the mist upon the barrens began to slowly condense, drifting around the giant beast's ankles like a veil of light. The Bahariosaurus ascended a gentle sand dune, where the horizon opened up, revealing the silhouettes of distant, subtly rolling mountains. The marks of time had etched countless scars across its body, ancient imprints left from contesting territories with Spinosaurus and Carcharodontosaurus. Yet, on such a silent midnight, these scars no longer throbbed with pain. Instead, they turned into the most peaceful symbols within the epic poem of its life. It gently swayed its long tail, the tip brushing against the sandy surface, creating regular, reassuring rustles. This sound echoed through the open expanse between heaven and earth like a wordless lullaby, smoothing away all the restlessness in the night. The world seemed to freeze at this single second, leaving only its regular respirations and the steady thumping of its heart inside that heavy chest. Each breath was accompanied by a subtle rise and fall of its ribcage, the exhaled white mist condensing under the moon before quietly dissolving away. It seemed to be using this manner to hold a final, and gentlest conversation with the ancient continent that had nurtured it for a lifetime. It required no understanding from any companion, nor did it need to leave any proof of its existence. It simply enjoyed the absolute peace of the present moment. A faint ink-blue hue began to tint the distant night sky, signaling that the footsteps of dawn were inevitably drawing near. The Bahariosaurus arrived beside an ancient lake as tranquil as a mirror, its surface flawlessly replicating the entire brilliant Milky Way. It lowered its head slowly, its massive skull suspended just above the water, yet it hesitated to break that perfect stillness. Gazing at its own immense and weathered reflection in the water, there was no terror in its eyes, only a profound restraint born of insight into destiny. The wind blew silently, stirring a delicate ripple across the lake that shattered the mirrored starlight into a sheet of scattered silver. Finally, it took a gentle sip of the cool lake water, droplets sliding from the edge of its mouth to strike the surface, emitting crisp, echoing thuds. This sound traveled remarkably far in the silence before dawn, sounding like a solemn, final farewell extended to the night. It knew that once the day arrived, the world would plunge into clamor and cruelty once more, and its colossal frame would have to shoulder the crushing weight of survival again. Yet, at least during the past few hours, it had possessed a freedom and tranquility that belonged entirely to itself. It turned around, facing the faint glimmer dawning on the horizon, and set foot once more upon the sand of its return journey, its steps remaining rock solid. The sun ultimately broke through the black curtain of night, blanketing the entire barrens in a warm, heavy golden yellow. Meanwhile, the Bahariosaurus that had strolled through the dark had already laid down within a dense thicket of ferns, sinking into a deep slumber. Upon the sand, it left a long trail of footprints pressed during its night-long journey, extending toward the direction where the starry sky had once existed. The breeze blew, and tiny grains of sand began to flow gently, gradually filling those heavy imprints until not a single trace remained. Just as the torrent of history eventually buried the entire age of dinosaurs, leaving later generations with nothing but boundless imagination and fragmented fossils. Yet, we know that in that distant past, a giant beast used the gentlest method to counter the cruelty of the world. What it left to this land was not a savage roar, but that faint rustling beneath the stars that had comforted countless nights. Now, that Bahariosaurus has fallen into a heavy sleep, the breeze over the barrens has gradually subsided, and the world has returned to its initial serenity. You who listen to this story, please shed the exhaustion and defenses of your day, just like that giant beast that walked beneath a canopy of stars. Close your eyes, follow that faint rustling sound, and peacefully step into your own quiet, gentle dreamscape. In the ancient epochs, long before the earth was ever defined by mankind, there lived a creature that carried the ultimate gentleness within the most majestic of exteriors. It possessed the most astonishingly massive frill in all of life's history, resembling a lofty, ancient stone wall standing atop its head, radiating a cold yet steady aura of defense. Yet, this anatomical structure, which almost armed itself to the absolute peak and seemingly implied a strong territorial presence, dissolved into the most incredible paradox of destiny at midnight. Tonight, beside the gently flickering hearth, let us journey into its true life through this story that requires no effort to remember. Its name was Chasmosaurus. In the starry compendium of the late Cretaceous, it was never a ruthless protagonist that dominated through speed or bloody slaughter. As the curtain of night fully drapes the world, it stands silently at the edge of a wide, sheltered coniferous forest, beneath its feet a bed of soft moss several inches thick. The moonlight pours down like water, precisely projecting upon its vast and flat frill, tracing the ancient growth ring textures on its horn-like surface with exceptional clarity. Just at this moment, a gentle breeze rustles through the woods, the weak, tiny insects of the forest, feeling the chill of the night wind, instinctively begin to gather toward this natural harbor. Their petite frames nestle within the flat shadow of the frill, some even finding the warmest sanctuary within the crevices of its heavy scales, treating this place as a midnight haven. Devoid of any predator's roar or companion's panic, there is only its rock-solid body, bringing an unparalleled sense of security to the entire night amidst the breeze. Its long, deep respiration rises and falls rhythmically in the silent jungle, so low that it seems to merge with the very pulse of the earth, compelling anyone who hears it to slow their own breath. On this quiet night, nothing needs to be rushed, much like this primeval behemoth transformed into a forest harbor beneath the starry sky. In the very beginning, fate did not arrange any easy evolutionary path for the Chasmosaurus. Instead, it assigned a lifelong thesis named heaviness. It was born in the latest stage of the Cretaceous period on the North American barrens, a ruthless end-world when the ecosystem was strained to its absolute limit, ready to unleash catastrophic upheavals at any moment. As one of the most iconic representatives of the Ceratopsian family, the skeletal structure of the Chasmosaurus appeared exceptionally idiosyncratic in a surface world that chased speed and agility. Its head became extraordinarily heavy due to that colossal frill, which meant that its neck bones and muscles endured an overloaded tension against gravity from the very moment of its birth. Consequently, its entire life could never know a full sprint like those lightweight predators. It could only tread with steady, even somewhat clumsy steps, nudging slowly across the mud. Each time it lifted a foot, it had to coordinate the strength of its entire body to maintain balance, this ultimate slowness becoming the first fracture propelling its destiny to shift. While its peers locked themselves in ceaseless wandering and slaughter for the scarce pastures of the surface, ultimately exhausting the splendor of their lives in attrition, it learned to step back. It withdrew from that frenzied race of speed and glory in its youth, wandering solitarily to the deepest, most inconspicuous, and peaceful edge of the jungle. It sloped its massive frill down onto the low bushes, allowing the daytime sun to bake it thoroughly, warming the horn-like layers and accumulating the gentle heat required for life. This surrender of speed did not turn it into a sacrificial lamb of the era, rather, it endowed it with a noble form of restraint and patient wisdom rarely found among surface creatures. It bore the weight of its frill, and in return, it enjoyed the steady chassis that weight provided. Recognizing its own limitations, its inner soul lived as a waveless, deep ocean. In the long years to come, it would carry this seemingly cumbersome miracle through countless anonymous twilights, treading its own certain and steady cadence. Within this slow-paced life of non-contention, the Chasmosaurus gradually mapped out a deeply humanized logic of power evasion filled with wisdom and restraint. The jungle of the late Cretaceous was a colossal chain woven of desire and blood. Any sluggishness exposed on the open plains could invite devastating fangs. Thus, the Chasmosaurus strictly confined its primary range of activity to the interiors of those tall, dense cycad groves and ancient coniferous forests, seeking its own equilibrium. The soil here was soft and moist, wafting the distinctive mellow fragrance of fallen leaves and plant humus, which brought the finest envelopment and cushion to its massive legs that bore several tons of weight. Its colossal frill, beneath the dim forest shade, transformed into a natural mimetic barrier, making it look exactly like an ancient stone wall fallen from a mountain crag. Whenever a Tyrannosaurus rex or another formidable carnivorous overlord trod with heart-stopping steps past the outer fringes of the jungle, the Chasmosaurus would freeze completely in the deepest shadow of the trees. It anchored its short, thick limbs firmly into the mud, letting its flat frill slice obliquely into the brush, its two gentle eyes maintaining absolute composure in the dark. It remained motionless, even stretching its internal respirations to a mere fraction of its usual rate, allowing the predator's scorching, violent breath to blow past just a few yards away. Those ferocious hunters, accustomed to capturing running dynamics, possessed retinas that never generated the slightest suspicion when sweeping across this motionless stone wall, ultimately departing in frustration. This aesthetic of stillness displayed amidst extreme danger was the most elegant refusal of the Chasmosaurus against that frantic era. It did not contest the chaotic world, yet it lived sublimely detached in the shadows. It unhurriedly chewed those low, succulent ferns, channeling its surplus energy into a long lifespan capable of defying time, leaving not a single shred of haste behind. Each grinding of leaves was accompanied by an exceptionally faint, rhythmic rustling sound echoing within its wide mouth, a sound that became its most habitual healing accompaniment during the long afternoons. As the continental landscape grew increasingly severe due to seasonal droughts, the extreme compression of living space pushed all animals to the brink of collapse. Rivers dried into cracked mud ditches, and once lush shrubberies withered and carbonized under the blistering sun, as panic and aggression spread like a plague through the dinosaur herds. Many herbivores, starved of water for a long time, fell into blind stampedes, forming suffocating, dense formations that charged aimlessly, only to perish in their own chaos. Within this brutal bottleneck of an era, the habit of keeping to its simplicity that the Chasmosaurus had long maintained once again revealed an unparalleled structural survival advantage. It never contested with others for those scarce oasis water sources exposed to the scorching sun, it simply returned to the core depths of the coniferous forest it knew best. The tall conifers wafted a faint aroma carrying the crisp scent of pine resin, a fragrance that possessed a natural calming and soothing effect in the dry air. The Chasmosaurus lay quietly beside a giant, flat rock, its even frill slanting perfectly across the crag's crevice, forming a flawless corner sheltered from the wind and sun. It surrendered the entire weight of its body to this earth packed extremely firm by its own feet, maintaining the absolute minimum of energy expenditure through exceptionally slow, deep, low-frequency respirations. Its heartbeat was as slow as counting the hourglass of centuries, each dull thud acting like a tender caress injected into this cracked, anxious land. It was during those coldest dry season midnights, when the surface temperature plummeted and the beasts on the ground shivered in the freezing wind, emitting desperate wails, that it truly transformed into a harbor. That flat frill blocked the bitter night winds pouring down from the north, forming a hidden encampment behind its body where the temperature was several degrees warmer than outside. The weakest, most easily overlooked moths, beetles, and tiny mammals of the forest instinctively began to gather toward this shield of the earth. They nestled quietly around its heavy belly and within the shadow of its vast frill, sharing faint body warmth and feeling that rock-solid stability. The Chasmosaurus perceived the arrival of these minuscule lives, yet it made no gesture of resistance. It merely pressed its body firmer against the ground, propping up an arena of absolute safety for the creatures beneath it. Amidst this cross-species, silently protective embrace filled with spiritual tension, the Chasmosaurus finally welcomed the gentlest and most fated night of its life. It was a specific night when the dry season was drawing to a close, and the scent of the soil reclaiming distant rains could already be faintly caught in the air. The entire Cretaceous sky was as clear as if it had been washed. The brilliant Milky Way resembled a wide ribbon of stars poured across the black velvet curtain, with countless fragments of golden starlight shimmering silently in the void, illuminating the ancient barrens. The Segnosaurus, entering the twilight of its life, trod upon the soft mossy ground with steps even slower and more solemn than ever before, returning to its most cherished habitat. Its joints, weathered by the eons, emitted an exceptionally dull, rhythmic hum as it walked, yet its gaze was as clear as lake water, mirroring the canopy of stars. It slowly lowered its body into the center of a circular clearing closely enveloped by tall ferns, its four massive, pillar-like legs tucked securely against its sides, hugging the earth. As its frame sank, those soft mosses and fallen leaves collapsed layer upon layer beneath it, releasing a continuous succession of faint, crisp, and deeply healing rustling sounds. This sound was exceptionally clear and gentle in the stillness of the midnight, like an old friend whispering a lullaby that spanned hundreds of millions of years of time and space in its ear. The gentle moonlight poured without reservation upon its wall-like frill. That originally cold, hard horn shield actually reflected a soft, jade-like microglow at this second. The night breeze blew silently, weaving through the branches of those conifers, bearing waves of dense, deep pine resin fragrance that thoroughly wrapped the subterranean encampment. A few tiny insects, their entire frames emitting a faint fluorescence, landed softly upon the edge of its vast frill with incredibly light cadences, resembling small night lamps lit in the deep of the night. The Chasmosaurus gently released a breath. Two dense plumes of warm white mist puffed from its nostrils, condensing into faint cloud silhouettes in the air before slowly dissolving away. At that single second, all the defense, heaviness, and epical survival pressures accumulated over a lifetime were completely released and reconciled within the rustling of the fallen leaves. It knew it had stood upon this world for long enough. Through its own stability, it had propped up secure nights for the lives in this woods. Now, it was time to return all exhaustion to the earth. It adjusted the angle of its jaw slightly, resting itself more comfortably upon the mossy ground, and serenely closed its eyes. From the exact moment the Chasmosaurus closed its eyes completely, the string of destiny that had been taut within its body for countless eras finally welcomed its slowest, warmest landing. Its colossal, rock-solid frame thoroughly merged into this silent soil at this second, becoming an eternal part of this ancient forest. The night breeze began to grow increasingly light and tender, like a pair of magical hands gently caressing every horn-like texture upon its skin, whisking away the final traces of tension. As time drifted silently, more and more tiny forest creatures arrived at its side. They were no longer afraid, simply falling into sweet slumbers beneath its vast frill. Under its protection, this tiny circular clearing became the ultimate dream cradle of the latest Cretaceous period, the safest and most conflict-free sanctuary, insulated from all external cruelty. The respiration of the Chasmosaurus became exceptionally prolonged and faint, each inhalation like listening to the whispers of the earth, and each exhalation passing its inner tranquility to its surroundings. Its heart rate decelerated inch by inch in the dark, from once every few seconds, to once every 10 seconds, until it finally merged seamlessly into the deep pulse of the earth, silent and trackless. In the depths of its consciousness, the slaughter upon the barrens dissolved into nothingness, and those unsettling, burning clouds in the sky cleared away completely, leaving only an endless canopy of serene stars. This choice of life, utilizing massiveness to carry gentleness, and stillness to guard the vulnerable, allowed it to live out the noblest posture in that primordial dawn filled with destructive powers. When hundreds of millions of years of environmental shifts transformed this ancient forest into deep rock walls and fossils, its bones still maintained this stable posture of resting silently upon the mossy ground. That was not the shattered skeleton of a creature that died struggling in despair, but an ancient traveler who had quietly slept for hundreds of millions of years wrapped in ultimate safety and envelopment. It uses its life to tell us that the ultimate meaning of power is never to destroy or conquer anything, but to be able to become the most reliable harbor for others when the storm arrives. Today, that Cretaceous continent which once drove countless primordial behemoths into frenzy and destruction has long since turned into silent rock strata through the vicissitudes of time. Those predatory overlords that once sprinted at full speed under the sun, invincible in their power, have ultimately become cold, cracked, shattered frames inside museums, leaving people to imagine them out of thin air. Yet, when we reopen the memory of the Chasmosaurus on this quiet night, we can still feel that deepest power of serenity traveling across hundreds of millions of years of time and space. That vast frill, once misconstrued as a display of power, eventually turned into the ultimate symbol of gentleness, restraint, and absolute security through the filter of time. It uses the epic of its life to gently tell us that in this volatile world, always hurrying you to run at full speed, always leaving you anxious and terrified, learning to bring yourself to a standstill on a quiet night and transforming into a stable rock to accept the caress of the breeze is a deeper life wisdom. The night wind has completely subsided now, all the clamor, all the disputes, and all the rushing of the outside world have been thickly filtered through the slow flow of this story. Within this warm blanket belonging exclusively to you, there is no longer anything that requires you to grit your teeth and defend, nor is there any unknown tomorrow demanding you to sprint at full speed. Just like that clever Chasmosaurus, draw your breath exceptionally long and slow, letting every exhausted joint relax completely within the soft bedding. The ancient moonlight has pierced through the dust of eons, spilling a sheet of the gentlest silver white at the edge of your dreams, quietly guarding the peace deep within your heart. Listening to the low narration by your ear, and feeling that sleepiness deep within your brain growing heavier and more intense, let your consciousness gently sink alongside the lake-like silence. Sleep now, confidently surrender all the burdens of the day to this all-embracing night, and peacefully drift into the deepest dreamscape under the slow-motion lens of time. Good night, distant and gentle ancient woods, good night, to every kind living being reclaiming its soul in the slow cadence of life. In the late Cretaceous world, absolutely dominated by speed and power, the surface of the Earth was enduring its most brutal survival race in history. From the moment of birth, every single living being was etched with the ironclad rule of full-speed running, full-speed tearing, and full-speed escaping. Yet, just as all the invincible primordial overlords fell into an inescapable evolutionary frenzy, a certain creature lived like an elegant outsider. Tonight, beside the gently flickering hearth, let us journey into its true life through this story that requires no effort to remember. Its name was Segnosaurus. In the starry compendium of the ancient world, it lived like a mysterious monk operating under a slow-motion lens. While the predators around it charged frantically through the heavy rain for a few inches of territory, emitting violent roars that made the entire forest tremble, the Segnosaurus stood in the deep twilight, moving its heavy frame to an exceptionally sluggish, almost sorrowful rhythm. It took several seconds just to lift a wide, stout foot, pausing briefly in mid-air before returning it to the ground with an almost tender grace. Devoid of panic or haste, all the rising tides, falling crests, and life-or-death struggles of the outside world were nothing more than a negligible breeze in its massive, gentle eyes. It was like an hourglass of time, using ultimate slowness to counter the clamor of an entire era, using a lifetime of restraint to dissolve the tragic destiny of herbivorous behemoths. Tonight, we too shall follow its regular, heavy, and deeply healing ancient steps, peeling away the urban tensions and anxieties of the day layer by layer, and sink into that hidden, eternal night belonging exclusively to the Segnosaurus, where nobody is in a rush. In the very beginning, fate did not grant the Segnosaurus any weapon to flaunt. Instead, it bound its life with a tight-fitting curse named sluggishness. Although it belonged to the theropod clade, a ferocious lineage that birthed countless apex assassins, it chose a completely opposite path at the crossroads of evolution. Its skeletal structure was exceptionally heavy, its wide pelvis and short, thick hind limbs predestined that it could never lift off into a run, let alone perform agile dodges when ambushed. This meant that in the late Cretaceous, where the law of the jungle reached its zenith, it was exposed to countless lethal teeth and claws from the moment it was born. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly irremediable innate weakness that became the first fracture propelling its destiny to shift, forcing it to seek an alternative philosophy of survival. When it was still very young, it had witnessed with its own eyes countless peers who prided themselves on agility, tossing and turning frantically just to seize more sunshine and food within their limited time. Those athletic figures sprinted at full speed through the jungle, and though they won a fleeting moment of attention, they exhausted the splendor of their lives in an incredibly short time, collapsing into ruins. The Segnosaurus lay quietly in the depths of the dense fern thickets, watching those clamorous lives rise and extinguish like fireworks, as a profound stillness gradually welled up within its heart. It understood that in this cruel world, if one raced against the wind, one would only be ruthlessly torn apart by it, turning into the dust of the era. But if it could transform into a rock, a tree, or even time itself, then those violent forces would no longer be able to harm it in the slightest. Thus, it began to intentionally slow its already sluggish pace, stretching each breath and each turn of its head to the absolute limit that life could bear. It surrendered all speed-based reconciliation with the world, channeling all its strength instead into every exceptionally steady, exceptionally certain footfall. This ultimate slowness was not a compromise with fate, but a supreme, resolute form of life restraint born from a clear awareness of its own limitations. As the first ray of mature twilight belonging to its adulthood blanketed its coarse, grayish-green skin, it had thoroughly become the loneliest and most peaceful traveler upon this land. Once the Segnosaurus had completely established its slow-paced manner of survival, the very first test it faced was how to stay alive in this hostile jungle. The primordial jungle of the late Cretaceous was a colossal labyrinth woven of power and desire, with the chains of the jungle law tightly fastened around the neck of every living being. As a herbivorous dinosaur without sharp fangs or an apex frame, every stroll the Segnosaurus took was actually a step along the precipice separating life and death. Yet, it possessed a unique wisdom, a strategy of absolute power evasion that took non-contention to its zenith, allowing it to dissolve into the background amidst the clamor. Every morning, as the sunshine just pierced through the tall redwood canopy, the herbivores on the surface began to mass into colossal herds, marching toward the oases with grand momentum. They fought violently over the most succulent leaves, trampling the mud and emitting piercing cries, while simultaneously drawing countless greedy predators to their side. The Segnosaurus, however, never disdained to join such frenzied gatherings. It always wandered solitarily and unhurriedly along the edges of the empty forest after the herds had departed. It was never in a rush to reach the highest shoots, nor did it compete with others for the low pastures. It simply set its sights on an exceptionally ordinary gymnosperm growing by the cliff. Its progress toward it was as slow as a creeping iceberg. Moving from the forest shade into the sunshine required an entire hour. If a patrolling predator happened to pass by during this process, the Segnosaurus would directly freeze in place, transforming into a statue devoid of any vital aura. It lowered its long neck slightly, folding its two massive front claws submissively against its chest, its dark green skin textures mirroring the surrounding rocks perfectly in the shadows. The hunters, accustomed to chasing running objects, possessed retinas incapable of capturing this ultimate stillness, or rather, a life moving at a micrometer scale velocity. The predators swept past it with ferocious auras, kicking up gusts of scorching wind, yet they never truly cast their gaze upon this ancient stone. This absolute restraint and composure in the face of danger was its strongest armor, allowing it to maintain a transcendent independence amidst the intricate dynamics of the jungle. While those invincible predators roared anxiously because they could find no fleeing prey, the Segnosaurus was already by the cliff, unhurriedly enjoying its lunch. Each chew was accompanied by the aroma of primordial plant sap, ground exceptionally slowly between its teeth, transforming into the pure warmth that fueled its long life. Through this seemingly cowardly yet exquisitely profound survival logic, it carved out an absolutely secure paradise for itself amidst the most cutthroat of the Cretaceous. As time drifted onward, the climate of the late Cretaceous began to develop an unsettling, anomalous tension. Drought and scorching heat gradually blanketed the entire eastern continent. Once abundant rivers began to dry up, and vast stretches of fern forests withered under the blistering sun, turning into charred debris that shattered at the slightest touch. The extreme compression of living space completely dismantled the fragile peace, plunging all living beings on the surface into a state of near-insane attrition and panic. Many herbivores accustomed to traveling in herds began large-scale migrations in search of water, collapsing in droves during the arduous journey, turning into trails of dry bones along the way. Meanwhile, the carnivores grew even more hysterical due to the scarcity of food, locked in ceaseless, day-and-night slaughter and plunder on the barrens, even resorting to cannibalism. Within this hellish bottleneck of an era, the seemingly comical slowness of the Segnosaurus quietly revealed a staggering structural advantage. Because its movements always maintained an exceptionally low metabolic state, its demand for water and energy was only a fraction of that of its violently running peers. While others needed to trek dozens of miles daily to find fresh water, the Segnosaurus only needed to lie within a deep shadow cast by ancient crags, quietly awaiting the arrival of the night. It curled its body into the pebble piles warmed by the daytime sun, utilizing exceptionally long, deep, low-frequency respirations to minimize the loss of internal moisture. Its heartbeat was as slow as counting the hourglass of centuries, each thud heavy and certain, as if injecting a dose of sedative into this anxious land. When night fully draped the world and the temperature on the barrens dropped slightly, it finally opened its massive eyes slowly, stepping toward hidden streams with an exceptionally regular pace. That once wide river now retained only a slender creek shimmering with silver light under the moon, but for the Segnosaurus, this was entirely enough. It submerged its long snout into the chilly stream, sucking exceptionally slowly, each droplet tracing a gentle path deep within its throat. The moonlight spilled over its dust-covered back, plating its grayish-green scales with a faint silver rim, making it resemble an ancient sage bridging the primordial dawn. It contested not a single oasis war, nor did it feel an ounce of anxiety for the collapse of the era. It simply enjoyed the continuation of life solitarily within its own slow cadence. Those giant beasts that had exhausted their last shred of strength in the frenzy of the day eventually closed their eyes in despair amidst thirst, turning into footnotes of time. Yet, the Segnosaurus, in the deep of every chilly night, still trod its silent path with those ancient steps governed by a slow-motion lens, walking toward an even deeper twilight that in the late Cretaceous midnight when the Segnosaurus entered the twilight of its life, the gentlest and most fated scene for this primeval behemoth truly and quietly arrived. By then, its skin had grown to resemble cracked tree bark under the weathering of eons, and its stout joints emitted a dull hum with every nudge it took. Yet, its gaze was clearer and deeper than ever before, filled with the silent memories of tens of thousands of nights spent upon this land. It was a cold, starry night, the sky was completely devoid of clouds, and the brilliant Milky Way hung suspended in the void like a river of life paved with crushed gold. The Segnosaurus knew that its ultimate limit was approaching, an irreversible law of nature and a gentle summation that Mother Earth whispers at the end of every life's journey. It harbored no terror, nor any sorrow of wanting to struggle, it simply walked unhurriedly toward the lake it knew best, just like its countless strolls in the past. That lake was closely enveloped by tall Alsophila trees and ancient rocks, its surface was so tranquil that not a single ripple disturbed it, perfectly duplicating the entire starry sky upon the water. Treading upon the soft moss wafting a faint scent of earth, the Segnosaurus moved toward the shallow shoals in the center of the lake, pausing with every single step, each movement brimming with a sacred sense of ritual. It lifted its right foot, suspending it in midair for a full 5 seconds, allowing the night breeze to brush past the delicate scales between its toes, before entering the water steadily and soundlessly. The water submerged its heavy ankles, whisking away all the aches and exhaustion accumulated over a lifetime, granting it a warm envelopment akin to returning to a mother's womb. It slowly bowed its long neck, suspending its head just above the water's surface, gazing at its own slender, weathered reflection mirrored in the stream. It drew a deep breath and exhaled it exceptionally long and slow, releasing a dense plume of white mist across the chilly lake, the fog shimmering with a hazy light under the moon. Then, with the gentlest and slowest motion of its entire life, it folded its 2 massive front claws together upon a giant, moss-covered boulder in the center of the lake. Resting its heavy chin securely upon the tips of its claws, its entire body achieved a flawless equilibrium between the warm water and the chilly night breeze, resembling an eternally frozen stone sculpture. Its eyes began to close inch by inch, each flicker of its lashes like witnessing a protracted century, until those gentle eyes finally dissolved completely into the dark. Its heartbeat began to decelerate, from once every 2 seconds, to once every 5 seconds, to a dull tremor separated by a full minute, until it finally merged seamlessly into the pulse of the earth. It left not a single agonizing wail upon the surface, nor did it startle a single sleeping bird in the woods, it departed so quietly, so restrainedly, so elegantly. The night mist gathered once more over the lake, wrapping and concealing this rock born of a giant beast, as if it had never left, and as if it had always been here, today. That Cretaceous continent which once drove countless primordial behemoths into frenzy and destruction has long since turned into deep soil through the vicissitudes of time. Those predatory overlords that once sprinted at full speed under the sun, invincible in their power, have ultimately become cold, cracked, shattered frames inside museums. Yet, when we reopen the memory of the Segnosaurus on this quiet night, we can still feel that deepest power of serenity traveling across hundreds of millions of years of time and space. That outlier, who required several seconds just to lift a foot and was misconstrued as a weakling in the torrent of its era, ultimately wrote the longest epic through its slowness. It uses the story of its life to gently tell us that in this volatile world, always hurrying you to run at full speed, always leaving you anxious and tense, slowing down is actually a deeper, more decisive life wisdom and self-protection. The night wind has completely subsided now, all the clamor, all the disputes, and all the rushing of the outside world have dissolved cleanly into this story that requires no effort to remember. Within this warm blanket belonging exclusively to you, there is no longer anything that requires you to grit your teeth and endure, nor is there any unknown tomorrow demanding you to sprint at full speed. Just mimic that clever Segnosaurus, drawing your breath exceptionally long and slow, letting every exhausted joint relax completely within the soft bedding. The ancient moonlight has pierced through the dust of eons, spilling a sheet of the gentlest silver white at the edge of your dreams, quietly guarding the peace deep within your heart. Listening to the low narration by your ear, and feeling that sleepiness deep within your brain growing heavier and more intense, let your consciousness gently sink alongside the lake-like silence. Sleep now, confidently surrender all the burdens of the day to this all-embracing night, and peacefully drift into the deepest dreamscape under the slow-motion lens of time. Good night, distant and gentle ancient woods, good night, to every kind living being reclaiming its soul in the slow cadence of life. When the most ferocious thunderstorms of the Cretaceous split the sky, all colossal life fled frantically for survival. Yet, in a hidden valley forgotten by the clamor, a tiny creature abnormally slowed its pace. It cared nothing for the pterosaurs sweeping overhead, nor for the roars of overlords echoing from afar, it merely gazed stubbornly at the stream beneath its feet. This small ankylosaur living on the fringes of the era, covered in a unique bony skin, was Minmi. Tonight, beside the gently flickering hearth, let us journey together into its true life through this story that requires no effort to remember. In this journey that requires no strain to recall, there is no cruelty of the survival of the fittest, only the restraint and serenity belonging to the night. Minmi is currently strolling unhurriedly by the shallow stream, letting the cool water soothe its exhausted limbs. The stream ripples over its thick toes, striking against the smooth pebbles with a crisp gurgling sound like an ancient ballad. It finally lays down slowly upon a giant, flat rock, moving no more, letting the chilly night dew quietly moisten its heavy armor. This solitude and tranquility in the vast open expanse between heaven and earth constituted the gentlest footnote of life in the deep night of eons ago. And the common impression of mankind, the Australian continent of the Cretaceous period was a cruel breeding ground filled with fierce competition and crushing pressure. Every inch of this land belonged to those immense, ferocious predators armed with lethal weapons. As a small dinosaur measuring no more than 3 meters in length, Minmi's living space was once compressed to a pitiful degree. It lacked the razor-sharp teeth of a tyrannosaur capable of tearing everything apart, nor did it possess the majestic frame of long-necked dinosaurs that could touch the clouds. To survive in the fissures of the era, its body evolved an extraordinarily peculiar protective structure. From its skull to its tail, countless minuscule bony nodules were embedded beneath its skin, forming a form-fitting coat of chainmail. However, this armor that protected it from fatal harm turned into a heavy burden of survival during the day. The ponderous carapace made its every stride exceptionally sluggish, rendering it unable to flee quickly when danger struck. When its companions scattered in panic at the slightest rustle of grass, it was often left alone in place, bearing the weight of unknown terror. This absolute slowness brought by its anatomical structure made it a marginalized existence within its herd for a very long time. The agony of the daytime arose not only from the dread of predatory species but also from the torment that the scorching heat inflicted upon this armored frame. When the merciless sun beat straight down upon the earth, the bony skin on Minmi's back rapidly absorbed the heat, acting like a moving branding iron. To seek a shroud of shade capable of sheltering its body, it had no choice but to break away from the herd and walk solitarily into the deep valley. During this process, its relationships with its companions grew increasingly estranged. The competition for power and reproduction seemed to have nothing to do with it. It grew accustomed to examining this world in solitude, utilizing its unique low vantage point to observe the growth of each fern leaf. While other dinosaurs crashed into one another for territory, emitting deafening roars, it merely chewed silently on the low vegetation. This passive choice gradually evolved deep within its heart into an extreme restraint and composure toward the external environment. It discovered that as long as it did not attempt to contest for things that did not belong to it, the world became relatively tolerant. While the torrent of the era desperately urged all life to evolve faster, stronger, and more ferocious, it intentionally took a step backward. This single step cost it the chance to become a ruler, yet it unexpectedly allowed it to touch the most authentic serenity of life. The turning points of destiny often occur at the most inadvertent twilight, when the final ray of golden sun sinks beneath the horizon. On that day, a catastrophic drought gripping the entire continent descended without warning, causing once abundant rivers to dry up on a massive scale. Stripped of water, the dinosaur herds plunged into an unprecedented frenzy, entering a bloody slaughter over the last remnants of mud. Minmi did not participate in this struggle destined for destruction. Relying on its memory, it walked solitarily toward the end of that hidden valley. Its joints throbbed with pain from the arduous trek, and its thick toes bled from friction against the cracked ground. Deprived of the nourishment of water vapor, the armor on its back became extraordinarily dry and ponderous, requiring an immense price for every single step it took. Yet, its gaze remained serene, free of panic or blind conformity, holding only a stubborn adherence to its inner direction. On that painful night, it traversed past countless remains of its kin and crossed dried riverbeds stained crimson with blood. Its mind harbored no sorrow at that moment, only a detached indifference to the transience of life, paired with an endless thirst for cool water. The cruel compression of the era's landscape did not shatter its fragile life. Instead, it tempered its slow-moving heart into something infinitely resilient. When it finally caught the faint sound of flowing water from afar, the entire world seemed to reawaken at that exact second. It was a shallow stream hidden deep within the canyon, and though the current was minuscule, it had miraculously escaped drying up in the drought. Minmi waded slowly into the water. The cool stream instantly enveloped its burning ankles, whisking away the exhaustion accumulated over many days. It did not gorge itself like a famished beast. Instead, it submerged half its body in the current, letting the gentle flow wash away the sand trapped within the crevices of its armor. The stream rippled over its thick toes, making crisp gurgling noises that sounded exceptionally clear and tender in the silent night. The surrounding air was thick with the scent of moist earth and the crisp fragrance of moss, the most luxurious reward of its life. It lowered its head slightly, gazing at the ripples spreading across the surface, as all past grievances and solitude dissolved into nothingness at this moment. The various pasts of being mocked by companions for moving too slowly and nearly losing its life due to its heavy frame all found their answers in the sound of the water. It was precisely because of its slowness that it avoided being swept into the destructive chaos of the day. It was precisely because of its stubbornness that it found this final paradise. Beside this shallow stream, it achieved a thorough reconciliation with its own destiny, discovering the survival wisdom exclusive to little characters. The night grew progressively deeper without notice. The stars shimmered with a light across the narrow sky above the canyon. Satisfied, Minmi stepped out from the stream, its body having reclaimed its cool temperature and its carapace gleaming with a gentle luster under the moon. It strolled along an open patch of ground by the bank, searching for the ultimate resting place to pass this night. Finally, its gaze settled upon a giant, flat rock in the middle of the stream, its surface polished exceptionally smooth by the flowing water. Unhurriedly, it waded over, its stout limbs stepping firmly onto the rock's surface with steady, muffled thuds. Inside this harbor untouched by any natural predator, it slowly lowered its body, letting its soft abdomen press close against the warm stone surface. Its long tail dropped submissively down one side of the rock, curling slightly into a defensive yet relaxed posture. The night breeze blew, and the temperature inside the valley began to fall, as a sheet of faint mist rose quietly from the water's surface to wrap around it. It closed those eyes that always appeared somewhat sluggish yet were infinitely clear, no longer thinking about whether tomorrow's sun would remain merciless. At this single second, this giant, flat rock was its gentlest shield against the entire cruel Cretaceous era. The night dew began to condense, transforming into crystal droplets that quietly moistened Minmi's thick, bony back armor. It had thoroughly entered a sweet dreamscape, its breathing becoming exceptionally prolonged and regular, each exhalation bearing a faint plume of white mist. The stream continued to flow untiringly beneath it, its gurgling noises echoing through the empty valley, guarding its serenity. That tiny ankylosaur that had suffered bullying and marginalization during the day found its own dignity within the embrace of the night. What it left to this world was not earth-shattering footprints, nor a colossal skeleton preserved in a museum to evoke awe. What it left was merely an ancient memory of slowing down, of finding a flat rock within a cruel world to fall peacefully asleep. Eons have drifted past, though the continents of that era have long since fractured and separated, the sound of that stream still seems to echo in the night sky of this evening. The core riddle was never how it managed to survive on that brutal continent, but how it maintained its inner peace in a frenzied era. Now, Minmi's journey has drawn to a close at a tranquil destination, and the world has long since plunged into the deepest night. You who listen to this story, please be like it, shed the heavy disguises you put on for defense during the day, and upon the flat, firm stone belonging to you, peacefully drift into your dreams. When the final ray of the world's sunlight is completely swallowed by the immense thickness of the sea, the true silence begins its prelude in the deep ocean trenches. In the ultra-deep waters of the Jurassic, completely untouched by light pollution or any modern clamor, the existence of life transforms into a state of ultimate restraint. Tonight, beside the gently flickering hearth, let us journey together into the true life of the Liopleurodon through this story that requires no effort to remember. Though crowned by later generations with the ferocious name of an apex marine predator, at this very second within the deep ocean valley, it resembles a colossal, motionless submarine suspended in the dark. Devoid of frantic hunting or rowdy competition, it merely surrenders to the chilly yet gentle ocean currents, drifting up and down with extreme slowness in the pitch-black void. That rhythm of rising and falling is as slow as the respiration of seabed crags, each minuscule displacement demands several minutes or even longer to complete. The darkness here is pure, so pure that time itself seems to freeze, no longer flowing forward. You cannot hear the sound of waves lapping against the shore, nor the howl of any storm. There is only an exceptionally faint, nearly imperceptible rustling as the water caresses its coarse skin. In this corner of the deep sea forgotten by the world, the Liopleurodon is engaged in a silent meditation spanning eons. Let us draw our breath with the same slowness, mirror its posture, and slowly sink into this gentle deep sea capable of cradling all exhaustion. Statistical anomalies and fragmented fossils frequently bring immense riddles to mankind, and the destiny of the Liopleurodon is hidden within these bones polished by time. People once believed it to be an invincible tyrant of the ocean, ruling the warm waters of the shallow seas with its massive frame and razor-sharp teeth. However, the authentic vitality belonging to it truly unfolded further down, far away from the sunshine, where the rules of survival were entirely different. Its anatomical structure was a masterpiece sculpted to master the abyss and the crushing pressure. Its vast flippers not only delivered bursts of explosive power but also provided flawless equilibrium when motionless. That elongated skull and jaws packed with sharp teeth presented a cold, stern majesty in the absolute darkness, as if it were a physical manifestation condensed from the night itself. When it retreated from the clamorous shallow seas, descending inch by inch into that bottomless ocean trench, it shed all the ferocity of a predator, dissolving into eternal serenity. Science cannot fully reconstruct each of its pauses within the deep sea, yet the delicate textures etched upon the fossils record the immense water pressure and solitude it once endured. In that world unreached by light, every single descent was an exploration of its own life's boundaries, and a surrender to fate. It cruised slowly along the edge of the trench, feeling the water temperature shift from warm to freezing, watching the surrounding life gradually thin out until only its own immense silhouette remained. It harbored no resistance to this solitude. For a giant beast truly belonging to the ocean, solitude was its most dignified vestment and its safest sanctuary. Within the global landscape of the late Jurassic, continents were drifting and climates were changing, yet the deep sea remained like a colossal time capsule, maintaining a cold, ruthless stability. In this ultra-deep sea realm where the Liopleurodon dwelled, the temperature hovered perpetually near freezing, and the currents were slow and heavy, like a massive river flowing tracklessly through the dark. Its skin possessed a dull, near-black protective color, allowing it to merge seamlessly into the surrounding ink in a world devoid of light. When it chose to halt all movements directly above an ocean trench, a miracle unfolded in absolute silence. By virtue of its colossal lungs and a unique ability to regulate internal density, it required no flapping of its flippers to maintain a flawless, absolute stillness in the water. From afar, it resembled a slumbering ancient mountain range, or the cold, stark wreckage an artificial creation left upon the seabed. A faint deep-sea current sloped past its snout, tracing along its broad back and streamlined frame before drifting slowly away into the rear. Its enormous eyes opened subtly in the dark. Though there was no light to reflect, it could capture the faintest fluid vibrations across miles through its hypersensitive pressure sensory lines. This perception was not driven by slaughter, but served as a manner of staying connected with the world. It knew that in the distant upper seas, countless lives were locked in clamor, while it wished only to guard this cold isolation. Its heartbeat became exceptionally slow, a heavy thud separated by vast stretches of time, driving the chilly blood to the furthest extremities of its colossal frame. Each gap between heartbeats was long enough for a mortal thought to rise and extinguish on its own, allowing all anxieties to dissolve into nothingness during the time lost in the deep sea that it possessed on dry land. There were no sunrises or sunsets, no rotation of seasons, only the endless darkness silently alternating. The Liopleurodon hung suspended within this fissure of time and space, moving to an exceptionally sluggish rhythm of rising and falling under the cold yet gentle deep-sea currents. When the current lifted subtly upward, its body drifted skyward at a pace of a few centimeters per minute, a motion as effortless as a feather floating in a midnight sky. And when the current sloped downward into the deep, it would surrender obediently, descending without a shred of resistance into the profound abyssal trenches. This rising and falling was entirely beyond its control, yet within this complete lack of control, it discovered an ultimate state of comfort and peace. It felt no need to counter nature, nor to fight the game between gravity and buoyancy. It simply surrendered its destiny entirely to this ocean that had nurtured it and would eventually entomb it. Around it, tiny deep-sea plankton emitting faint bioluminescent glimmers occasionally drifted past like stars streaking across a pitch-black night sky. Thosier pale blue sparks illuminated the ancient scars upon its skin, imprints left from the struggles of its youth in the shallow seas, all of which had now found release in the passage of eons. As the sparks lit and extinguished, its vast contour loomed indistinctly in the microglow, exuding an indescribable majesty and restraint wrapped in fate. Within this extreme slow motion, all conflicts dissolved and all agonies slowed, leaving only pure survival continuing silently in the dark. It was like a sage of the deep sea, utilizing a lifetime of stillness to counter the transformations of the outer world, drawing a slow respiration to smooth away the clamor of the primordial dawn. When the journey of life drifted to an irreversible turning point, the Liopleurodon's reliance upon this deep sea became even purer and deeply moving. It began to minimize its ascents to the shallow seas. Those waters brimming with sunshine, fish schools, and competition appeared altogether too noisy and exhausting for its present state. It hovered within the ocean trenches for longer stretches, maintaining that iconic, submarine-like suspension for days and weeks on end. This choice was not an act of cowardice or escape, but a natural return of life upon perceiving its own ultimate summation. It chose to merge with the most primitive stillness. During this process, its psychological state grew infinitely quiet, and those instincts that once drove it to chase prey gradually faded into a tender obedience to the rising and falling of the currents. Its relationship with this ocean trench had transformed from a mere habitat into the ultimate resting place of its soul, establishing a wordless understanding between them. Eras shifted. Rapidly high above its head, new predators perhaps rose, and storms perhaps tore the surface, yet none of it could touch this deep world 1,000 meters down. It quietly experienced the slow ebbing of strength within its own frame in the dark, a sensation devoid of pain, resembling instead a prolonged ritual of returning borrowed elements back to nature. Each caress of the current felt like a gentle farewell extended by the ocean to this ancient behemoth, drawing a chilly stream to whisk away the final traces of heat from its body. It adjusted the angle of its flippers subtly, ensuring that when the next current surged, it could maintain a suspension even more elegant and serene. In this deep abyss free of pain and time, it completely surrendered the pride of an apex predator, leaving behind only a pure and noble silhouette of life. Eons of time have passed like flowing water, and the frame of the Liopleurodon has long since transformed into cold, hard stone, buried deep within strata unreached by mankind. Yet, the ultimate silence it once left within the deep ocean trenches seems to pierce through the barriers of time and space, meeting us on this quiet night. That colossal figure suspended motionless in a deep sea entirely free of light pollution or modern noise answers the ultimate riddle of how life faces solitude. It required no proof to the world, nor did it need to leave complex tracks behind. It simply concluded its restrained and majestic life within the gentle currents. The ancient deep sea has gradually receded now, yet that chilly, gentle sensation of rising and falling belonging to the Liopleurodon still lingers within our breath. Let all thoughts completely relax alongside that slow-moving current. There is no more hustle of the day, no more anxiety of the heart. The night behaves exactly like that all-embracing, deep ocean trench, wrapping you tenderly in pure darkness and silence, smoothing away all your fatigue. The sound of the hearth has grown faint, and it is time to close the pages of the story, as this deep-sea meditation accompanies you into the deepest slumbers. May you shed all defenses within the eternal tranquility that the Liopleurodon once experienced, and find the harbor belonging to your own soul. Good night, and may you have a gentle, serene, and infinitely stable dream. Have you ever met a herbivorous dinosaur surrounded by its own kind yet always longing for distance from the noisy herd? This creature is Yandosaurus, blessed with slender, swift limbs but never willing to squeeze into the bustling core of its group. Tonight, sit beside the dim flickering fire and follow its gentle life tale without memorizing rigid paleontology data. Most dinosaur lovers assume plant-eating dinosaurs live in crowds for safety, yet Yandosaurus breaks this rule entirely. Though its agile body can dodge carnivores in a flash, it stays far from the noisy woodland meadows where herds gather. When sunset fades from the sky each day, it sets off alone toward a secret hidden canyon. None of its relatives notice this quiet little dinosaur or understand its silent inner thoughts that we won't dive into cold bone records or complicated evolution charts today. We'll simply walk with Yandosaurus into its exclusive canyon and feel its soft introverted heart hungry for peace and ease. Inside the canyon, mild night winds brush rough rock walls, sun-warmed cobblestones hold daytime heat, and Yandosaurus lets go of all vigilance, loosening every tight muscle. Layered valley echoes sound like soft whispers from the earth, washing away all its stored weariness. At this moment, you can cast aside trivial worries and slow your breath together with this dinosaur, sinking into the one-of-a-kind calm of this prehistoric canyon. The ancient basin buzzes with noise all day long. Giant Omisaurus stretch long necks to eat cycad leaves, herds of Huayingosaurus rub their bony plates together, and young dinosaur calves chase and screech non-stop. Silence never exists here from sunrise till dusk. Yandosaurus's pale taupe skin blends perfectly with soil, so other dinosaurs easily overlook its slim frame. It never joins the herd to forage, instead picking remote young fern leaves at the woodland edge. When young dinosaurs run toward it, it quietly steps back to a lonely corner and avoids rough play. Elder herd dinosaurs feel confused about its reclusive habits, unable to grasp why it refuses to fit in. Only Yandosaurus knows constant crowd noise burdens its mind, tensing its limbs and sparking unexplainable anxiety. It doesn't hate its kin, it's simply born introverted, unable to stand endless chatter and group activity. It stays alert the whole day while feeding, eyes tracking every moving figure around it, ready to flee at any time. Its slender limb muscles remain taut, breathing quick and shallow without a single moment of relief. It once forced itself into the herd center to eat tender ferns and try blending in, yet after just 30 minutes, chaotic roars, bumping bodies and endless commotion made its heart race and head spin. It slipped away silently, leaning against a sandstone wall at the woodland edge to catch its breath, fully realizing the herd's liveliness was never meant for it. Its peace lay in the basin's forgotten corners. As the sun drifts west and pale orange sunset spills across the horizon, Yandosaurus takes its last bite of fern leaves, lifting its head to gaze at the glowing sky. Anticipation flickers in its eyes, and its day-long tense limbs finally soften. It abandons the herd's overnight woodland shelter, turning onto a narrow path rarely trodden by other dinosaurs. Tiny club moss leaves brush its flanks, blocking all woodland racket behind it. The roars of its kin fade step by step, leaving only wind rustling through plants. The day's built-up irritation melts away completely. This hidden canyon trail is a secret Yandosaurus discovered over dozens of sunsets. At first, it wandered west rocky hills just to escape herd noise. Jagged gravel covers the path, tall layered rock walls block basin center commotion, and the farther it walks, the quieter everything grows. Initially, it stayed wary, frequently glancing back for lurking meat-eating dinosaurs, muscles coiled to sprint and ears perked for tiny sounds. After 10 sunsets of solo travel, it memorized every nook of the path, knowing which rock cracks cannot hide large predators. Its guard fades gradually, its stiff spine relaxes and breathing turns slow and soothing. The path ends between two huge yellow-gray sandstone boulders forming a stone gate. Pass through, and you enter the basin's most secluded canyon. Steep rock walls marked by ancient water stains line both sides, soft fern vines hang from cliff tops, and the ground is covered with evenly sized sun-baked cobblestones that retain gentle warmth after dark. Sparse silver ferns dot the ground, and a shallow stream trickles alongside, tapping cobblestones to create faint comforting tinkles. When Yandosaurus first stepped into this canyon, it froze at the entrance. No other dinosaurs lingered here, no loud roars, no chasing cries, only wind, flowing water and swaying vine rustles. Sunset light filters through cliff gaps, casting soft glow over stone ground, and the air carries light soil and fern fragrance. Instantly, the day's suppressed anxiety is swept away by canyon night wind, and its permanently taut limb muscles tremble with relief. It wanders slowly along the stream, paws pressing into warm smooth cobblestones and absorbing their heat with every step. Every cliff and plant here belongs solely to its quiet world. Occasional valley winds drift through rock gaps, creating gentle echoes that wrap its thin body. From that day onward, Yandosaurus hurries down this solo trail right after daily foraging at sunset, rushing toward its healing sanctuary. On the path, it no longer needs to watch herd members, answer group calls or stay ready to dodge other dinosaurs. It can stroll at its own pace, study roadside moss veins, stare at shifting sunset clouds, and let its thoughts drift freely. Day-long tight neck and shoulder muscles stretch as it walks alone, and its rushed daytime breathing adjusts into a slow steady rhythm. This short trail separates it not just from basin bustle, but also all daily restraints and unease. The canyon beyond the stone gate is the only prehistoric land where it can fully embrace its introversion without pretending or pleasing others. Most of its daily exhaustion fades the second it steps through the boulder entrance. Yandosaurus heads straight for the flattest cobblestone stretch in the canyon center, where sun-soaked stones emit perfect mild warmth. It pauses to inhale the mixed scent of stone, stream water and wild plants, then slowly bends its slender limbs and lies gently on its side against the cobblestones. Stone warmth seeps across its whole body from belly and back to limb muscles, soothing tendons tight from a full day of evasion and foraging. Its perpetually strained neck and shoulders relax completely, resting naturally on round cobbles. It shuts its eyes, clearing woodland noise, confused herd stares and constant vigilance from its mind. Its breathing lengthens, moist canyon night wind filling its lungs and calming all inner restlessness. Its delicate front limbs rest casually on surrounding stones, hind legs stretched loose, its whole frame utterly free of defense. Light stream vapor drifts over its skin, bringing faint coolness to balance cobblestone warmth, and it squints slightly with comfort. Tall canyon rock walls block all basin light, only pale orange sunset glow filters through cliff gaps, casting soft dim light easy on its eyes. The canyon holds ideal quiet, neither eerily silent nor noisy, filled with three gentle constant sounds: the soft tinkling of stream water hitting stones, faint rustles of wind brushing cliff vines, and slow layered wind echoes drifting from the valley depths. These natural sounds blend into unique canyon white noise, wrapping Yandosaurus's wandering thoughts and dissolving all chaotic mental clutter. It lets its mind roam without worrying about tomorrow's foraging, herd mates' opinions or hidden dangers. Right now, it is merely a quiet introverted little Yandosaurus, owner of an entire undisturbed canyon, warm sun-baked cobblestones and unlimited peaceful private time. All the anxiety accumulated from catering to the herd and staying alert drains away with every long breath, and muscle soreness melts in the cobblestone heat. It tilts its ears toward distant valley echoes, which sound like the earth murmuring responses to all its unspoken soft thoughts. No herd member will break its solitude, no commotion will shatter this stillness. Canyon night wind, stream water, warm stones and faint sunset glow stay beside it as it empties its mind. As the sky darkens and sunset fades, pale deep blue twilight spreads across the canyon sky, yet cobblestones retain their soft warmth. Yandosaurus's eyelids grow heavy, breathing slowing further, all messy thoughts vanishing, leaving only surrounding natural sounds and steady stone warmth. It holds its relaxed side-lying pose, for limbs fully loose, back pressed into warm cobbles, immersed in rare peace and savoring this healing moment belonging purely to its introverted self. Deep blue twilight shrouds the canyon, blurring sharp rock textures under thin haze. The last wisp of sunset pink disappears, tiny soft stars dot the narrow sky strip above cliffs without disrupting the valley's calm. The stream never stops its even soothing tinkling, water washing smooth cobbles in a repeating cycle like an endless soft lullaby. Night wind sweeps through the long canyon passage, stirring hanging fern vines into constant faint rustles. These sounds weave together into a thick gentle sound wave that blocks all outside noise. Yandosaurus remains on its side atop the cobblestone bank, eyes lightly closed and long eyelashes still. Every muscle in its body releases all tension, bones and tendons stretched to their most comfortable state. Cobblestone sunlight warmth seeps deeper into its skin, chasing away evening mountain chill, and steady mild heat lingers where its belly and back touch the stones. Its breathing is slow and even, nothing like the rushed flustered breaths of daytime. Occasional stronger valley winds bounce faint echoes off layered rock walls, brushing lightly against its ears without harshness, deepening its inner peace. Its thoughts turn light and empty, no longer replaying herd roars or tomorrow's foraging troubles, only focused on the present. Cobblestone warmth beneath its body, soft stream and wind sounds in its ears, faint cool night wind on its skin, and dim gentle twilight plus starlight overhead. This pure present relaxation is something it can never find amid the crowded daytime herd. Within the group, invisible binds always exist, other dinosaurs' stares, constant bustle, endless vigilance, all layering restraints over its soft introverted nature. Only this hidden Western Basin canyon accepts its love of silence, lets it empty its mind alone, and grants it a resting place free of pretense or obligation to please others. The sky darkens further, canyon light growing softer and hazier, tiny star glimmers falling onto cobblestones to outline each warm stone's shape. Yandosaurus fully stretches all four limbs, its slim tail coiling casually on nearby stone piles, dropping every trace of guard to sink into the canyon's gentle night. Once in a while, it shifts its body slightly to find the warmest cobblestone spot, then holds its relaxed lying posture without moving again. The surrounding natural white noise, stream water, wind and valley echoes, maintains a slow stable rhythm, smoothing away the last traces of inner restlessness. It can clearly feel its muscles shift from tight to soft, all day long weariness from walking, dodging and feeding dissolves entirely within the twilight canyon. Here, it never needs to hide its introverted character, force itself into lively crowds or pretend to be sociable, it only needs to taste the deep midnight quiet that belongs solely to itself. The whole canyon becomes a huge soft warm bed, gently wrapping Yandosaurus's slim frame, weaving a sleep-inducing barrier from night wind, warm stones, running water and starlight. As night deepens, Yandosaurus's breathing lengthens and slows, its consciousness growing faint and light, hovering right before deep peaceful slumber, all senses submerged in the canyon's unique calming atmosphere. By midnight, night fully covers the canyon, tiny stars spread across the clifftop sky strip, and the stream still keeps its steady soothing tinkling. Lying on its side on the cobblestone bank, Yandosaurus draws long soft breaths, its consciousness sinking into dim peace, completely separated from all daytime bustle and restraints. Let us return to the opening question: why would a swift-herd-capable herbivorous dinosaur travel alone to an empty canyon? The answer is not hatred for its kin, but its innate gentle introverted nature cannot endure non-stop group chaos. Herd commotion weighs constantly on its mind, tensing muscles and stirring inner fluster, only total solitude and quiet can smooth all its restlessness. This hidden canyon, sun-residual warmth cobblestones, and looping natural white noise form Yandosaurus's exclusive mental soother. It never needs a massive herd for a sense of safety, it only craves a quiet corner to reveal its true self, shed all weariness and drift off to peaceful sleep. The softest lesson Yandosaurus leaves behind is to accept your own love of quiet, and never force yourself to cater to everyone's bustling liveliness. All living creatures hold different temperaments, some adore crowded activity, others yearn only for solitary peace, and neither disposition is superior to the other. Just like you listening to this bedtime tale now, you may spend all day navigating crowds, your heart heavy with unspoken tension and exhaustion. Why not follow Yandosaurus's lead and build a hidden private canyon inside your mind, cutting off all outside noise and chaos for a moment? Imagine sun-baked warm cobblestones under your body, soft stream and night wind sounds swirling in your ears, and adjust your breathing to a long steady rhythm. Set aside all trivial circling thoughts, cast off other people's expectations and gazes, and only focus on the gentle relaxing sensation wrapping your body in this instant. Yandosaurus will enjoy all-night quiet solitude in the canyon. When faint dawn light glimmers on the horizon tomorrow, it will rise from the cobblestone bank and return to the woodland to forage. A full night of deep relaxed rest will erase all its prior day anxiety, filling its heart with enough peace to face the herd's returning daylight bustle. As for you watching and listening, use this Yandosaurus Canyon bedtime story to slowly empty your chaotic thoughts and melt all day long physical and mental exhaustion. Surrounding wind, stream water and faint valley echoes keep wrapping your wandering thoughts, while the soft night holds your whole body gently. No rush to fall asleep fast, no need to force your mind blank, simply slow your breath alongside Yandosaurus and let your consciousness grow faint and light little by little. The tranquility of this prehistoric canyon crosses endless time to reach your side, sending peace and relaxation straight into your heart, accompanying you through an entire night of undisturbed dreamless sleep. In the ancient epochs, long before the earth was ever defined by mankind, there lived a creature that carried the ultimate stillness within the grandest of bodies. It possessed the most astonishingly long neck in all of evolutionary history, a silent highway connecting the dust of the earth to the starlit sky. Yet, this anatomical marvel, which nearly pushed the boundaries of nature, destined it to spend its entire life in a state of profound restraint, moving to an almost melancholic slow rhythm. Tonight, Beside the gently flickering hearth, let us journey together into the true life of the Mammon-Kessarus with this story that requires no effort to remember. As the curtain of night fully drapes the world, it stands silently in the center of an unnamed primeval lake, enveloped by low-hanging night mist. Its neck, spanning over 10 meters, stretches slowly into the void, resembling an ancient bridge frozen between heaven and earth under the watery moonlight. There are no roars of predators, nor any calls from its kin, there is only its long, deep respiration, sending faint, delicate ripples across the chilly surface of the lake. This sound is so ancient, so low, that it seems to merge with the very pulse of the earth, compelling anyone who hears it to slow their own breath. On this long and quiet night, nothing needs to be rushed, much like this primeval behemoth standing in the fog. What we are about to unfold is not a survival chronicle of bloody struggles, but a long epic poem written by a solitary soul in the primeval dawn of time. Please close your eyes, listen to the gentle rustling of the water lapping against the shore, and let us walk into the hidden, eternal night guarded by the Mammon-Kessarus for hundreds of millions of years. When fate bestowed upon the Mammon-Kessarus an unparalleled height, it also quietly locked its life in the heaviest of shackles. That colossal neck, which made up nearly half of its entire body length, was both its greatest survival asset and a lifelong burden it could never escape. To support this pillar of life, composed of dozens of massive cervical vertebrae, its muscles, ligaments, and every single blood vessel endured an unimaginable tension. This meant that in the cutthroat world of the late Jurassic, it could never turn with agility or run fiercely like other predators. Its world lacked the thrill of a full sprint, it knew only day after day, year after year, of slow nudges and meticulous balances, akin to a spiritual practice. As the first glimmer of dawn pierced through the canopy of the tall Alsophila trees, the young Mammon-Kessarus had to take a long time just to raise its head from sleep. This movement demanded immense patience, as the blood inside its body fought against the fierce pull of gravity to reach its high-altitude brain. Rising too quickly would invite a lingering vertigo, a fatal vulnerability in this treacherous prehistoric jungle. Thus, it learned to wait, and to listen to the slow, steady cadence deep within its soul before making any move. This slowness was not cowardice, but a noble form of restraint and tolerance born from a clear awareness of its destiny's limits. The jungle wind howled past its ears, scattering fallen leaves and bearing the faint, distant roars of carnivorous dinosaurs. Yet, it kept its head suspended at that safe height, quietly watching the distant mountains reveal themselves piece by piece in the morning light. Its day began like this, devoid of panic or chaos, marked only by the low, grating sounds of joints grinding slowly under the weight of gravity. In its own way, it declared to this ancient land that some lives were born not to run, but to stand firm in the wind. Though the fleeting shadows darting through the mud were swift, they were never destined to overlook the contour of the entire world from such a lofty vantage point. It bore the weight of its neck, and in return, it enjoyed the unique perspective that weight provided, a silent game of endurance and ascent. In the long years to come, it would carry this seemingly cumbersome miracle through countless anonymous twilights and dawns. In that primeval era ruled by giant dinosaurs, the survival philosophy of the Mammon-Kessarus seemed exceptionally lonely and idiosyncratic. As its mountain-like frame moved along the edges of the dense primordial forest, it was always accompanied by the rustling of snapping branches and the dull thud of the earth vibrating. Yet, in stark contrast to its imposing exterior, its inner world was a serene, waveless ocean of silence. It would often wander alone to the middle reaches of a wide river, where the current was gentle and the riverbed was lined with thick, soft sand. The water greatly alleviated the crushing pressure of gravity on its immense body, offering its four massive legs, which bore several tons of weight, a brief respite. It would rest its long neck flat upon the surface of the water, allowing the cool river to wash over its hard scales, whisking away the residual heat from its skin. In these moments, it resembled a peaceful peninsula, silently observing the carnivorous dinosaurs on the distant bank, locked in frantic, bloody battles for territory and mates. Those savage roars, splattering blood, and lustful pursuits were nothing more than transient smoke in its gentle, enormous eyes. It knew deep down that the greatest power in this world was not destruction, but the endurance to stand firm like a rock through wind and rain. It simply chewed the succulent ferns by the water, channeling its surplus energy into a long lifespan capable of defying time. The water formed tiny eddies around it, making faint, crisp gurgling noises that became its favorite background music for the afternoon. Occasionally, unknown tiny flying creatures would land on its broad back to rest, treating it like an unsinking reef in the middle of the river. It did not reject the closeness of these minuscule lives. In fact, to avoid startling them, it intentionally made its already slow movements even slower and lighter. Its sheer size became a reliable sanctuary. Under its shadow, this corner of the primordial river felt extraordinarily stable and serene. Its life was rarely touched by fierce conflict, as it habitually steered clear of rowdy gatherings, seeking out its own gentle waters instead. For the Mammon-Ksaurus, life required no proof to anyone. As long as it could tread on firm sand and feel the caress of the flowing water, it was enough. As the sun slowly dipped toward the western mountains and the golden ripples on the river faded away, it finally raised its neck, walking into the depths of the jungle cloaked in damp mist. Its silhouette grew heavier in the twilight, looking like a lonely traveler of countless centuries, heading toward its next night. When time drifted into the starry midnight, the most secretive and healing moment for the Mammon-Ksaurus truly arrived. Nights on the primordial continent were cold and clamorous, as nocturnal predators sharpened their claws in the dark, emitting spine-chilling hums. But the Mammon-Ksaurus had its own sanctuary, the vast, high night sky that it could easily reach with its height. Stepping with a steady pace, it walked toward a hidden lake nestled among the mountains deep within the forest, the ultimate home of its soul. The lake mirrored a sky full of stars. As the breeze blew, the starlight shimmered like crushed gold upon the water, as if the entire Milky Way had settled here. Standing in the deepest part of the lake, the water rose just past its belly, providing a warm, enveloping embrace reminiscent of a mother's womb. Inch by inch, it slowly extended its neck until its head completely pierced the boundary of the night fog, stepping into an absolutely silent high-altitude world. At that height, the noise and danger of the forest seemed to retreat into the far distance, leaving only pure moonlight to illuminate its slender face. Closing its eyes gently, it felt the soft touch of the high-altitude breeze brushing against the tiny scales atop its head, a private caress granted by nature in the deep of the night. Its breathing became extraordinarily long and slow. Each inhalation felt like drawing the silence of the entire starry sky into its abdomen, before transforming it into a warm white mist exhaled slowly. The air up high was chilly, but a constant warmth surged within its body, driven by the ancient, powerful furnace of life humming inside its colossal frame. High above the mist, it could not hear the agonizing cries of dinosaurs dying on the ground, nor the relentless squabbles over survival. Here, there was only the direction of the wind, the tracks of the stars, and the hourglass of time flowing silently. Its long neck became a hypersensitive antenna in the dark, capturing faint signals from the distant universe and the deepest sighs of the ancient continent. It just stood there in absolute stillness, as though it were no longer a dinosaur, but a flesh-and-blood giant tree growing in the center of the lake. The night mist gathered and dispersed around its neck, slicing its body into two parts, one anchored in the mortal world, the other hidden in heaven. Every soul that followed it to this height would feel a peace that struck directly at the heart, a complete release of all defenses. In this dreamscape woven only of moonlight and white fog, there was no past to regret, no future to fear. Everything was suspended in the breath of this single second. This ultimate slow-paced life allowed the Mammon-Ksaurus to accumulate an almost divine wisdom and composure over the long ages. It witnessed the birth of countless new lives and watched many invincible overlords collapse into dry bones amidst the torrent of eras. During a rare, catastrophic drought, once abundant rivers dried up completely, and once lush pine forests withered away under the scorching sun. Panic and anxiety spread among the dinosaur herds, and many herbivores fought violently over the last green oases, ultimately perishing in their own strife. Only the Mammon-Ksaurus maintained its unbelievable calm and restraint, for it possessed a survival dimension unattainable by others. By virtue of its astonishingly long neck, it easily reached the tender shoots at the tops of tall redwoods growing 100 meters high, canopies that remained untouched by the drought. Those greens hidden deep within the clouds were the final gift left by the era to a gentle sage, and the foundation of its proud survival. It contested not a single shred with the creatures on the ground. Instead, it enjoyed its own abundance and serenity alone in the high sky. In this brutal natural culling, it demonstrated the most resilient vitality through the gentlest posture, echoing like a silent epic across the earth. When the rainy season finally returned with the long-awaited thunder, it still stood there, neck slightly bowed, quietly welcoming the first rain to wash away the dust. That prolonged drought reshaped the landscape of the continent, causing many once powerful groups to vanish entirely into the dust of time. Yet, the Mamenchisaurus continued to leave a trail of deep, rhythmic footprints on the revived soil with its unhurried steps. Its very existence was a gentle mockery of that disaster, proving through survival that fleeting dominance and ferocity could not guarantee eternal endurance. Only those lives that knew how to hide their sharp edges in a crisis and maintain restraint in adversity could hear the wind of the next era. It continued to stroll between its lakes and forests, raising its head to the high starry sky every night, living its days just as it always had. The marks of time etched tiny wrinkles upon its coarse skin, medals of patience granted by the ages. It had grown all too accustomed to the transformations of this world. The splitting of lands, the rising of mountains, and the rerouting of rivers were, to it, merely a protracted cycle of seasons. It harbored all of history within its massive chest, transforming it into a low, thunderous yet incredibly tender resonance with every breath it took. In the autumn when the Mamenchisaurus entered the twilight of its life, the entire continent seemed to plunge into an exceptionally long evening. Its movements grew even slower than before, with each lift of its massive foot requiring a longer pause in the air before landing steadily. It knew that the fire of its life was gradually burning out, an irreversible law of nature and the ultimate destination for every living being. Yet, it harbored no fear or resistance, for it had walked far enough and looked high enough in this life, leaving no regrets behind in the mortal world. For the last time, it came to the serene lake that had accompanied it for most of its life, a lake reflecting the entire Milky Way in the deep of the night. The stars in the sky were exceptionally bright, like diamonds hung upon black velvet, radiating a cold yet tender light. It waded slowly into the lake, feeling the familiar water gradually submerge its body, washing away the aches and exhaustion accumulated in its bones over the years. Gathering its remaining strength, it extended its long neck straight and high into the ethereal night sky, just as it always did. Its head once again pierced through the cool night mist, reaching its favorite height, where the wind still carried the familiar, crisp scent of the cosmos. Gazing at those unchanging stars, it seemed to see every night of its past, reliving the silent hours spent beneath the moonlight. It released one final, long, and deep sigh. The sound traveled down its long neck, stirring a massive ripple across the lake. Then, it gently closed its enormous eyes and let its head slowly fall, allowing its long neck to rest flat upon the warm water like a draped vine. Its body gradually stiffened in the center of the lake, becoming a part of this ancient body of water, a silent bridge of life frozen here for eternity. The night wind blew, and the mist gathered once more, completely wrapping its remains in a blanket of white serenity, as if it had never left. Its soul had already transformed into the wind-up high, the sand at the bottom of the lake, and the earliest memory of gentleness and restraint on this continent. In this Jurassic midnight, free from human disturbance, a great long-necked behemoth concluded its final performance, departing with absolute quiet and grace. Today, the clamor that once rampaged across the earth has vanished into thin air, leaving only cold fossils to silently recount the past. Yet, when we reopen the memory of the Mamenchisaurus on this quiet night, we can still feel that peaceful power spanning hundreds of millions of years. That long neck, once misconstrued as an evolutionary burden, eventually became the ultimate symbol of elegance and restraint through the filter of time. It used its life to teach us that in this loud and impatient world, slowing down is actually a deeper, more potent survival wisdom. The current lakes remain tranquil, and the primeval night mist seems as though it never dispersed. The silhouette of the Mamenchisaurus is gradually fading away into the hazy starlight. Its breathing has completely blended into the breeze beside your ear, becoming the gentlest, most reassuring companionship of this night. There is no need to think about tomorrow's hustle, nor any need to worry about an unknown destiny. Like it, surrender all your exhaustion to the boundless night. In this peaceful spacetime guarded by the giant beast, let your consciousness gently sink, drifting to sleep alongside the rippling waters. Listening to the low narration by your ear, and feeling the warmth from your blanket, your eyelids are becoming heavier and heavier, sinking down. The ancient starry sky is lighting the final night lamp for you, and that gentle giant stands at the edge of your dreams, quietly awaiting your arrival. Sleep now, leave all the noise to yesterday, and find your own slow pace in this quiet night. Good night, distant and gentle world, good night, to every soul yearning for peace.